me, mayohosko, coming to you at 60 frames per second in 4K resolution. No sugar, no filler, just real whole egg, and welcome to my channel.
Mayohosko, it's your boy, JP.
Real whole egg. Everybody say real whole egg. Real whole egg.
Real whole egg.
Real whole egg.
There you go. Capture that, Mayo. That's for you. That's for you.
Everyone on the panel say it at the same time. Okay.
Oh, okay.
What are we saying again?
Real whole egg.
Whole egg.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Real
Whole egg. Close enough.
Everyone make sure to send in your videos of saying real whole egg and I'll add you to the intro. Thank you. I'm home from Brick World, Chicago!
Morning.
And now that it's the 1st of July, I'm no longer gonna say that, even though it's super fun to say.
Yeah.
Hello everybody. This is another special live stream, special for different reasons than Brick World Chicago, because before Brick World Chicago, I bought a lot of Lego Friends sets I found on clearance, 20% off at Target. And I found another Friends set about 37% off at Target yesterday. So I made sure to order that. I'll reveal what it is a little bit later, probably at the end of the stream. But I was at the point where I've got enough Friends sets in my collection now. It's
Do you know? Do you have enough Friend sets?
As in new in box, that I should probably do another friends build stream. And whenever I want to do a friends build stream, who are you going to call Adorabuild?
Exactly.
I told Adorabuild, hey, I've got all of these friends sets new in box. When I come home from Brick World Chicago, we should definitely arrange something. And I did my whole video, quote, on last week's live stream, and we built some sets I got back from Brick World Chicago, and it was the last Saturday of Pride Month, so I used that as an excuse to open the Everyone is Awesome set, because I desperately wanted to get those monochromatic minifigures, and I'm always running low on brick. So there's a lot of brick in here that I'll be able to put into my parts drawers now. And so, lo and behold, of course, the elephant in the room, we have the one and only Adorabuild, who has a heart the size of Farlap.
Hello. Well, according to a few people, not everyone, just a couple of people think that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited about today. You did force me to put on an alarm to make sure that I woke up on time on a weekend.
Curse those time zones, and I think.
But the nice thing was
I think Taz still thinks he's in daylight saving because he thought that you were 2.5 hours behind. No, sorry, he thought that you were 3 hours behind, but you're actually only 2 hours behind.
Usually Taz thinks that I'm about 2.5 years behind, so I'll take the hours.
Yeah, because I think it was Steve Reynolds who pioneered that.
Yeah,
concept.
he did. Well, yeah, he's cheeky.
Yeah. Anyway, as you guys can plainly see, I've got a bunch of shit on my table. So I'm going to have to move this.
Because what happened, Mayo? What happened? I woke up before my alarm so I could clear my streaming desk to make sure that I was well prepared for the stream this morning.
You're more prepared than me, but as you can see, we got the glorious UCS Luke's land speeder right here.
Yeah, it's a nice looking Star Wars thing. I never know what the cool stuff from Star Wars. Are they spaceships? Are they? I don't know what they are. But anywho,
we'll go over the chat after I. Well, actually, no. Before we start cleaning, we'll go over the chat quickly. So who is here right now? We had Dusty Bricks coming up before the stream. Alan's House of Lego, Adorabuild, Mr. Blue, Red Coat Kyle, Zissou, Sultan Force, and there's going to be a lot of the Paradisa jingle today. Macro Bricks, and that's everyone so far. If you know other people that want to come watch us build friends, and if you know other people who'd like to watch any type of content that has Adorabuild in it, definitely make sure to share this live stream with your friends. And upon Zissou's arrival on a special occasion like this, we've got to play this.
Paradisa, Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
Yep.
Yeah.
My dance moves got busted then.
Did you bust a move?
Yeah, I can just have my little fingers doing sparkle hands out the corner of that one.
I better not reveal my passport, but with all of the business cards I got from people who I traded sig figs with at Brickworld Chicago, I was able to fill up my business card holder a lot.
Ooh, lovely.
Yeah. And now that this is the day when I'll finally get to build the cat hotel, now I'll finally be able to create the memes I wanted to create with that.
Yeah.
Because especially now that Mark is here, I can say I think there'll be when I eventually turn the cat hotel into a place of girls, I think that we might get some immigrants into Mayo City from Gowie, Indiana. Mark knows what that means.
How did I know that the cat hotel was going to be heading in that direction? I was able to put two and two together in my brain, use my critical thinking skills, and just be like, okay.
That's why it's a meme-worthy set.
The poor cat hotel.
Yeah. Yes.
Was
the poor cat hotel.
What's that playing? Grab my ass.
Okay, so Mayo, cat hotel's getting built today by you, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Excellent.
I've actually got 5 friend sets to build.
Ooh.
And I'm not sure if I've already told everyone this, but with all the small boxed sets and the poly bags I traded for at Brickworld Chicago, I did get a small friend set. So now we've got 5 friend sets I'll be building.
Whoop, whoop.
And
once you're tidied.
Exactly. And if anyone wants to inquire about sig fig trades, definitely send me a DM if you want to organize a trade. Macro Bricks just said I started the Heart Lake Community Center. Nice. You know what, Mark? If you want to come on and build some more of that set, I'd be more than willing to shoot you an invite. And if anyone out there is building a friend set literally right now, and you want to come on the panel and build it, and we can talk about friends, more than happy to do that.
Yeah, the community centre is amazing. I got my one yesterday. I had to go and pick it up from the post office because they tried to deliver it on my day that I was actually in the office and not working from home. And so I'm excited about this one as well, Mark. And then I also noticed on Mark's channel that he's got the picture for the botanical gardens up on one of his stream thumbnails as well. So That's going to be exciting to see what happens with the Heart Lake City District in Macro's Lego City.
Yeah, the city of bricks. So yeah, if you're not busy right now and you want to build more of the community center, just let me know and I'll send you an invite. And for the first time in a long time, Brick Sloth. Hello, Sloth.
Yay, Sloth's here. And then what do we have to do when Sloth arrives, Mayo? We have to make our most excited R2D2 noise.
Yeah, if only you had sent me an MP4 version of that mouse droid or whatever it was zooming around the Death Star. And we have two humble bricks. Hello.
Yay,
Hello.
too humble.
So while you're there, while Brick Sloth is in the chat, some of you guys might know that I do city updates every month on the last Wednesday or Thursday of the month. This month was June was a little bit different because I was like, I can't be bothered filming this right now. I'm suffering through jet lag.
Yeah.
So what I did instead is I uploaded on the 1st of July, which was still technically June, where 58% of my audience is in North America. So that's my excuse. And so if you've ever looked in the description of all of my city updates, you'll realize that I have a link for Brick Sloth's channel, because while I was binge watching all of Brick Sloth's videos about a year ago, it was Sloth who inspired me to want to do more storytelling. And if you've seen my latest city update, you know I've done a whole bunch of storytelling with the sig figs I've gotten back from Brick World Chicago. So definitely go watch my latest city update after this live stream, and you'll be able to find a link for Sloth's channel if you haven't already subscribed.
Yeah. Sloth City is definitely one of my favourite Lego cities as well, because of the storytelling and the awesome builds and its uniqueness and all of that good stuff. But you've got no power, Sloth, and won't for a couple more days. Oh my gosh, that's intense.
That's not good. And I like Sloth City for a different reason, because Sloth has so much vintage Lego.
Oh, there's many reasons to love Sloth City.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know, because everyone that watches watches Ruth's streams knows that Sloth has been very busy with work, because apparently Sloth has been the person that has had to lock up the doors at night. So you know how that is. Oh, we both got our Everyone is Awesome sets. Nice.
Yeah, I thought I'd get mine out so that we could be matching.
Yeah, and
so proud matching individuals.
Yeah. And while I was building this set for the last Saturday of Pride Month, Dusty Bricks gave me a really good suggestion about doing something with the sig figs on this set. So next week I'll be sure to upload, to post some photography of that for over on Instagram. Yeah, sure. Awesome, Mark. I'll get you the link. And if anyone out there has any questions for me about Brick World Chicago, feel free to post them up in the chat. I'm here to answer anyone's questions. Speak now, or forever may you hold your peace. Okay. So now that we've got a little bit of space on the table, I think I'm going to build the small sets first, and then go to the big ones, because I want to keep myself mildly interested and have a reason to want to prolong this live stream as much as possible. Because while I was away at Brick World Chicago, I obviously did not do as much live stream hours as what I otherwise would have, and therefore I have a lot of hours on the back end. And if you guys couldn't tell, Mr. Blue is a very high roller. The best way for you to become a high roller is to watch my streams as much as what Mr. Blue does, because every 5 minutes you get one jar, which is my version of the Streamlabs loyalty points. And for every 10 jars you collect, you can buy a ticket. You can buy one ticket to enter a giveaway when I'm hosting giveaways. And I think the reason why Mark wanted to come in here because we all love Ruth. Oh, and Mark's got everyone is awesome sets.
Well, yeah, you can do that or that. Yeah, the more Ruth, the merrier. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, because you made the mirror build. Nice.
Yeah, that looks amazing, Mark. And Dusty's here as well. Hey, Dusty.
Hey, Dusty. Oh, and if anyone doesn't, and we've got Taz in the chat as well. So hey, Taz. Hey, Too Humble. Yeah. I don't think I highlighted Too Humble. Yeah, we got a lot of Australians right here. So if you guys couldn't tell, I'm wearing my mayohosko logo hoodie as designed by Macro Bricks.
Glad you enjoyed.
Yes, because I thoroughly enjoy this that you gifted me, and as a result, I will be buying a "Do You Even Lego Bro" T-shirt. And because you gave me this for free, that definitely helped me get through this very cold winter morning right now. And so I've got to repay the favor, and therefore I really hope that you put that into your merchandise store one of these days, because I know it'll sell out like hotcakes.
Right on.
I wish I had some hotcakes right now because I feel rather cold. But now that I've spent half an hour wearing this thing, I'm starting to warm up. And we have our Toy World. Hello, Richie. So
Cheers,
quick
Richie.
story.
Good
Before
day,
I
Taz.
start, I think I'll build this one set first. The one
The little forest waterfall one. What other ones do you have on the table at the moment, Mayo? We've got that one.
Yeah. So, and you can see that since this is an American box, it actually has the piece count and the set name. So we got the forest.
I don't just have to make it up.
Yeah, we got the forest waterfall.
That's a cute one as well.
We got this park, and Ruth knows why I bought this set. Get it really close to the camera.
Not for the mini doll, not for the puppy, not for the interesting bike situation, but for the rubbish bin.
Yeah. I also got the donut shop because as a Lego donut collector, I could not buy that.
Exactly.
And then we've got the recycling.
I love that set.
A garbage truck, and once again, Ruth knows why I bought this set.
Not for one rubbish bin, Mayo. Not for two.
But we got
three multicolored, color-coded rubbish bins.
Yeah, we got the vibrant yellow rubbish bin and the lime green one. I find lime green colors of most things absolutely fascinating because it's such a ridiculous color. And my personal favorite, the Cat Hotel, proudly presented to you by the fine women of Gary, Indiana.
Gary, what do you say? Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, Gary, Indiana.
Oh, too funny.
What? I'm just ignoring that whole situation.
You know what? When I took a $50 Uber to go to cross state lines into Indiana, simply because I wanted to go to Indiana, and I was able to find an IHOP there and a train yard and another Walmart there.
Adventurous meal.
Yeah, while I was enjoying the best pancakes I ever had, because they actually baked chocolate chips into the pancakes and they put whipped cream on top and they put plain chocolate chips on top of the pancakes, so double chocolate chip action. By far the best pancakes I've ever had. I did see a billboard for a casino nearby, so maybe that's where the girls of Gary, Indiana, go to when they're not working.
I like how you went to the hood. I mean, the train yard of Chicago.
I went to the Walmart near one of the train yards, and it was so shady. I went to one of the Wendy's in the western inner city. There was literally someone who walked up with a walking stick, got their order, then sprinted away without their walking stick.
Did they pay?
Yes, they did pay.
Oh,
But
maybe they-
yeah, there's definitely some colorful characters in the inner city of Chicago for sure.
There's usually colourful characters in most inner cities. To
Well,
be fair,
I do try to make some of the most obscure references and comedic jokes as possible. Well, you know what? Players who want to get drafted to the NFL want to go to Indiana because the NFL Combine is in Indianapolis. The only reason I know about Gary, Indiana, is because of Mark.
Yeah, I'd go there for a quick picture, but I want to be driving.
Yeah.
I'm not taking no
Unfortunately,
Uber.
the only filming I did in Indiana was was the train yard nearby, because I've got a train
That's
channel
too funny now.
I've got a train channel which is called Mayohosko's TWR and TTTE that I'll probably make a vlog of all that stuff on. When I got home from Brickworld Chicago, I weighed myself and I only put on 2 pounds.
Well, that's not bad considering at one point, I shouldn't say at one point, a couple times when I seen you, you had the pockets of that sweater loaded right up with Cheetos and Mountain Dews hanging down to your knees. You look
Because
straight
you
up like a junk
You
food
can't
junkie.
go to North America without eating flaming hot Cheetos. You just
Well, you're
can't.
definitely going to town enjoying yourself.
Yeah, and that
You've
was on Saturday, the public day, because I knew I was going to be hanging around both Thick and Bricks' classic space area and Brick Hive and TJ's Star Wars and Ninjago area the whole day. And I wasn't going to line up for half an hour to go to the concession stands to buy a Chicago hot dog. That was way too long. And so I was like, you know what? Since I'm going to be standing around all day, I better get hydrated and I better get some grub, as we like to say in Australia. So I went to the Starbucks and got all of those goodies beforehand.
and all I'm going to say is enjoy that metabolism in your 20s while you've got one.
And now that we have Stream Labs to help keep the chat under control, if anyone ever thinks I say something funny and they want to add it to the list of quote, definitely make sure to use the add quote command.
So, Mayo, quick question.
Yep.
On a scale of Mayo jars 1 to 10, who has better snacks, Australia or United States?
Australia by a 7-3 ratio.
Yeah. Oh, wow. 7 to 3.
Sorry, not ratio, 7-3 points. Yeah. And so our 12-year-old saying, Mark, you need to bring Mayo and I some coffee crisps next year. Yes, that's a very good story. I'm also a Twitch. I'm also a Twitch streamer. And interestingly, I'm only 0.9. Interestingly, I am only 0.9 active concurrent viewers away from being an affiliate over on Twitch, which means every month I might be able to take home a small sack of dimes. And there are a lot of really awesome people over there on Twitch, and one of them is the local brick shop. The local brick shop went to Brickworld Chicago, and the local brick shop was giving away coffee crisps. And he walked over to myself when I was talking with, I'll do some name drops, Brooks Bricks, Low Lego, Bricklock IL, and freaking Just Too Good. We had an amazing conversation with Justin, and I definitely let Just Too Good know I've been watching his content for eight years, because as everyone knows, the box design for the 1999 McDonald's set is sexy. According to Just Too Good, not my own words. The local brick shop walked over. He gave me a coffee crisp, and I've always wanted to try a coffee crisp. I'm not a coffee drinker. I don't like coffee ice cream. I absolutely hated the coffee flavored Coca-Cola, but I've always wanted to try different coffee flavored chocolates, and the Canadian coffee crisp was one of them. He was giving it out. I felt so honored that he gave it to me, so I gave him one of my sig figs in return. And I think on one of his live streams on Twitch earlier this week, he mentioned that story. So it was an honor to get to try a coffee crisp, and I didn't know what it was going to taste like, but it tasted better than what I thought it was going to taste like. So thank you.
I'll bring a whole box down, and if you want, Richie, I can go to like Costco, buy a box. I don't know how many's in a box, 18, 24, and I can mail it down to you.
Oh, Dusty
Maybe
Bricks
in the fall.
Dusty Bricks is becoming a high roller now, even though he just lost.
Ooh.
That's what happens with the gambling.
I didn't know you could gamble that much.
But also, I did confirm with a chip off the old block toys who started his live stream 1.5 hours ago. That we will be getting back together a couple more times before he goes under the knife. Because for those who aren't subscribed to a chip off the old block toys, he's been building a combination mock of 10 Daily Bugles.
Epic.
And because of my situation with Brickworld Chicago, I haven't been able to do anything with him for the past month. So he's been doing all of that stuff without me while I've been having fun at Brickworld Chicago. And on my 22nd birthday,
that's not a friend set.
When I took the Sunday off, one of my best friends in real life and proud Patreon pledges, Captain Matt, he gifted me the London architecture set for my birthday. So I will be building this. So I will be building this set next week when I resume my partnership with a chip off the old block toys. So definitely, and so whenever a chip off the old block toys schedules that on his channel, I'll make a duplicate stream so we can stream it to my channel. And also, I was in a backstage with Name Drop Buttchop 2021, who I had a lot of fantastic conversations with at Brickworld Chicago. He confirmed that we can geek out about my two vintage Lego pamphlets, the ones from 1994 and 1999, because for those who don't realize, when I was at the garage sale at Brickworld Chicago, I used my cold hard cash and spent $9 on a new in-box sealed Aerohawk from 1993.
Oh, thank you.
And I didn't buy it because I wanted the set. I didn't buy it because I wanted the instructions. I didn't buy it because I wanted the box. I wanted the pamphlet. So now that I am a proud owner of the 1994 pamphlet, I have the power.
Awesome. What's that set number for that robot again? I wrote it down, but I can't remember where.
The Robo Guardian is what everyone likes. There's the Robo Guardian right there. The Robo Guardian, for anyone that is curious, is set 6949. Because I also, well, if you've been watching my live and my latest city update, you know that I bought the Twin Pilot Blacktron set from 1991 because I grew up with the Blacktron 2 set. So when I saw that at the Bricks and Minifigures store, that I when Mark and I went there with Name Drop, Brick Hive, Titanium J, Chef T, and Brother from Another Brick. I bought that, and I bought the Trauma Team, and Mark bought some Explorians and Unitron sets, because that's the era of space that he grew up with. He grew up with the mid-90s. I grew up with the early 90s vintage space. And we have Haley Briggs. Hello, Haley. So anyway, without further ado, let's actually build some friend sets, shall we?
Shall we?
Yay!
So what's everyone building right now? I'll be building the Forest Waterfall. What are you building, Ruth?
Oh, I actually found this hideous house, which I don't really like at all, on sale at Kmart for half price. And even at half price, I was like, I don't know whether or not this is worth it. But I do really like the mini dolls in this set, because I haven't seen Ella or Jonathan in another build. And what I thought would be quite interesting is to take the house that looks quite gross and try and mock it into something that actually looks nice.
Nice.
So that's my plan for today.
Speaking of mini dolls,
and for
Mark,
all the
what are you building, Mark?
Hartley Community Center.
It looks like this in its box.
Yes, it looks great. And I just finished the soup kitchen for the bottom.
Yay! Yeah, that's awesome as well. So I think I'll be building the community centre on my stream tonight.
Nice.
Oh, nice. And so, I'm going. So for those who don't know, Adorabuild hosted a live stream about maybe 6 months ago or something, where she got Taz and Mark on, and Mark made the infamous joke about how gravity is non-discriminatory. I just, now that we got Mark and Ruth together, I just wanted to remind everyone of that gravity is non-discriminatory. And as I like to say, friction isn't your best friend or your worst enemy, it just exists. Gravity isn't your best friend or your worst enemy, it just exists.
That's funny.
So, sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows, because that's what the cozy stream is all like.
Yeah, we like cozy stuff.
I'm going to mute myself while I open these bags.
Oh, okay. I was just about to open mine as well, but I'll wait until Mayo's unmuted before I do the same thing.
Yeah, it'll get me into trouble if you guys are both muted.
I know. Then you'll have to hold down the stream.
And so, for those who don't know, I told everyone before I went to Brick World Chicago, hey, if you have any mini dolls that you don't want in your collection,
I was going to ask,
and that you would like me to bring back home to send to Adorabuild as a donation in your name, hit me up. And Macro Bricks, of course, hit me up. And so when we were in our hotel rooms, when we were coming back from the hotel room, Mark hit me up and say, hey, I've got a bag of mini dolls to send over to Ruth. And so I was able to bring that home from Brick World Chicago, and there's about 24 mini dolls that I will be sending Ruth's way when I next go to the post office. A couple things I've got to send out in the post.
Thanks, Ruth. And Mayo, just let me know about the postage, and I'll PayPal that back over to you as well, mate.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say Mayo can mail that at his expense and trade for the sweater there. That's a good deal.
It's fine. I am already in the process of mentally preparing myself to come to Brick World Chicago next year as well. So I'm very excited about that.
Nice.
And I am mentally preparing myself to now go to Brickvention 2024. And if I'm correct, after I fell asleep watching the last Cozy stream because of jet lag. I heard people saying, no, sorry, I think it was 2 Cozy streams ago. You said that you will be going to Brick in 2024.
Yep, that's the plan.
Is that correct? And once Dusty Wicks let me know about that news, my first thoughts were, it's time to start booking plane tickets to Melbourne.
Yes, that's where I'm up to with that as well. I did catch up with.
And then I heard that that Tasman Bricks is going to try go as well because he wants to meet up with Aussie Adam Bricks and Steve Reynolds and Dusty and everyone else from Melbourne. And so now it's at the point where there's enough interstate people committed to go that I'm now committing to go to Brickvention.
Woohoo! Oh, that's going to be so awesome and so fun. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Brickvention in like January. I checked in with one of my best mates last night, so we had a catch up, and I think that we're going to end up going over to Bali for like a week in August, and then I'll have to book my stuff for Melbourne at some point as well, and then I've got to start thinking about planning for Chicago between now and sort of Christmas, because I'd like to get at least flights and all of that type of stuff a bit more organised. Because I think I think probably what I'll try and do is maybe fly to Sydney and maybe have a night in Sydney, a night or two in Sydney, and then jump on the plane from Sydney to Chicago, which is going to be a massive long flight, and jet lag will be real for me, Mayo.
Yeah.
But I think I'll probably try and be maybe in Chicago for like 10 days or something like that. So to try and get there a few days earlier, have a bit of time to rest and recover, then do the Brick World thing, and then maybe spend a couple of days after before I fly back.
Oh, hang on, Mark. Maybe the reason why the gambling doesn't work is because you're not signed in with Streamlabs.
Oh no, I think I'm signed in. It says my damn name.
You're not allowed to gamble, Mark. That's what the universe is telling you. No gambling for you anymore.
I don't know why
Cutting you off.
I don't know why it's bulked out like that.
It was getting abused. That's why. You guys.
Maybe it's because there's maybe I've got to reduce the cooldown. I'm sure Dusty will let me know how to adjust the cooldown, because Dusty has helped me actually a lot with the StreamYard bot.
So yeah, that's the plan for my next 3 holidays.
That's exciting.
Two Lego travels and one trip.
At least you've got 74 jars, Mark.
So why wouldn't it let me gamble 3?
I have no idea. I'm going to have to get a whole team of highly trained experts at Streamlabs, i.e. Dusty Bricks, and one of our proud Patreon pledges, Adorabuild, to let me know why those glitches happen. And wow, that's a name I wasn't expecting at this hour. Fallen with Bricks. Hello. Hey, Barry.
Hey, Barry. Good to see you, mate. It's so nice to have you here.
Yeah, because, as we got to say, watcher. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for lurking. And for those who don't realize, if anyone else needs to lurk away, you can use the exclamation mark lurk.
And I think Anna Nicole just jumped in at the same time as well. So hey there.
Yeah, because I met Anna Nicole at Brick World Chicago.
Oh, cool.
It won't even let me gamble 5.
I have no idea. It must be a problem. It must be a glitch on your end, because God knows I
think it's a glitch on your end. If we lived closer, I'd come over to your house and rub my feet on your couch.
Well, if you ever came to my house, you could crash on my couch any time, Mark.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Especially after a night on Hindley Street.
You're going to make me do some sorting, though, aren't you?
No, I'm going to let you do. I'm going to let you try to smuggle some PPP in and then get stopped at the border.
I'm not that stupid.
You know what? What was funny? Speaking of trying to smuggle stuff in, on the most recent episode of the A Full podcast, Mardi Gras Man 23 was talking about how he went to a grocery store trade show across state lines, and when him and his buddy were coming home, his buddy brought home a bag of sugar, and so the TSA inspected him because sugar looks a lot like white powder.
Also, he threw up some red flags.
Much like how Lego 1x1 trans clear pieces looks like ice. So guess what happened? They inspected him for drugs, and it turned up clear, of course. But that's why I always recommend to people who are doing massive bricklink orders, never order bulk white studs or trans clear studs or any other 1x1 elements in white or trans clear, because they will take longer to get to your house. They will be inspected at customs because they think they're drugs. And we have Aussie Adam Briggs. Hello, Adam. I can't wait to see you. Can't wait to see you at Brickvention 2024.
Yay!
So how are you feeling since you got back from Chicago, Mark?
Great. The weirdest thing happened. Can I tell you a good old story?
Yeah, sure.
It might be sentimental, but that's all right. It's Mayo stream and it's late night for me, so I'm sure. And it's not involved it doesn't involve a lot of curse words, so it's all good.
Oh, we are an anti-censorship YouTube channel, so feel free to fucking swear a shit ton.
Oh, I don't need you. So long story short, actually Ruth and I talked about this once or twice, kind of just like behind the scenes. So she knows a little bit about not this exact situation, but maybe some of my bad habits. So I drank too much. Long story short, I drank too much. And then I was watching a documentary the last night in Chicago, and it was about these 3 different people went and took psychedelics under the guidance of a psychiatrist for various reasons. And one of them, obviously, that I was watching or related to, is a guy who had a drinking problem. So he came out of there, after it followed him through, showed his old journey. He came out of there like 0 battles, 0 hankering, 0 cravings, didn't even blink, could go out and sit down and, watch other people have beer or wine, not even an issue. And I thought to myself, hey, I'm going to try that when I get home. And then on the plane, I was thinking, like, I don't know, like what part of the brain that tapped into for Buddy, but I was like, I'm going to quit drinking, and I don't think I need drugs to quit drinking. Like, I get the whole gist of it and the psychiatrist and all that, but I was like, for me, I don't think I need to go like take a psychedelic to tap into that part of my brain to quit drinking. And since I've been back and I told myself that and I watched that, the funniest thing is I quit drinking, and it's not even like hard. And my wife thinks I'm extra crazy now. You're kind of a nut job before, but she's like, you're not supposed to be able to do that. And I was just like, I don't know. I just thought about it and went with it.
Well, as someone who's been sober and clean my whole life, I wish you nothing but the best in your journey.
Yeah, well, if it keeps up like this, I don't know if it's going to be much of a journey. It's pretty easy. Now, that's just my own personal experience with it, but I'll talk more about that tomorrow night.
Good.
So, some people might get triggered if I call it like a choice, but that's just me, right? Everyone's different.
I think that's the thing with a lot of addiction, is that there is the physical component of how addiction works within the body.
Yeah.
But then also like the mental side of things, and then trying to figure out, why we do what we do and why we behave the way that we do. Do you know what I mean? And so sometimes there is that sort of aspect to it as well. And just being able to unpack that and just sort of go, there is that component of it. And I don't know, I don't think, again, coming back and just going, people are strange. We're weird little creatures, and we're all quite like unique and bonkers in our own way. And so what works for one person might not work for another. And I think it's just appreciating that when it comes to any sort of form of addiction or struggle or whatever, because it's so complex and it's so varied for all of us. So yeah, but that's awesome to hear, Mark. I'm so happy for you, mate.
Thank you. I think you hit the nail on the head too when you say you gotta unpack the reason, kind of why. And yeah, everyone's different for sure. Like even just hearing someone else's stories, whether you take it as a grain of salt, whether their whole story helps you or one sentence helps you, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's the most important thing. Like, particularly when I was working in the alcohol and other drug sector, and a lot of the work that I was doing was with existing users. And by and large, a lot of that was around injecting substance. So a lot of heroin users, a lot of meth users that were injecting. So quite different compared to the reasons why people might use, weed, or they might use, booze or whatever.
It's not weed, it's PPP.
Well, whatever people decide to use. And again, it's very much that whole thing of, a lot of the time, the thing that I would find talking to the people that I was working with and all of that type of stuff is that going through rehab meant it was interesting, because there was very few times where the people would actually say, what made you start to use in the first place? And that was a question that very rarely gets asked, because particularly in Australia, a lot of the mental health workers that work in addiction haven't actually lived through it themselves. So I don't know. I just find it sort of fascinating, and I think that it's really interesting. And I think it's a lot more common, much like any mental health struggles that human beings experience, is that it's a lot more common than what we think it is. And and I just sort of think, and that's the whole thing. I think, Barry, is I think addiction is a terrible thing to live through and a terrible thing to go through, whether or not it's with yourself or with loved ones or people that you care about. And I think that it's such a shame that the evidence that's out there around what actually works for people very rarely gets implemented as well. So that's what makes it even more disappointing from my point of view as well. So I don't know.
So very quickly, I just wanted to say hello to some people we have for the first time in a while. Papa's Bricks. Hey, Papa.
Cheers, Richard.
Papa don't preach.
I do.
And we have Clever Pig. Hello, Clever Pig.
I love that. I love that avatar as well for Clever Pig. That's so gorgeous.
Everyone make sure to spam the pig emoji because of all these pigs I have here. Not just because we've got Clever Pig in the chat right now. Look at all those pigs.
Ruth, I'm giving you all the mini dolls that I collect, but I'm sorry, I gotta keep Pickle here.
Oh, everyone needs a pickle in their life.
Oh, for sure. Little Dash It Hound. Looks like a Dash It Hound anyways, with little wheelchair.
Oh, I know. It's one of the most adorable things that I've ever seen in my life.
No, it's not. It's not one of the most adorable things you've ever seen in your life. It's one of the most Adorabuild things you've ever seen.
That's awesome. Good call, Mayo.
Exactly, Mayo. It's totally adorable.
So what's the story behind Pickle? Was he born that way, or did the poor guy get run over by a car?
Well, whatever the backstory is the backstory. But what you will see in this year's wave of friend sets is that Pickle was actually a rescue dog. So he was actually found in a little cardboard box somewhere by Nova, and then Nova, who is just like an engineering gaming guru, was able to build him a set of wheels so he could wheel himself around. So
Awesome.
the backstory for Pickle in Macro World could be completely different to the backstory of Pickle in Adoraville.
I like
And-
that. I'll heighten up some of the dark parts of that though, just for fun.
He might have been involved in, a dog fighting ring. We don't know.
Hey, we don't condone illegal activities over here. Oh, that's good, man. I like the trees.
Waterfall.
Yay, waterfall done. There's so much. I think that this set is actually a super cute set. I really like the way that they've used the iridescent curved piece in order to create the waterfall. I also love the way that they do those trees as well. And what I'm super excited about is that we are getting a couple of snow resort sets in Friends, I think, that are due to come out in September. And they've got the same type of build for the trees, but they've used like the pale minty green pieces for the top of the tree in order to make it look like it's in snow.
And we got
I'll have to get Mark to fact check that that's what pine trees look like with snow on them, though. 'Cause I don't know.
We got the lime green versions of the 3-leaf pieces. So
Probably
I
those.
never have too many of those.
Yeah, and cute animals in that set as well. There's like the little squirrel, isn't there? And I always love that 2x2 like log piece as well. I think that always looks really cool.
The printed one?
Yeah,
Yeah, I love that. And the little 1x1s that kind of match.
yeah, love that as well.
So oopsie, what was that? So with everyone here right now, because there are some people in here right now who I don't always see in my chat. So I just wanted to remind everyone before we move on to the donut shop set, that I do live streams every Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern in North America, which is 2 a.m. which right now is 2 a.m. in Britain and Ireland, and is 11 a.m. Eastern in Australia. And I am on a 5-year journey to monetization. So we're coming up on 36 months out of 60 at the end of August, and so we are almost on track or on script, so to speak, because we're YouTubers. So definitely make sure to spread the love.
Yeah, love. Spread
And
the
also,
love.
if you are following me on Instagram and you've seen my Instagram stories, you know that Mark and I and other people are part of the campaign to get Ruth to 1,000 subscribers. I believe you're less than 30 away now, Ruth.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Because every time I get like less than 40, I then lose a handful of subscribers.
That's because the YouTube algorithm is auto unsubscribing people who don't watch you.
Well, that doesn't make me feel any better either, Mayo.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Thanks. So yeah, I don't know, but again, like I always say, I am really looking forward to getting over the 1,000 subscriber mark, because I think that is like a bit of a YouTubey milestone. Do you know what I mean? But more often than not, I do try and not focus so much on the numbers and just focus on having fun and meeting people and being in the community and all of those sorts of things. And it's just hanging out and getting to geek out about Lego with other people. And I don't know, chat to everyone and get to know everyone and all of those sorts of things. Like what Mark was saying, I really appreciate like being able to talk behind the scenes with people and the backstages and the DMs and all of those sorts of things. So yeah, it's such a beautiful community. So yeah, and that's just it, Barry. Like I just gonna go. It's just all about, for me, it's all about just hanging out and chatting about Lego and enjoying this hobby, and I don't know, it's just cool. I just love it.
Yeah, more like-minded people that feel the same way about it.
Yeah, and I think it's very much like this community has, like, I mean, I noticed how much it sort of exploded during lockdown and all of those sorts of things. But I just sort of go, it's just so nice being able to find, like, you know, good people to hang out with and have those conversations. And, you know, and I think that that's also one of the reasons why I'm super looking forward to coming to Chicago next year to actually be able to meet people in real life. And I've already pre-warned everyone that I am a hugger. So if you don't want to be hugged by me, then you're gonna have to just shove me.
Just like how
Put like a red
Like
sticker
how-
on or something.
Yeah, exactly. I
just
was
like
just
how-
like, I'm gonna have to get t-shirts made, and it's just like I will hug you unless you tell me otherwise. I'm very big on consent, but I tend to overhug people.
Cheap ass said it best. Come at me, bro.
Yeah. Just like how Brick Hive had to pre-warn everyone that he's a hugger.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Brick
he's a
Hive and I
good
were
hugger.
having a conversation about that, and Brick Hive was just like, I'm so glad that I've met a fellow enthusiastic hugger, and I was just like, yeah, totally. And then I'm thinking to myself, it's going to be bananas when Hive and I actually meet for the first time, because we'll be like, hug, another hug, hug.
Yeah. And I know there are a
Bring us
bunch
the
of
jaws of
people.
life.
I know there are a bunch of people who already know they're going to Brickworld Chicago next year, and people who are still on the fence about coming to Brickworld Chicago. And there are even some people who now want to come to Brickworld Chicago because they were convinced by me to come, and they saw the journey of me traveling 22 and a half hours to get there, much
One
like
way.
how they saw Holly on film and some other Australians also make the 22 and a half hour journey to get there. And so if anyone does know that they're coming to Brickworld Chicago 2024, and if anyone does want to see me, I won't be going unless people put their money where their mouth is. That's all I'll say. And one of the best, and now one of the ways that
Where does the 22 hours come from, Mayo? Is that from Sydney?
that's well
What's
that's
a
how long
layover or what?
that's how long it took me because
From what, South Australia?
because we flew from Adelaide to Auckland to Chicago because we flew with Air New Zealand.
Okay, yeah.
And
Well,
and the reason why it'd probably take the same time going through Sydney is because at the Adelaide airport you only have to be there 2 hours earlier. At Sydney you have to be there 3 hours earlier because they have so much foot traffic that comes through their airport.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. Because we'll have to add extra hours on for me.
Yeah, because it'd probably take you 24 hours to get to Chicago.
Oh wow.
Probably, or a bit longer, maybe. It'll be a journey. And like I said, I haven't really looked into it completely yet. So I'm assuming that I was going to go from Sydney because when I was talking to Snowlana late last year, early this year, because she had intended to go to Brickworld Chicago this year, I did mention that I could potentially, I would have to stop somewhere because there's no direct flight from Perth to Chicago because it's too long. But yeah, I think that was one of the reasons why I was thinking to go from Sydney to potentially see if Snowlana was going to go next year. And then Snowlana and I could like be on the same flight together and potentially sit next to each other and all of that type of stuff. So yeah.
We were coached because we weren't going to spend any more money than what we needed to. It cost us a little over $2,300 for my auntie and I to get there. And hello, Tree of Ore 2. I saw Tree of Ore 2 at Brickworld Chicago. And if you guys have watched my latest city update, you'll know that you'll know that Tree of Ore's sig fig is now not in my city, but in my Middle Ages momentum, which is what I call my castle area. And I also saw Jesse's Brick Galaxy at Brickworld Chicago. So actually, Jesse and Tree of Ore 2, Trevor, are in the same area in my Middle Ages momentum. So if anyone likes Lego Castle, both sets and mocks, definitely go check out my castle playlist, and I'm trying to do a monthly update series with the Middle Ages momentum, but it's much more difficult to do that compared to City Update. Mark knows how it is because he's got a bunch of updates about his Castle Pirates area. And by the way, I hope that you find a good place to put that cannon.
Oh, I sure will, especially with the new set coming out, the new Eldorado set coming out.
Yeah, because Tasman Bricks invited me on to one of his Twitch streams this week, and we geeked out about the new Eldorado Fortress together. And because Taz knows that I know probably way too much about vintage Lego. So whenever there's a Neo classic set that comes out, I think Taz likes to get me on, because when the 90th anniversary castle was announced, he brought me on, and we geeked out about that. So definitely go follow Taz on Twitch, and follow myself on Twitch as well. And for those who don't know, actually following me on Twitch and watching my Twitch content is one of the ways that you can put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, Taz is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Barry, I don't know whether or not he's a Baz. Sorry, that was a very Australian thing to call Barry. I am also considering, I know that this is going to be a lot because I'm not that great at planning things, and I hate booking stuff, and I'm not that organised when it comes to travel. I do spend a significant amount of time in airports because I miss my flights and I don't understand the whole situation of time zones. But in saying that, there is an intention, a very strong intention and possibility that while I probably won't be able to do Chicago 2 years in a row, it would then be nice to be able to go to potentially somewhere in Europe in 2025 as like my big holiday overseas. And it would be amazing to catch up with Lego peeps over there as well. So I would probably stop in the UK for a bit because I would catch up with my sister and my niece and my nephews and all of that type of stuff. But then I would also like to do some European travels and catch up with some of the Lego mates from Europe as well. So
True that.
There are goals there, Barry. So hopefully your health will improve over the next 2 years. And then we can catch up. Oh, you are a Baz. You're okay with Baz? Yeah. Every now and again I say things and I'm just like, does anyone know what I'm talking about? I'm pretty sure on one stream I said something about being a sook, and everyone in the chat was just like, what's a sookie lala? And I was just like, oh, right, yeah, that's Australian. Nobody knows. I'm just making up words.
Yeah. Because I had so much fun at World Chicago. If we can make it happen, I definitely want to make it happen.
Yeah, it is very much that thing though, Mayo, of it's a long way for us to go. Jet lag is a real thing. So it's then us trying to factor in jet lag arriving in Chicago and when we get back.
Yeah,
and
well, that's almost like unless like an extra 3 days you got to take off.
Yeah.
To travel and then for the jet lag to get back, right? Or when you're there.
Yeah. And so it's factoring on like the extra stuff that goes along with that. So extra days.
Now I feel spoiled.
And all of those sorts of things. But you know, again, I just sort of go, it is a dream of mine to experience Brick World Chicago at least once. So I'm just like going, yeah, I'll do that. Then I'll plan for a European trip next, and then we'll see where we go from there. So it might be Chicago every 2 or 3 years is probably a bit more doable for me. And that might be the same for you as well, Mayo. It might not be an actual thing, but you know.
Yeah. Because after all, it took me 5 years to save $8,000.
Yeah.
Motivation to work more. Get those extra hours.
Well, since I'm only going to be doing one university class next semester, I do want to call my agent and say, "Hey, can you get me a job offer from somewhere?"
Nice. Well,
Ideally,
Mayo, I appreciate you having me, but I gotta jump off.
okay.
No worries, Mark.
Have you
Enjoy
just completed the community center or something?
Started the first floor, which I'm gonna take
Yeah.
to this one.
Yeah.
But,
So before you go, where can we find you on social media?
I do the Instagram, YouTube. I'm usually hanging out with, all kinds of YouTubers throughout the community. It's usually where you can find me. Stirring up crap and chat, stuff like that.
Getting kicked out of the garage sale,
Oh, that was good fun. That was good fun. I was just there to help. I knew where Reed was coming from. I just was more vocal about it just for the camera and entertainment value.
Shenanigans, Mark.
Exactly. Exactly. But awesome. Well, I appreciate it, Mayo. We'll catch up soon throughout the weekend, I'm sure. Same
We'll
Ruth
catch up
tomorrow
on
morning.
The Saturday, catch up on the Saturday shenanigans.
Yeah, I gotta go share the love a little bit, be a live stream bandit. But I'll be hanging out in the chat, lurking.
Cool. Make sure to use the exclamation mark lurk then.
Hey, appreciate it. Take care, Ruth. Peace
You
out, Mayo.
too, mate. See ya.
Yeah.
Cheers.
So that was Mark, everyone. Definitely go subscribe to Macro Bricks. He's a cool guy, and it was an honor and a privilege to be able to have so many good conversations with him in Chicago. Well, you know that whenever Ruth puts herself on silent, that's because she's opening a bag. We are almost done with the donut shop, and look at how awesome this 4x4 printed donut piece is on. It's a parabola dish. This looks a lot like the Simpsons donut, but scaled up.
Yeah, I think I got that as a $10 set here in Australia, and I just think it's such a good value set just for the printed parts. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just sort of go, even if you don't like mini dolls, I shouldn't say everyone. I have never met a donut that I don't enjoy. So I am a donut fan, and I just sort of go, it's such like a cool set. Nice parts, nice pieces. It's cute. It's kind of small enough. Easy to mock into something to fit into like a city or whatever. I'm just like, it's a good set.
Donut. And there it is. And since they used the 2x2 donuts instead of the 1x1 donuts, they're the biggest edible donuts in Lego's parts inventory now. And yeah, it was great to actually get some British people in here. So definitely have a good night, Barry. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. So and actually I was thinking about something, but then I lost my train of thought. But every hour or so throughout this stream, I do need to do this.
Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
So that set is done. I'm really happy to have those donuts in my collection now.
Yeah, I love that idea as well, Clever Pig. That's so cool. Everyone needs a donut speed champion vehicle in their universe, I think.
Well, not only does everyone need a donut speed champions vehicle, but everyone needs a hashtag sausage rolls van.
No, we'll have to advocate.
Yeah.
Annoy Lego in order to make sausage roll vans for us.
Yeah. Because eventually I'm going to make eventually I'm going to make a food van that sells hashtag sausage rolls, because I've already got my kiosks for Mexican food and hot dogs outside the downtown diner modular, and the bakery and cafe in the assembly square. I do need to get I don't need a coffee cart, but on all of the street corners, we do have food vendors.
Yeah.
I made those a while ago, and people who have been watching my city updates for a long time now have already seen those. But I do need to get sausage rolls in there as a reference to Adorabuild.
Well, I think just a general reference to Australia, UK,
Yeah,
pastry lovers.
yeah. Yeah, stuff. Yeah, the kind of savory food that you don't find at Brickwell Chicago.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that would need to be planned for as well. No access to sausage rolls while I'm in the US.
No access to a meat pie either. Only cream pies.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Pucky's come in to join me. He's just down here.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that Pucky doesn't start barking or anything.
Yeah. Well, he usually no, he's I don't know. He does his thing. Right, now, Mayo, I haven't finished building this, but this is interesting, okay? This little 4+ house, because I actually built this bit and I don't mind it. Again, we've got to appreciate that it's 4+, so it's a very simplistic build. But I do like the fact that it's got like a little portico out the front, that there's a bit more like dimensionality going on with this build. I do think that the little printed window pieces are kind of cute. It's a very, very basic kitchen on the interior, which again, you know, it's doing its thing. But overall, I just sort of go, I don't mind the shape of this. I think that this is like a doable shape to work with and to improve upon. And it's got side walls as well. But then when we go upstairs, it's just so random. It's very flat. It's weird looking. I don't like it. The interior printed piece here is actually super nice, this panel piece, because it's printed on the front and the back. So I think that's really super cool. But there's no sidewalls. So she's just going to fall out the bed into nowhere. And then you're peeing with no wall anywhere either. So it's kind of bizarre. It's a very strange top story.
And
in my opinion.
And unfortunately, those are some of the limitations of a 4+ set.
Yeah. And that's where, again, I just sort of go, I'm not going to be critical of aspects of 4+ sets because they're not for me, a middle-aged woman. But, you know, I sort of go, the downstairs has definitely led me to be a lot more inspired than what I thought I was going to be. And the main criticisms that I had about this build still hold true, but most of the issues that I have is with this bit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I agree, Anna Nicole. Quite often I do try and pick up a lot of the Friends 4+ sets and a lot of the Disney Princess 4+ sets for the printed parts. And I do find it quite nice to use 4+ sets as like a bit of a blueprint or a template to then, you know, add on to. Do you know what I mean? Like extend, mock.
Yeah. The reason why the 4+ sets come with prints is because stickers are too complicated for the 4-year-olds.
And for others.
Yeah.
For everyone.
And for people who have a bias against stickers. Now, as a mock builder, I am probably the only person in here that actually likes stickers.
Yeah.
Because,
I don't
as a mock builder, I have the choice. I have the free will of whether I choose to apply the stickers or not. So if I buy duplicate versions of the one set because I like the pieces, I'll build one of the sets on a live stream, and then I'll part the other one out for making mocks. That's what I did with the pop-out party bus. I bought four of those sets for a combined 70% off about 2 years ago. No, sorry, 4 years ago, when they were having deep clearance of them, when the Lego Movie 2 was dying down in popularity within the Lego community's pop culture. And so I have 3 empty sticker sheets for the pop-out party bus because I didn't need to apply them. And so I'll use those stickers for some kind of mock in the future, but I don't know where. And yeah, weirdly, the concept of a sausage roll does not exist in a lot of places that you might otherwise think.
Oh, Canada has sausage rolls. Maybe it's a colony situation then.
Yeah.
Maybe the colonizers bought sausage rolls with them.
Yeah.
On their
And
tour ship throughout their travel.
Yeah. Have a good night, Mr. Blue. Thank you for being a continued regular viewer of the mayohosko channel. And if anyone's watching this right now and you know other people that like Lego Friends, definitely make sure to share this stream with them, because Ruth is one of the best, most qualified people to talk about Lego Friends with, which is why I wanted to talk about why I wanted to talk about something that I've been saying to a lot of people over the past 2 months or so. I thoroughly believe the reason why Lego Friends is now better than Lego City is because Lego Friends doesn't make as much sets as Lego City. Lego City has a lot more constraints on what they're able to produce. They have more pressure put on them to stick to strict building guidelines. And as a result, I think that the Lego City designers have burnout. And I think with the way that Friends designers have been able to get a bunch of new pieces introduced and a bunch of new, no, sorry, when I say pieces, I mean molds introduced, and they've gotten a bunch of molds in new colors introduced that I don't see as much in Lego City sets. And as a result, I believe that Lego gives the Friends designers more freedom of expression and creativity when designing their sets. And as a result, I think the city designers have become hamstrung, which is why they're just not good anymore, in my opinion. Would you call yourself a Friends collector or just an avid buyer?
There's a pretty extensive collection going on, Mayo. I'm not going to lie. I don't have every single Friends set ever made, but it's pretty high up there.
Yeah.
Considering the amount of sets that we have had from Friends over the 10 or so years that Friends have been around.
Yeah, so I just wanted to float that idea behind you that the city designers are being hamstrung, and the Friends designers have gotten the license to express themselves.
I would say that I have similar theories and thoughts on that with you as well, Mayo.
Yeah.
Is that I do think that they've got very different design briefs that are coming down from the Lego execs or whatever about where to take Lego sets. But I also have a funny feeling that some of the key details to make a difference between the sets has skewed in favour of Friends around what the community wants and what we look for in sets. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. I think from the very beginning of Friends, one of the things that probably was in the design brief, I don't know for sure, this is all speculation, is that they wanted to make sure that there was lots of detail with the interiors, lots of play features, making sure that there was, that sort of stuff happening, which is why in a lot of like the friends' houses. We get like vacuum cleaners and barbecues and, you know, front porch swings and all of those sorts of things, which I haven't really seen as much of in city. Not that I'm an expert in city. This is just purely based on like my understanding of the themes. And I think that for the city sets, the direction that the city theme seems to be going in has been road plates and facades. And I think that as a community, a lot more of us now want the detail. The way that we enjoy building is to go through and to look at the detail and have the cardboard box and the dog push bike and, you know, all of that sort of stuff.
And all the Adorabuild little details like Sig Pucky here.
Yeah, and it's very much that whole thing where you just sort of go, when you look at the sets that are put out as expert sets and the creative modulars and all of those sorts of things, a lot of them are very detailed builds. So the facades are really detailed, the interiors are really detailed and those sorts of things. And that doesn't seem to cross over with city. Do you know what I mean? Whereas we do see that a similar level of detail coming out with some of the friend sets. You know, we saw that level of detail with the community centre. We've seen that level of detail with Andrea's Theatre and Emma's Art Studio, and even the couple of grand hotels that we've had from the Friends Wave, and that sort of thing as well. So I think that it's just very different design briefs, which is what you were talking about, Mayo. But I also think that the community now enjoys that level of detail as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just sort of go, and I think that some of the concerns that the community had over Friends initially has started to fade away.
And as a Lego historian, I know exactly why, because all of the commercial media outlets back in 2012 were trying to be woke hustlers, and we're trying to label the theme as sexist when it's not. And the Lego Friends designers have taken all of that constructive criticism over the years, and they've definitely toned down the pinks and purples. They've definitely dialed up the interior details. Lego Friends had a bunch of interior details from the start, but I think at the start, Friends did have a little bit of an identity crisis, even though it was extremely popular when it first came out, and it's even more so nowadays. Because I've always likened the Friends theme to a combination of the Barbie dream houses and Polly Pocket, and now with the evolution of the sets, it looks like an actual in my opinion, this might be something that other people won't understand, but I think it's gone into more of the direction of something like Sylvanian families or something like that.
Yeah. I think that it took the Friends designers a few years to find their groove. And I definitely see the difference in the sets that we got in like the first few years. And I think for me, I definitely feel like when Friends got into their Girls on a Mission era, that's when I just sort of went, yeah, they've really stepped it up now. It took them a little while for them to sort of go, oh, hang on, what are we doing here? Let's experiment a bit. What works, what doesn't work? Okay, we can really push the level of detail out even further than what we started with, which I think is fair enough in a lot of new themes, is that it does take a little while to potentially find the groove. I think that it's very interesting around the stuff to do with sexism. And I think that it's a double-edged sword, because it is very much that situation of kids should just be kids. Well, people should just be people, regardless of their gender. Mayo, you and I have said this on numerous occasions. Gender is just a social construct anyway, so what are we doing with it all? But before we delve into that too deeply, it's also that thing where just because something is pretty or cute or pink, purple, feminine, whatever, doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist. Is that there is space in the universe to have sets that are very pretty and colourful and bright and pink and purple in the universe, because some of us like that. Some of us happen to be female, and others aren't. So if we like that stuff, just let us like that stuff. I do really appreciate the fact that Lego is now pushing more of a non-gendered idea around what is city, what is, dreams, what is, friends, what is Disney princess, because everyone should be able to just pick and choose what they want without being told that it's wrong because that's a boy set or a girl set or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And I have a funny feeling that that's probably why Friends has eased up on some of the pinks and the purples over the last couple of waves. But I will find it interesting as to whether or not Friends continues down that path, or whether or not we will get some sets that do have the pinks and the purples, because there's people out there that like pink and purple. So let us have the sets with pink in them. Yeah, it is. It's a little bit of pink shaming, Anna Nicole, and it shouldn't be. And that's where. But again, from my point of view, I just sort of go, I have always enjoyed the colours of pink, purple, blues, and greens. Like, that's the area that I tend to hang out with. When you look at a lot of the clothes that I wear, a lot of the cushions on my sofa, all of that sort of stuff. I was holding this back as well, Mayo. We've got a lime green rubbish bin in this set, and I was just like, to highlight this for you. So, again, I just sort of go, and there shouldn't be anything wrong with enjoying pink and purple. And pink and purple shouldn't be considered too girly or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And that's where I just sort of go, however, what I found mind-blowing is that recently I found out that both my brother and my sister's favourite colour is orange. And I was like, orange? Who likes orange as their favourite colour? And I just sort of went, there actually hasn't been that much of a representation of the colour palette that's coming out in this year's Friends set, and a few from last year as well, like the houseboat and those sorts of things that featured yellows and oranges. And I just sort of went, there are going to be people in the world that have loved Friends for years, but also have orange as their favourite colour. So I was like,
three of all
Friends
two.
fans have their moment. Exactly. I was mind blown by it. Orange, I was like, who are you? Why would anyone like orange? But that's just because I love my little colour palette zone that I sit in. Not orange shaming anyone. You can love orange as much as you love. So, yeah. And so that's where I just sort of went, it is cool. It is nice to be able to, like, have that mix of a colour palette. And one of the things that I have noticed with Friends sets is that we usually have, like, the wave of what colour palettes they're going to be using. So the colour palettes that we had during the Girls on a Mission era were very specific to each of the Friends characters. Whereas since we've sort of started to move away from the Girls on a Mission era, I've noticed that it's been more holistic across each wave or each year or so that we've seen those sort of colours come through. Yeah, sunsets. And again, I find it funny that I'm always laughing and joking and thinking to myself, oh my gosh, orange, that's such a bizarre colour to love. But I do enjoy a good sunset as well, Anna Nicole. And I think that the orange, yellow, pink, purple, navy blue spectrum of a sunset is just fantastic.
Well, if anyone wants to add that quote in to Streamlabs,
yeah.
I'll go back to what the command that Dusty Bricks did, because anyone can use the add quote command if they want to. I'm just trying to see where Dusty left his comment. Yeah, because and all of the debate around girls' colours, I always, for anyone that still believes in that theory, I always, so if anyone wants to do the add quote, you can do something similar like that. So the way I disprove that theory is, in the NFL, the National Football League, American Football Gridiron, there are two teams that wear purple: the Minnesota Vikings and the Baltimore Ravens. In the Big Bash League, which is T20 cricket, there was a purple team and there is a pink team: the Hobart Hurricanes and the Sydney Sixers. There's no such thing as boys or girls colour. And when I mentioned that I was talking with Just Too Good at Brick World Chicago, his favourite colour is purple. And actually, my second favourite colour is grape purple after lime green.
And I agree with you, Clever Pig, as well. And I think that this is where 10, 12 years ago, our thoughts around what is supposed to be, misogynistic and feminist and whatever, and we have to have specific girl sets. Why can't girls play with everything? Well, girls could play with everything, and there is space in the world to have a theme where it is residential, shops, hotels, mini dolls, stuff that's pretty and cute and gorgeous. Do you know what I mean? And I think that that's also what's happening in the Lego community as well, is that we're starting to move away from what a girl colours and what a boy colours and what a girl sets and what a boy sets. It's just like, let's just like what we like. And I do have a funny feeling that potentially some of the discussion that Lego was having around non-gendered sets and let kids play with what they want to play with has meant that they have possibly given the designers colour palettes to start to use throughout Friends. And what we have also seen that many of you guys are aware of is that there have been probably more pink showing up in city sets than I've ever seen before in the last year or so. Hey Hive,
hello Rick Hive. And speaking about the toning down of the pinks and purples, if you're not already subscribed to Brick Hive, you wouldn't otherwise know that Brick Hive has talked about that a lot, because the reason I started echoing the sentiment that Friend sets are now better than city sets is because Hive started that influence that Friend sets are now better than city sets, because the amount of segments on Good Morning Brick World and random conversations that I've had with Hive on the Hive stream, we really like to talk about the evolution of the Lego Friends theme.
Well, it's interesting. I think it's absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
And I think even like what you were saying earlier as well is some of the stuff that was coming out when Friends first launched around the fact that it's too girly and it's silly and it's ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. I also think that it's really interesting to look at what's going on in society and then how that sort of impacts in on the toys that we have. I'm just going to make another cuppa because I need sustenance. But I will be back very quick. I'll probably pop in and out. I'll have to turn the kettle on and then I'll duck back in and then I'll actually pour my cuppa next.
Yeah. Well, while Ruth is leaving, now's a good opportunity to play this thing.
Paradisa, Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
Zissou, if you're still out there, that one's for you. For everyone that has seen the title, this is a Friends build stream today, and because I have 5 Friends sets that I got new in box from both Target and one set from Brick World Chicago, and I contacted Adorabuild before Brick World Chicago and said, "Hey, I've got a bunch of Friends sets that I've got to build. When I get back from Brick World Chicago, let's do another Friends build stream." And that's why we're here right now. So I've already built the Forest Waterfall set, which is the set I traded for at Brick World Chicago. Because for those who are watching my live streams, you'll realize that I traded a bunch of my licensed minifigures for random sets because I don't need a lot of licensed figures in my collection, and I would rather have sets for building mocks. So those figures sell for crazy tons, in my opinion, which made them good trade bait. And I'm also a collector of Lego donuts, so I could not resist picking up this donut set. Donut. And right now we're building this park set. And looks like Anna's gonna go get herself a cuppa as well. Yes, they are good. They are good sets. And the reason why I wanted this set was because of the vibrant coral colored trash can. The reason why I wanted this set is because of the 2x2 donuts. And I was happy to trade for this set because of the 2x2 wood grain printing right there. yes, you are, Hive. And also now that Hive is here, just want to say we're wishing Amberlaya builds nothing but the best with her taking a step back. She is one of my Patreon pledges, so since she's invested in me, I'm also invested in her as a byproduct, and I am wishing her nothing but the best. She did recently make the transition from YouTube to Twitch, much like how I now do all of my Minecraft gaming over on Twitch and try to keep all of my Lego gaming here on YouTube. No, sorry, all of my Lego building here on YouTube. And now I restrict all of my cleaning streams over on Twitch. So if anyone wants to come see that stuff, definitely come follow me on Twitch. And you can also find Amberlaya over on Twitch. She still does stuff over on YouTube because she uploads the VOD, which is an acronym for video on demand copies of her Twitch stream. So all of her subscribers will still be able to watch her live streams, but it's on the replay instead. So we're wishing her nothing but the best. Because it was actually, I was on a Butt Chops. No, sorry. I was on, no. We were in the comment, we were watching Butt Chop 2021's stream a couple days ago, and Will Harper came into the chat and announced that news. And we were all really confused, and so I went and checked on her Instagram, and I saw the message. And I'm very sensitive to when people cite mental health as a reason they need to take a step back, because as a mental health activist, I'm very concerned about mental health as a whole. And for those who don't remember, back in March, I had to take a month-long hiatus because I needed to reinvigorate the creative energy inside of me. And the fact that I did not have a lot of creative energy inside of me did contribute to me suffering a minor bout of depression. So I took the month off back in March. I reinvigorated myself and I got back into the swing of things.
Yeah, I was listening in on that conversation and I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mayo. It's very important for all of us to look after our mental health and also be supportive of our mates if they're having mental health struggles as well. So,
and now I'm
pretty sure that you and I both had time off around the same time in March for pretty much the same reasons.
Yeah, because I didn't even know about your whereabouts until I did the I'm returning stream, and Dusty let me know about that afterwards.
Yeah, I was very patchy, and I don't even think that I really announced it because I couldn't even figure out how to do that. I was just like, I'm not streaming this week. No, I'm not streaming again this week. Just not doing it.
It was part because it was the sorting party and on the last weekend of February, where Stud Sidious and I were backstage after the sorting party ended, and I let him know that I was going on a hiatus.
Yeah.
And and he was the only one I told simply because of convenience.
Yeah.
And so I did a whole bunch of clickbait around my absence, and that actually made some people that actually made some people kind of concerned. So I apologize for that clickbait, but hey, the clickbait worked then. Because there are right and wrong reasons to do clickbait, and I'm not going to apologize for my clickbait, because I'm not going to create a thumbnail that is an O face being excited about a Disney set. For example, there are right and wrong ways to do clickbait,
Yeah.
and I think very unfortunately there were some really angry people who got very upset with me, and to those I say, don't upset the fabric of how people deal with their mental health. That's all I've got to say about that. Not
Yeah.
everyone everyone that is going through a mental health issue is never going to think straight.
No.
And
No. I think it's also the whole thing of, if you don't like what someone is doing on their channel or on their Instagram or whatever, then unsubscribe. Don't watch it. Block them. Get rid of them. Move them out of your life. No one's forcing you to watch anything on social media or look at anything on social media. You either understand where that person is coming from or you don't. And if they're not for you, then they're not for you. I absolutely love the fact that the people that I've met in the Lego community are the people where I just sort of go, yeah, there's some quirky weirdness with some of us, that's fine, but I appreciate everyone that I've surrounded myself with, and I understand, the quirks. And I also agree with you, Mayo, is don't shame someone for doing whatever they need to do in order to get through depression or anxiety or their mental health struggles. That doesn't help at all for us who have those issues.
Because when I did that hiatus back in March, that wasn't much. That wasn't the first time I've done that with anything in my life, whether it's in real life or on social media. So, as someone who has over 10 years of experience dealing with severe or minor depression at different times, whenever I see other people cite mental health for their leave of absence, I'm always hypersensitive, and I always make sure to wish them nothing but the best, because it's a relatable situation, and because I have the first-hand experience of what they're going through, I try to be as respectful as possible. And unfortunately, those who haven't been in that same boat before, unfortunately, aren't respectful.
No. And again, I just also think to myself, there's also a time and a place to have conversations with someone around whether or not, like, why I feel like that after looking at your content or whatever it happens to be. And for me, I just sort of go, publicly shaming someone I don't think is a very successful technique ever. It's much better off to go behind the scenes and to be able to say to, not that I've ever had to do this, well, that I can think of off the top of my head, but just be like, that's not really an appropriate thing to say or do for these reasons. I hope that you understand where I'm coming from. And a lot of the time it's very much like, oh, thanks heaps for the feedback. I'm so sorry that I stuffed that up. And again, it's also just accepting that people are fallible. We're all going to make mistakes. No one's perfect. No one's going to have the perfect YouTube channel and the perfect Instagram and never, ever post anything that people aren't going to, we're bound to upset someone at some point or another, even with our most best intentions. And I think that the other thing that quite often gets missed is, what's the intention behind that comment? Like, on the surface of it, this comment or this post or this clickbait thing might come across as whatever, but what's the intention behind it? And it's just like, if the intention behind it is this guy is struggling with his depression, leave him alone. If the intention behind it is, it was meant to be satirical, or if it was meant to be funny, but it came across in the wrong direction, it does that. Yeah, I've had that once or twice as well. I remember there was a comment that I got years ago on one of my speed builds, and this person was just like, "Oh, your video quality sucks, and this is really bad, and that's awful." And I was just like, yeah, I know. I don't have the best camera because I can't afford a best camera. I'm doing this for fun and as a hobby. Leave me alone.
But someone who does have the best camera, someone that can film at 60 frames per second in 4K resolution.
Who would that be, Mayo?
Me!
I was helping you out with self-promo.
And so that's this park set. I don't know the name of this set, and I don't know the name of any of the sets because
I think it's a little dog rescue bike thing.
Because as Hive always talks about on his live streams, it's very confusing why we don't get the set name and the part and the piece count outside of North America. Do better, Lego.
Exactly.
That's a whole nother rant.
See, that's one of the reasons why I find it hilarious that people jokingly tease me for making up set names, because I'm still not entirely sure whether or not I call the Monkey Kid Flower Fruit Mountain the correct name. But I'm just like, how am I supposed to know? It's not written anywhere in Australia. Rubbish bin action!
It's not written anywhere outside North America because of the Fair Packaging and Labeling Act.
But I'm just like going, therefore, Lego, you don't get brand representation on my channel. You get the basic gist of what the set possibly could be called.
Yeah, and so I've talked about my grievances about Lego complying with the Fair Packaging and Labeling Act in North America and not replicating that worldwide. Everyone already knows my stance on that, so that is not worthy of one of these.
This one is running!
Rotten eggs!
It's rant time.
I only do that for new stuff I want to rant about, and when I'm streaming with the Chip Off the Old Block toys next week, I will be bringing back rants. I will be bringing back the Rotten Eggs segment, because after the videos I've been filming lately about Ninjago, which is popped off on the algorithm, so thank you, YouTube.
Yeah, another good
with all of the Ninjago content I've been filming, I definitely have something I want to rant about in the next Rotten Eggs rant next week. So if you want to hear what I have to rant about next week, make sure to hit the notification button so you're notified of whenever I go live. Because unlike other disorganized people, I actually try to keep a regularly scheduled list of different programming. Anyway, that's it.
I thought for a moment there you were going to be like, unlike some disorganized people, Ruth. I actually know what I'm doing on YouTube. And then you went with regular scheduled programming, and I went, well, that is one thing that I actually do. So I have one regular live stream per week.
Regularly schedule the cozy stream. So, quick question about the cozy stream: is that scheduled yet?
Is that what?
Is the cozy stream scheduled yet
for tonight?
Yeah.
No, because I'm here. I'm here with you, so I can't schedule it on my laptop while I'm here with you. But it will be. I'll once we finish up here, I'll quickly do up the thumbnail because we're building the community centre tonight because we did the community kitchen last week, and then I'll just schedule it for its usual time, 8 p.m. middle of nowhere, Australia. Work that out in your relative time zones.
That's why when
do the math.
Yeah, that's why when I do my thumbnails, whenever I'm talking about something specific, when
Yeah.
I'm doing a friend's stream, or whether I'm doing a celebration stream, or whether I'm doing a vintage Lego stream, of which I am going to be doing on the 14th of July, Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern in North America. I actually just created the thumbnail for that last night because Buttpop confirmed with me that he can make it to that, and we are going to geek out about these two pamphlets together. The 1994 pamphlet from my UN box copy of the Aerohawk, and the 1999 pamphlet that I got from my new inbox copy of one of the shell promotional sets. And we're also going to bring on Richie from Our Toy World,
Yeah.
because he does all the content about the storyline and the lore of all of the old vintage sets. He recently uploaded a good one about the Imperial soldiers from 1989 and the Imperial Guards from 1992 from the pirate theme, probably after Eldorado Fortress was announced to the world. And you should definitely go and check out that stuff. And then from Blocks to Mox, who is Richard Cranium on YouTube, he's bought a lot of Time Cruisers sets this year, and he's bought some more Aquazone sets. And currently, he's editing his first video for YouTube, about either his Aquazone mock or his Lego City that you've seen a couple times on Mark's streams and my streams. He has a bunch of vintage Lego, and he's working on an Aquazone mid-quarters base that is for his underwater scene, and he's using a lot of the Aquazone sets to make all of that. So we're gonna try to get all three of those people together on a vintage Lego stream, and we're going to geek out about vintage Lego together. So if anyone out there is also a fan of old Lego, #AFool, definitely reach out to me if you'd like to geek out with us about vintage Lego. Anyway, I'm going to open the bags now.
Excellent. Open up.
So I'm going to mute myself while I do that.
Cool. I'll hold the fort down in the meantime. So I have started to have a bit of a think about how I'm going to start to mock this. And I think what I'm going to do is have like a little bit of a 16 by 16 plate moment, but obviously with some extensions as well. So I still really like the little portico out the front, so I'll probably keep that. I'll build in some of the walls as well. I think what I might try and do is not have windows on the sides to see whether or not I could have this more like a bit more contained on the edge, because I tend to do a lot of corner mocks. So I think it would be better to try and have something that we can actually plop down in the middle of two other buildings, which would probably also mean that there might be some adjustments to the portico out the front, because it does overhang slightly as well. I will probably put in back windows and a back door, but what I quite like doing is have the back door in the opposite corner of the front door, so that then we get a bit more of a little pathway through the building. I definitely think that setting back this front wall a couple of studs has actually improved the way that it looks. I suspect probably what I will end up doing, though, is taking out this big yellow panel situation, putting in the printed windows into just singular frames, and then actually bricking up the walls instead of having the panel situation, because I do think that it would be quite nice to think about what type of colour palette we can have in this build. And I think possibly what I might do is try and go for like the lemon yellow, the lavender, and then potentially like the dark orange masonry brick, and then do like a little bit of a design with the masonry work, if that makes sense. So
and
that's
also, I'm done with the set. The set is built. Move on.
Exactly. We're done. We've gotten what we want out of the build.
No, I'm gonna keep building this set.
We
of course.
don't need anything else with the
No.
build.
'Cause this is
I
literally
honestly,
all I needed from this set.
yeah. I remember when I was building this set, you were just like, "Oh my god, multicolored rubbish bins."
Yeah.
And I will actually say that I do really love the color coding of this set, and I also think that it's really cool to have like a recycling truck in a city. Do you know what I mean? Like just mooching around doing the recycling. It's cool. It's cute.
Well,
I think this one is much more colourful and prettier than the city recycling truck that they did.
and the reason why it's a proper recycling truck, not just a garbage truck that Lego calls a recycling truck, is because the green one has the organic scraps.
Yeah.
The vibrant coral one has the glass scraps, and the vibrant yellow one has the paper goods.
Color coded system, Mayo. We've got to love it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I'm just going over some of the comments up in here because I didn't read a bunch of these. Oh, Brick Sloth's interviewing for another position. Wow.
Yeah. Very exciting stuff for Sloth.
So it looks like the reason Sloth's doing that is because Sloth's trying to get a regularly scheduled job.
Yeah. It's been really nice though, because I think that Sloth was really struggling with their previous job. And since they've moved to this company, they've really been enjoying it, and they seem to be, doing really well there and everything. So it's nice. I know that they sort of said that they're a bit nervous to interview for this role and they might not get it, but it's just like, well, just interview for it, put in an application. The worst thing that can happen is that they stay in the same role for a while, but at least then the managers know that they're interested in doing something different. So, yeah, right.
Going over some of the other comments. Going to see if there's something I missed out on. Yeah, I think we've covered most of everything that's been said. Yeah, because we got down here, and I read over all of that stuff. It is very awesome because I'm sure Mark can feel the same way, but it's been a pleasure for him to come on our streams and walk around all of his awesomeness.
Yeah, Mark's awesome.
Well, it's not just Mark, but everyone is awesome.
That's very true. It's very true, Mayo. Hang on, I've got to stretch to get mine. Everyone is awesome.
Yeah.
All year round, not just during Pride Month as well.
Yeah. And now it's July, so we're moving on. And there was
right.
Yeah, now that it's getting late for some people now, I will say that what I bought from Target 37% off is I finally bought Unity Street.
Yay!
Yes, I finally bought Unity Street. So before I went to Brickworld Chicago, I saw some sales for it because all the department stores and toy stores are putting everything on sale for the end of financial year. Yeah. And as a result, that was one of the sets that was on sale on a number of different retailers. Yeah. And I saw the best sale at Target, so I bought it.
Exactly. Go with the best price, man.
And for those who don't know, Target and Kmart still exist in Australia because when the Target Corporation and when Kmart expanded into the Australian market, they instantly got bought out by Australian companies, and then they converted the business model and eventually spun them off into their own companies. So that's why Target made the decision years ago to change their business model to be more upscale, and that's why Kmart in Australia is still thriving, while the Kmart in North America is dead, because they're different companies with different business models. Kmart started gaining lots of profits when they adopted the same business model as Walmart, and it's for the betterment of Kmart customers, to the point where about seven years ago now, Kmart was able to renegotiate their contract with Lego to get cheaper prices on their sets, and as a result, Kmart's competitors in Australia went into a price war, and Lego sets are a lot more cheaper in this country than what they were 7 years ago now.
Winning.
I will say that, which is exactly what competition and which is exactly what corporate competition and antitrust laws are designed to do. The reason why I will never, ever have a phone contract with Telstra is because they are exempt from antitrust laws. They are a legal cartel, and I do not like purchasing from legal cartels that are not sports leagues. Because technically, the AFL and the NFL are legal cartels, but their business doesn't hurt anybody. However, Telstra's business does hurt a lot of their competitors, to the point where their competitors have to rent phone lines from Telstra. Because Telstra used to be a public company, the government sold off their 51% stake, which meant they were granted legal cartel status, which means they have shareholders now, which means they are a proper competitive business, and therefore are bad quality, because they can get away with stuff that their competitors can't get away with, and it makes me really angry. I have a grievance against antitrusts, and eventually I'll rant about that one day, but to calm myself down, and it is over 2 hours now, we'll play this.
Paradisa, Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
That's what soothes my own soul. We'll jump into the chat for a second, Mayo, because I just want to celebrate with Anna Nicole for getting Cinderella Castles at 50% off. I love that. Absolutely love that. I also find it super exciting that Anna Nicole scored a different set at 30% off and one other random one for 50% off, but just bought them for parts. So that's really awesome. I love that. And poor Macro saying, can't even find a fart in the wind on sale up in Canada. And we know that things are bad when Mark can't even find a fart in the wind. And
Because
Clever Pig's coming in and saying, yeah.
Because as everyone knows, gravity is non-discriminative.
And Clever Pig saying Canada is notorious for garbage deals on Lego. Their local Walmart has returned UCS gunship stickers all over the box, and it's destroyed. $500. Gosh, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what we don't see a lot of, is returned sets that actually go back onto the shelves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true, actually. I hadn't ever sort of really focused too much on that. Now,
maybe it's because in this country, people actually want to keep their Lego sets and don't try to scam people taking the minifigures out, selling them on Bricklink, and then you have circumstances where Ingrid Wynn goes to buy Junior's sets only because of the minifigures, and they don't have the minifigures inside, and then she has to call up Walmart saying, "Hey, I got scammed." Because I was on Ingrid Wynn's live stream when that happened, and she got very emotional about it, and I
Well,
Totally.
as she should.
And I totally understood that because that's not the first time I've heard someone fall for that scam.
I know it's awful. It's terrible.
And it
Like,
always
well,
happens
And
with.
what
And it
surprises
always
me,
happens
what surprises me,
Walmart.
Mayo, is that in Australia we're renowned to be a country full of, well, not full of, a colonised country with a lot of convicts, and there seems to be a much higher honour system amongst the thieves in the Australian universe.
Yeah. Now, what some people don't know is that only the eastern states were settled by convicts. Australia and Western Australia were settled by free settlers, which is why, for a long time, we had a really bad police force. Because I hear about all that stuff from my family due to them being family history buffs. I'm not going to say and whatnot, but I'm going to say and stuff like that. The reason why I had to stop myself from saying and whatnot is because I thoroughly hate it when people say that phrase now. Whatnot is now a third party e-commerce business. Stop confusing people. Enough people know about Walmart. Everyone that went to Brickworld Chicago. No. Did I say Walmart or whatnot? Whatnot. Everyone who went to Brickworld Chicago, all of the 1,700 private day attendees, and all of the 50,000 people who came on the public day of Saturday, and probably the 40-odd thousand people who came to the public day on Sunday know all too well, or at least should know all too well, about what whatnot is. And so this is a public service announcement from me, mayohosko. Please replace whatnot with stuff or shit or crap instead of whatnot, please. Just please. It's just like how I had to do that PSA announcement a few months ago, saying if you're going to talk about the Lego Ambassador Network, please capitalize the LAN, because I don't know who this Ian is that people keep on talking about. I know what LAN is. I know what Ian Brickbot is. I don't know who Ian is.
Oh, the capitalization situation.
Yeah. Well, I get super anal about that stuff because I know more stuff than I should. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. A Wikipedia article a day keeps dementia away. And hello, Stud. Hello, Stud Sidious.
Hey, Stud.
I really enjoy hearing all of your top secret information in that backstage yesterday. You had to be there to know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it doesn't take much to get me onto.
No, I don't.
And whenever I have a scripted rant on one of my live streams, this is what I do.
This one is running!
Rotten eggs! It's rant time.
Okay. So, for those who don't already know, I had a bunch of friend sets before Brickworld Chicago. I traded for another friend set at Brickworld Chicago. So we got to the point where it was time to ask Ruth, hey, do you want to do another Friends Build stream? On the assumption that she had some friend sets in the backlog, which of course she does. So she happily agreed to do it when I got back from Brickworld Chicago. I got all of my stuff. I got all of my live content out of my system when I got back from Brickworld Chicago. So I hit her up on Sunday night and was like, do you want to do this? She said yes, and here we are, right here, right now. So I think Ruth is building one of the 4+ sets.
Well, mocking it now.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
So I'm
very
going
true.
to assume then that you got that done on one of your cozy streams and you're making minor improvements.
No, well, I built this earlier today on your stream officially,
Oh yes, so you've already built it and now you're mocking it out.
and now I'm into the mock phase because Mayo. We all know that I can mock things really quickly. I don't sit around for years and years. Ask me whether or not my Paradisa mock is finished yet, Mayo.
Yeah.
Ask
Oh,
me.
is your Paradisa mock finished yet?
Paradisa, Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
And when was Paradisa month, Mayo?
October 2022.
It's almost done. I do just need to finish off some stuff with one of the roofs on the top story. And then unfortunately, I had an issue with my pergola and all the leaves accidentally got knocked off. So now I have to revine it. But aside from that, it's mostly done.
The reason why it takes you so long to build mocks is because you build a set almost every week on the cozy stream.
Yeah, that it is true. And I tend not to mock while I'm streaming unless I'm a guest. Because I it's too hard to host and build and mock and chit chat with everyone. So it's nice as a guest though, I think.
You're not the first person I know who's lost their voice because at the end of the Saturday public day at Brickworld Chicago, Shy Time is My Time actually lost his voice.
Oh, poor Shy.
And when I was watching the last episode of Good Morning Brickworld, I asked him about it in the chat, and unfortunately he said that he still lost it. So we're all wishing him nothing but the best in getting his voice soothed.
Yeah, his recovery, his voice recovery. He needs lots of honey and lemon drinks. And
yeah, I'm not surprised that you didn't get any sleep last night.
And that's shocking for Chop as well, because usually Chop's very calm and sedate and doesn't get over it. And is really easy at wrapping things up and never gets very away.
The sarcasm is strong with this one.
It's my love language, Mayo.
Yeah.
It's not like I was screaming or anything.
Yeah.
Just chatting. Oh no. Yeah,
And
clever
if,
people.
and if this is the content that you are looking for, make sure to obey the commands.
And I love Clever Pig. It's all done except for this one small thing. Every Lego mock ever.
Yeah, because like I'm not going to lie, but I did enjoy hearing all of that top secret information from you, Sidious, and because I am a man of integrity, I will keep those secrets confidential.
Except for he'll tell me, and then I'll accidentally spill the beans.
No, because because I actually feel well. I don't know what the feeling is, but whenever someone reveals secretive information that can't get leaked, I actually have fun with people saying, "Okay, I know a secret, and I'm not telling anyone." Because I prefer to keep the inside knowledge to myself, not only out of respect for other people that tell me that, but also so I can feel like the king of the world, so to speak.
Exactly, Anna Nicole.
I'm a very selfish person like that. And also, when Taz and Dusty were doing their Twitch stream last night, they Brooks was in the chat, and he said a quote that Jane always says: "A mock is never done until new pieces come out or new colors come out, and you think, hey, I can do modifications to this to make it better. And they were also saying, as Steve Reynolds likes to say, a mock is never done until you disassemble it and put it back into your parts drawers. Oh yeah, I didn't do this. Let me address this. And we have Scott's blocks. PPP. I'm pretty sure. Where was it? Oh yeah. PPP.
The wind.
Oh,
Yes.
and Scotty, while you're here, I ended up getting a second botanical as well.
Yeah.
This week. Steve was a wise man.
Because for those who haven't watched, well, for those who've been out of the loop about different live streams, that have been going on since Brickworld Chicago, Scott's Blocks is on a mission to convert the Botanic Gardens house, the glass house friend set, into a growing house. And I am on a mission since I got back from Brickworld Chicago, and I was able to stick all of those foliage pieces inside of trans clear wall panels, and I got 54 more of the bright green. No, sorry, not the bright green. The regular green leaf, 3 leaf elements. Now I've got enough of those pieces to finally build Scott's crops, and I'll build that for the July Mayo City update. I've also got to get Ninja with the Bricks told me how I can build his sig, and I'll be able to get him in on the PPP ring. So for all of the PPP smokers out there, let me know if you do have a sig fig. If I don't already have yours in my collection. If you are a PPP smoker only, and then I can add you to the PPP ring in Mayo City, because I showed off on a couple people's live streams the printed elements I bought from Eclipse Graphics at Brickworld Chicago, including some street signs and some one-way signs, and I was able to get a 1x2 print that had some edible studs, and a 2x3 print that was blazing for dummies. So I had to include include that with my macro bricks and Scott's blocks sig figs. And eventually I'm going to make a very green delivery van, and a lot of these lime green pieces that I have in my collection will go into that delivery van. I think I'm going to try and make that into into a lime green and bright green color scheme, because just simply to use all those pieces I have in my inventory. So there are some waste I can now put into these recycling skips. So I'm gonna see what the instructions say to do. Actually, I got to backtrack. Yes, it is very cool, because I think, well, since I have so many sig figs in my city who smoke PPP, how could I not? So we've got to put
we've got to be accommodating and gracious hosts, Mayo.
Yeah. And also when I was saying earlier that the reason why in all of the descriptions of my city updates I have the link to Bricksloth's channel, because Sloth was the one that inspired me to do more storytelling elements. The PPP ring is by far my most favorite storytelling element I have going on in my city right now, because I have wrapped up the storyline about the 3 ex-gold miners who struck gold and wanted to invest into a retail business in Mayo City, and for whatever reason, their dog who accompanied them didn't get the memo and is still sitting on the beach. Maybe it's Pucky or something. But they've gone away, as in they've disappeared back into my minifigure collection, and I'm ready to start new storylines. And with all the sig figs I've gotten back from Brickworld Chicago, there are a bunch more storylines. And I don't know why, but one of my city updates this year, which if anyone hasn't seen my city updates, I have a playlist for all of them on my channel. So if you want to go back and binge watch my city updates, you can watch it from that playlist. For whatever reason, when I got rid of the Creator 3-in-1 Ferris wheel out of my city, because I wanted to put in the kiosks from that other Lego Friends set that was the street food market.
Yep.
After I built my Mexican food kiosk, put it next to my hot dog kiosk, which is also the remnants of an old Lego Friends set, the hot dog van from, what was it, the 2015 or 2016 amusement park sets.
Mhm.
That was the same wave of Friends sets that had the really disappointing roller coaster because it had the narrow gauge tracks in a medium azure, which was 2 years before they came out with their new official roller coaster tracks.
Yeah.
I remember everyone was so hyped up that Friends was getting a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And then everyone was extremely let down because it was just the narrow gauge track.
Not everyone, Mayo. I was so happy. I was the one and only enthusiast over that roller coaster.
Yeah. Of course.
It was just me.
Yeah, because of course you were. And for all of those reasons, that's why you're right here right now.
Yeah. Exactly.
Everybody
else was bitterly disappointed, and I was like, "What are you guys moaning about? It's cute."
Yeah, because I think it would have been better if, like with the debates we were having about boys' colours versus girls' colours earlier, and we settled that debate. If they had made those pieces in red or white or a neutral tone instead, I think people would have been more acceptable of that Friends roller coaster. And if they had included power functions, or at least a hand crank, so that it wasn't just a push along coaster, I think that would have aged much better. But since the Creator Expert roller coaster came out just 2 years later, unfortunately that set has not aged well, and to the point where I think most people agree, and myself included, that the hot dog van was actually the best set of that wave, simply because it introduced the hot dog bun piece. The amount of hot dog sellers we have gotten since whenever the hot dog piece was introduced, but there was no bun. To get an actual bun in that set was revolutionary. And I saw a bunch of people doing the color swaps, swapping out the red and the pink striping into yellow striping to look like into red and yellow striping to look like ketchup and mustard, and replacing a lot of the other quote-unquote Friends colors with neutral colors was an ingenious idea. And when I saw that Brick Adjuster made his conversion, I was like, you know what? Not only am I going to convert mine one day into kind of more neutral colors, which is kind of the direction Lego Friends has gone down over the past 7 years, which is why I think Friends sets are better than city sets. Not only did I want to convert the colors, I also wanted to convert it from a van into a kiosk, and and to this day I am so happy seeing that literally 1 meter away from me at a 90-degree turn of my head, next to the really eye-catching taco on top of the Mexican food. kiosk with all of those bright colours that from the actual taco van. They're some of my most proud mocks that I've done, honestly. They're really small and they're not as extravagant. But I'm just satisfied, and eventually I'll do the same with most of my friend sets. For those who don't know, the only reason why I have two of the Friends main streets is because I wanted to keep one as the original build, and I also wanted to keep, and I wanted to modify the other, change the dark pink to a red, change the medium azure to a blue, and change the bright light yellow to a regular yellow, and then change the purple into white, because I wanted it to look vintage-ified, and that's proud in my city right now. And eventually, I'm going to go one step further, and I'm going to decrease the depth of my vintage-ified Friends Main Street from 8 studs deep to 6 studs deep, so it can match the standards of all the other commercial buildings I want to build for Mayo City. And so those plans are long down the lines, but eventually I do want to do that before December. And so I've got a lot of plans for a variety of different mocks I want to build until the end of the year. And if anyone wants to see all of my mocks as they come along, eventually I'll add all of those future videos to my mocks playlist. And I really should I really should do a video about some of the individual mocks I've done, because not everyone actually knows about them. So eventually I should do it in a similar format to the finished product of my Ninjago dojo mock, because what I did is after I filmed all of those Ninjago videos, I started tearing the Ninjago sets apart, and I've started converting them, a lot of the vehicles, into actual buildings. And so I'm really proud about my dojo, and I'll continue to do that with my other Ninjago sets. And once I get all of these friend sets built, I am going to do heavy modifications to get them to look slightly vintage-ified and make them fit better into my city, just like how Ruth likes to mock out the friend sets that she buys.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was a spiel.
In a good way, though.
Yeah, I have to backtrack in these instructions to see what goes in here. Yeah, there they are. Not sure what's going on here. We have some. Oh, this is to build a minifigure accessory, and it looks like there's enough pieces to build 2 of those minifigure accessories. It's one of those. It's one of those. It's one of those poles with the grabbers so that people can grab trash and properly dispose of it. I like that. There's 2 of them in this set, which means 1 for each of the mini dolls.
Yep.
So
good night, Anna Nicole.
Good night, Anna. That's why I love friend sets, is because of the cool details.
Yeah.
Like this minifigure accessory, and it's brick built. And it really, the actual grabber, which is an old Exoforce robot arm, stands out really nicely in that orange color.
Yeah. I think that it's a really cool build, that little grabber.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure there's an actual name for it, but I just call it the grabber, because calling it the claw is too cliche.
Okay, so I think I've gotten as far as I can with my mock for now, because I will have to go on to Bricklink and order some parts. I thought that I did have some light yellow panels and bits and pieces in my collection already, but I don't know where they've gone, or whether or not I just imagined them, or what. I might have to hunt around a bit more. I'm not too sure. However, essentially, this is where I've gotten up to. So I've put in the side pieces so far. These orangey yellow ones won't remain here. I'll get a couple more panels to add into the side on downstairs and upstairs because, like I said, I want to try and make this so that it fits in and amongst other buildings so that the sides shouldn't really matter too much. I have also kept this as is, but what I'll probably do is put a window here and then the back door can go here as well. There will probably be a little bit of availability to have a backyard because of the hopefully potentially standard depth that I'm going to try and have all my sets at, which I think will be the 32 deep, and the house itself is only 16. So we've got a bit of room for a front and back garden. Oh, it all falls apart. Never mind. The kitchen will go at the back as well, and then I'll put like a little lounge suite area at the front. So as you come into the front door, it will be an open plan kitchen, dining, lounge room experience. For those of you who know, quite often I don't really put staircases into my builds because they just take up so much room and I don't have the space in order to do that. So my mini dolls in my universe can teleport between floors and houses.
Just like in Doctor Who.
Exactly. And then the upstairs, again, I'll get some more of those panel pieces to go along the side. I've moved the bathroom to the back of the house because it's kind of weird to have a window with clear glass looking into a bathroom. I know that a lot of the time my builds aren't really based in reality, but I just sort of went, that seems a bit weird. So probably what I'll do here is the bathroom will be at the back, and then this little section here will kind of be like a little hallway. It might be like a little book nook or something like that. I might put like a bookshelf or something in here, and then this side will end up being Paisley's bedroom. Poor Jonathan and Ella, who I'm assuming is the dad and the little sister, they don't get to live anywhere. Again, they just are in non-existent land. And then probably what I will do is take out these panel pieces, like I said earlier, add in some of the dark orange masonry bricks, add in some more lavender bricks and some of the bright light yellow bricks, so I can actually put a bit more detail on the facade here and even on the front of the building down here as well. And I might also do a little bit of that at the back of the building. I do think that it would be really cute to add in like a little window box in the bathroom. So there'll probably just be little windows here with a window box for there. And then it would be quite nice to get another one of these printed window pieces to put at the back of the house here as a full window, just so that then there's a little bit of continuity between the front and the back. So I might see if I can get one more of those printed pieces from Bricklink at some stage or another. If it's plain, whatevs. And then, yeah, I'll have to get a back door as well, but I'll probably try and get the matching orange back door as the front door, and I might even see if I can get some more of those lavender window door frames as well to put throughout the mock. So, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a Bricklink order. That will be step 2.
And so I'm guessing you're going to put all of that stuff on your shelf because you've got a lot of stuff on your shelf.
Yes. So I am in the process now of adding like a Mills plate to a lot of my mocks and the downtown diner recolor that I've got. And then I have talked in detail about the fact that in my second Lego room, this is the first Lego room, there is a second Lego room that used to be the spare bedroom. Now it's not. It's just the second Lego room. Is that I do have another shelf that I want to put up in that room so that I can put more of my mocks on there. So, yeah, that's the plan. So, yeah. Yeah, so far it's okay, Taz. I think it's getting there, Taz, and I think that it's going to be better than what we originally got. And like I said, there is absolutely no way that I would have ever bought this set for the original price of $70. $70 for this set is ridiculous. I mentally said to myself under 30, and admittedly I did buy this when it was $35, and I was just like, even that I think is pushing the limit of $35 for this original set. But then I just went, actually, that is half price. And it's unlikely in Australia that I would ever find it for cheaper than that. And I'm also pretty sure that this was the last one that they had at my local Kmart for $35. So I was just like, it's fine, I'll get it. I really wanted these two mini dolls, Jonathan and Ella, are super cute mini dolls. Jonathan is actually giving me a little bit of macro brick vibes. So I might have to get Jonathan's face and hair mold and then get the right black t-shirt to have a macro mini doll. It's really difficult to have mini dolls of Lego community members, though, because a lot of you guys are blokes and there's not that many man parts in the mini dolls. Or there hadn't been for many years. It's getting better in the last couple of years. So, yeah.
Yeah, because of the diversification effort.
Yeah. And so it was really easy for me to make up mini dolls of a lot of the Lego ladies that I know, which has sort of happened and has been happening for ages. But then I always felt bad for a lot of the Lego community blokes because it was just like, sorry, you don't exist in my world.
And quick question: Are those the ladies that live in Gowie, Indiana?
No.
Okay.
No. They live in Adorabuild, a beautiful and happy place where there isn't the meow meow cat hotel lounge.
Now I can't stop thinking about Dora the Explorer.
Oh dear.
The intro for Dora the Explorer, when you see her jumping around, or at that what looks like a video game course.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I was well and truly aged out of Dora the Explorer.
yeah. I was still watching Dora the Explorer, in like 2008, because it wasn't until 2007 we got cable TV, and then
yeah. But how old were you in 2008, though, Mayo? Like
I was 7 in 2008, and I stopped watching in 2009 when I discovered all of the tween sitcoms on Disney and Nickelodeon.
Yeah, I was 31 in 2008, Mayo. That's the difference. Aged out of Dora the Explorer.
Yeah.
But
again, the only reason why I thought about Dora the Explorer, the original intro with what looks like a video game course, is because you said Adorabuild.
Yeah.
Anyway, I know there have been some engaging conversations since Scott Blocks came here. Scott likes your Mach 2, and so does Taz. And also, secrecy is confidentiality. Who else? Stud saying, don't usually buy minifigure head parts containers, but the sand green skull version with the red eyes is cool. It was rare for a long time. It's back. Yes, because Lego does a lot of weird things with sand green. Not only did they only just bring back the Troll Orcs version of the Sorting Head, but if you have been in the Lego community long enough, when the sand green pieces were still exclusive to the Flatiron building in New York City, then you get a veterans discount whenever you come to the mayohosko channel. From a design point of view, the Friends sets have surpassed City. Not that City is bad, but Friends has gone to the next level. Yes, because I see the trajectories of the two themes have gone totally opposite directions. And another one of my theories that I also kind of wanted to float with Adorabuild is that for whatever reason, Friends sets and City sets have moved away from the age range to an age plus. And I think when they switched from the age range to the minimum age, I think they simplified a lot of their stuff for the city sets, but they didn't simplify stuff for the friend sets. This is a 6+ set, yet the complexity of this set, I could imagine this in the era with the age range 6 to 12. I can very much picture 12-year-old female builders and nowadays 12-year-old male builders actually want to build this 6+ set. However, a lot of the 6+ sets in Lego City, I could never imagine a 12-year-old building them.
I just largely ignore any guidelines
Yeah.
to do with age
But
or gender.
the reason why I get hung up about the minimum ages versus the age ranges is because the higher the maximum ages on the age range suggested is that it means it's more of a complex build. And complex builds are what is going to keep people engaged in the hobby for longer, because everyone knows with the city centre sets and all of the juniorification from 1998 to 2001 nearly sent the company bankrupt. Don't forget about that. And if Lego isn't careful with their oversimplification of city sets, much like when they lost 0.1% profit in 2018 and they went batshit crazy, they fired thousands of people because they cannot succumb to the fact that it is okay for a company to lose less than 1% profit. It is okay if it's still making a profit nonetheless, which is why I think that Lego over fixates about those numbers and they overreact to a lot of those numbers. Yeah, if Lego isn't careful, we're gonna repeat the same things that happened 25 years ago. And for the well-being of the Lego designers, I hope that doesn't happen. Don't want history to repeat itself, because if I bring back the 1999 pamphlet, this was not a good time for Lego. We don't want to repeat ourselves, do we? Anyway, what other? Both City and Friends making building facades that aren't fully fleshed out, but Friends lately has way more details. Exactly, because Lego knows.
Consistently, they've had way more details, but I think it's become more socially acceptable to like friend sets. So people are now noticing the way more details.
Yeah,
and not all the Friends builds do have lots of details, but there's usually a handful in each sort of year that end up being very, very beautiful sets with gorgeous details.
And the reason why
in my opinion,
the reason why, unlike other people I know, have had the "oh my god, Friends is actually a good theme," the reason why I can't relate to that, but I have observed all of that behavior in the Lego community, is because I was a Friends builder from the start. When I saw Brick Show reviewing the City Park Cafe back in 2012, I was a piddly diddly 11-year-old. I hadn't even created my YouTube account yet, and I was like, shut up and take my money. That's a good set.
Piddly diddly is amazing, Mayo.
Yeah. And then the Heart Lake shopping mall came around in 2014. And again, I was like, shut up and take my money.
Yeah. The Grand Hotel, I think, was one of
the first Grand Hotel, the original
white,
Grand
purple, and
Hotel.
gold one.
That came out in 2016, and I was like, shut up and take my money. So I've always been a Friends builder, because even in 2012, when the Friends came out, I was like, this is better than 90% of the city sets on the market.
I know in Richie's video that he did about Friends, he also hyped up the Dolphin Cruiser. And I will actually say that I think that the Friends designers have consistently built really nice boats. The Catamaran was great. The Dolphin Cruiser was great. The houseboat's great. I know that Taz is mocking that one at the moment. you know, I know that Claire really loved the original sea rescue boat as well that we got. The party boat, Andrea's party boat, I think was super awesome as well. So yeah, I don't know how or why the Lego designers are great at building boats, but I think that they've got amazing boats.
And
Just
you
to
know,
make a note.
and you know that the Friends Dolphin Cruiser back in 2014 was a good set when my sister, who was 11 years old at the time, was like, "Shut up and take my money."
Don't take my parents' money.
And for all the and only the Australians will understand this quote. Dusty Bricks, if you're still out there, make sure to use the add quote command on this one. Shut up and take my money. I don't care. I love it. Exactly. The budget with these stuff and the freedom and handcuffs different set designers for different themes have is staggering. Like, another good comparison is Star Wars versus Ninjago. Since Ninjago is its own IP, they have a lot more freedom than the Star Wars designers do. And
Yeah.
it's very telling when Titanium J came onto that one episode of a couple of Brickheads and made all of the Star Wars fans cry because of all the accessories, that the ninjas, with all of the accessories that the ninjas get, and all of the lack of accessories and lack of movie accurate printing and movie accurate ships and land vehicles that the rebels and the Sith Lords get. And Clever Pig is jealous of your proximity to the beach. Because I think it's hard for some North American people, particularly if you live in Middle America or Mountain Canada, to realize that 80% of Australians live in metropolitan areas, and all except one of the capital cities are on but one of the state capitals are on the coast. So
yeah, well, what percentage of our population?
It's very easy for us to get access to the beach. I live 10 kilometers away from the beach.
I don't know in kilometres, but mine's about a 15-20 minute drive to the closest beach. And North Beach, which is my closest beach, has a fantastic fish and chip shop there. So that's usually where we go. What do you know? What percentage of our population lives on the coast? It's really high, isn't it? It's like 80% or something.
Well, 80% lives in metropolitan areas, and I think on the coastline, if we're talking a 10 kilometer, or talking within 10 kilometers of the coast, I think it's something like 30 to 40%.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Someone requested a link to come on. Perhaps they have friends they want to build. Okay, yeah. Stud wants an invite. Let's go and get an invite over to Stud. Probably because we're geeking out about friends so much, and Stud wants to get in on the conversation.
Let's have a
always happy to have people that want to either build friends or talk about friends here. And if anyone out there wants to, the sun's coming in at an awkward angle. If anyone wants to come on and do so, just let me know when we can link you up, so to speak. Now I can't. Now the sun's blinded me. Let me rotate. My thing. Sand green and dark purple is such a beautiful combo.
Love it.
Where is the sand green and dark purple combo?
In
is
my
that
head.
in your set?
I just like it. I think there's sand green, dark purple, and then you kind of need like a pop of colour. And quite often, obviously, I think sand green and dark purple with magenta was used in the first lot of Friends Jungle rescue sub theme. But I do think like sand green and dark purple with any like highlight color. So it can be orange, it can be red, it can be magenta, it could even be like a yellow or neon coral or whatever. I always think that's such a pretty combo.
Because I'm
Sand
trying to think
green,
if there's a Halloween set that has that combination.
possibly, yeah. But I always think that it looks really pretty. I think that for me, it would be really nice to do a mock with that color combination at some stage or another. I would probably, and then Clever Pig saying sand green, white, and gold. Yeah, even sand green, dark purple with like gold and white would be like a really, really pretty mock. I'm thinking like of buildings with the sand green as like sand green like masonry work or the bulk of it, and then the dark purple as the secondary color with like one or two other colors as a highlight. But yeah.
So anyway, thank you, Dusty. Thank you, Dusty Briggs, for teaching me some settings about StreamYard. Now we can get people who don't need to show their face in as audio only. So Stud City is a first-time caller, long-time listener. You are backstage, Stud.
Long-time viewer, listener.
You're back. You're Stud. You're back. You're on camera right now. You're just audio only.
Oh, my voice, as you can hear, my voice is still gone from last night.
Sorry about that.
It's just we don't even get like a little screen for him. He's just in the ether.
Because Dusty Briggs taught me about the audio only guests.
You're the voice in my head.
But this is the first time I've been on with Ruth, so yes.
It is, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, and so if anyone else hasn't ever talked to Ruth on camera, and you want to be a fangirl about her, just let me know, and we can get you an invitation.
I think that's going to be that enticing, Mayo.
That's a good combo, though. Purple and sand green is the way my voice is shot, but purple and sand green is really good. I like that combo.
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
I don't understand, though, the sand blue color. I like the color, but the sand blue there's so many different shades of blue that I don't think it should be called sand blue, but they call it sand blue, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's a nice color, though.
Yeah, I always think like the sand blue, navy, and lavenders would be like a really pretty color combination. I think when the second Grand Hotel came out, that had like the navy and the lavender, and I was just like adding in some greys and sand blues to that would be like such a nice looking build. I think Anthony was talking about using that Grand Hotel as a facade in his Lego city, but he wanted to take out some like of the purple and stuff, and I was like, add in grey, add in sand blue, it would look amazing, but still keep some lavenders, because I always think like lavender, particularly for a facade, if it's sort of towards if you're layering it back in your city, would be like such a nice colour to have in the background next to grey facades and some of the brown facades as well, just to create some of that depth, because I quite often think like if you're looking at a city and the layering of a cityscape is that quite often you get some of those tones of lavender and things like that in the look of that.
Well, even like Clever Pig said, adding like white and then gold to it would be good too. That makes sense. That's good.
Yeah, I agree. Sand green, white, gold.
With
bit of lavender
purple.
in there. Oh, I also think that sand green and purple was quite big in one of the elves sets as well, in the treetop set.
You know what color I want them to make more of is that neon. It's like it's new. It's not really new, but that really bright highlighter yellow that they made a few years ago.
Yeah,
I want more parts of that. I would love more parts of that. That's such a cool yellow.
That's been popping up in so many friend sets as well.
Yeah, a lot of friend sets. Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm going to have to go close my blinds. That sun is really piercing through now.
Yeah, it's really like, it's intense. I can see from here that it's intense. Clever Pig also loves the highlighter yellow.
Yeah, it's an awesome color. So cool. I'm surprised they got that color in like plastic form, because it's like it almost glows without having black light or anything on it. It just glows.
Yeah,
Really
and it's sort of like quite nice to have like the neon coral and the highlighter yellow now as well as like
Oh,
very
yeah.
intense disco colours.
Well, people love their coral. That's a popular color.
There's so much coral in Friends sets. It was driving me bananas for quite a long time, to be perfectly honest. I was like, can we have one set without neon coral in it, please?
I searched and searched for that minifig had the parts container. It was a sand green with the skull and red eyes.
I
I
saw
couldn't find it
pictures
for
of
like
that
a
pop
year.
up on Instagram, and I was just like, oh my gosh, so many of the monster people are going to absolutely love that.
And it just popped back up on Lego the other day. I was like, oh my God, I'm ordering this now because I've been looking for it for a year.
That's so awesome. Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to permanently rotate my camera like this just so that the sun doesn't come piercing through.
Yeah. Do what you've got to do, Mayo.
I think I might also turn up the brightness on my computer just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so it looks like we're building some kind of technic mechanism that is able to dump the bins over.
Yeah.
And the reason why Ruth said yep is because she's already built the set.
Twice.
And I was there when you built it.
Yeah, I built it on my live stream, and then that was the one of the sets that I actually took into the office when we were having our Lego building day, and I actually built that set during that Lego building day, while helping many other people build theirs that I'd taken into work for them to build.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure exactly when I'll build the Unity Street, but I do want to build it eventually. It's not on my high priority, but I definitely wanted to jump on it before it retired, and I don't expect to see it on sale anytime soon. So it'll probably be a little while until I actually build it. And we have Mikey J Productions. Hello, Mikey J. Good to see you here.
Hey, Mikey J. Yeah, no, it's always worthwhile grabbing sets while they're on sale. That's I think why we end up with backlogs.
Yeah, because I've got a bigger backlog now because of all the stuff I bought at Brickworld Chicago. Before I went to Brickworld Chicago, I did tell everyone on my live streams, since my backlog was running low and I don't have the pieces I have to build mocks, we might be in jeopardy of not being able to build any thing on my live streams at all, which would make for a really awkward thing. But fortunately, with all the successful trades I made at Brickworld Chicago, with the birthday present one of my Patreon pledges gifted me, and with the fact that I'll be in a position soon to go place big Bricklink orders to get the parts I need for making my mocks, pretty sure we will fortunately avoid that tragedy of not having any content out there. Because I was really worried. I was really worried about that, but now I have all of the tools at my disposal. Because it'd be a cozy stream without any friends to build.
Neil, what set is that you're building?
I'm building the recycling truck.
The Lego Friends recycling truck from last year.
Yeah,
I think Taz has this one as well, and obviously I do too.
Oh, dude, those little cans look awesome, especially in the neon green.
Yeah, and highlighter yellows there.
Lime green.
Lime green, yeah, lime green, and highlighter yellow. That's what I meant to say.
Coral.
Yeah, I really love this set because it's color coded. So all the rubbish bins line up with the sections on the back of the truck. And
yeah, what are those little boxes? I was going to say the one that you showed earlier, Mayo. Do the bins fit in those boxes?
The bins get emptied into these boxes, and these are think are kind of like what do you call it? Like the
recycling bins or something. Dumpsters.
The skip bin.
Like the skip bins. So they're like a skip bin size, but the 3 of those boxes fit on the back of the recycling truck, and then the mechanism that Mayo's building at the moment connect into the trash cans, and so you can lever the trash cans up to empty into those recycling tubs.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. And then obviously you can take those recycling tubs off the back of the truck and dispose of the item. No, recycle the items.
And it's almost
back into the Lego city that you have.
it's almost similar to the recycling truck they made in 2012, except instead of having the mechanism built into the truck itself, it included a separate telescopic handler that would load it onto a flatbed lorry, which I think was kind of cool to get a telescopic handler in a Lego set. If anyone
what theme was that one
from?
from?
That was a Lego City set when City was actually a good thing.
Yeah, because we actually haven't had that many Friends trucks. I think this might be the second or the third truck that we've ever had.
I'll try and find an image of that after I turn the page, because when I saw originally the pictures for this Friends recycling truck, the 2012 City version is immediately what came to my mind. And weirdly, they're using the 1x2 medium azure plates, 3 of them, instead of a 1x6 plate. So I'm not sure. Do they make a 1x6 plate in medium azure? Not quite sure.
I don't know. Let's have a look.
Yeah, because I'm sure.
Let's open up my blue plate drawer. We've got a. What was it?
It's a medium azure 1x6 plate.
Yes.
Okay,
I've got one right here.
I've
got more than one right here. This.
Yeah. So with the parts budget and the way that different pieces are assigned different points values, I guess it was cheaper for them to include 3 1x2s instead of 1 1x6. I'm going to go...
They make some interesting decisions sometimes, don't they?
I'm going to go and search for something. The 2012 recycling truck.
Okay, well, I might have to love you all and leave you because it's been 3 hours for me and I do need to get my lunch. I'm going to have leftover pasta. I made pasta for dinner last night and I'm super looking forward to having leftovers now. And then I'll also put together my thumbnail for my stream tonight. And I will probably continue to lurk in the background. Oh, this one. Yeah, I hadn't ever seen this one. Yeah, very similar, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what comes to my mind now that I'm building this thing.
Yeah, and then it's quite interesting because didn't City then also do like a rubbish truck or something 6 months after this one was released?
Yeah, they made a garbage truck in the Northern Hemisphere winter wave, and then they made this set for the Northern Hemisphere summer wave.
Well, right now Canada needs a fire truck because near me half of it's on fire, and it's like the air pollution here is crazy. I feel bad for the people that live like in northern Canada above me because the fires must be so bad because we get the smoke down here. It travels that far to us, like it must be crazy.
Yeah, it's intense. It's baffling. It's a lot. Yeah.
For the smoke to travel that far, like they must have some serious fires going on.
Yeah, which is really scary and concerning.
Yeah, no, I feel bad. I really feel really bad for the people that live there.
Yeah.
Where's the backspace on a Mac? There it is. Because what some parts of Canada need right now is they need, if I can get the share screen up, stop sharing this and share a new thing. What they need is this set. They need this set right now. The 2013 fire truck.
They probably need the plains as well. That tends to be what we have to use in Western Australia when we have really bad wildfires.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just seeing that Bricklink now actually has the weight of the pieces. Nice. So you can use there's I'm only just seeing that. So now there's a good way to use the price per gram ratio instead of the price per piece ratio, because I think that the price per piece ratio is a flawed stat. A better stat is the price per gram. 375 grams, and it was originally I know this was originally $20 US. So, and you know it's a good deal when the weight is more than the parts. Because a set like this nowadays would probably be 30. Simply because they'd probably add another side build, and in inflation over time, sets like this and the recycling truck from 2012 would be slightly more expensive these days.
Was that fire hydrant like brick built? That wasn't a molded piece, right?
It was brick built, and they included the fire hydrant brick built in the greengrocer modular, and then the fire brigade came out in 2009.
Have they ever made a molded fire hydrant part, like molded?
No, they've only ever done the brick builds, and you'd be surprised how many friend sets actually include fire hydrants. The main
city sets too. I mean, city sets probably have a bunch of them.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they don't always do it. I don't know why every set that has the new plate built roads, as I like to call the 6th generation roads, 2020 to present, don't all come with fire hydrants, particularly with the amount of goddamn fire sets they produce in the Lego City. Jesus.
Lego City don't need fire hydrants because they've got an army of firefighters. Okay, gang. I am going to jump off now. It's only been a 3 to 4 minute farewell instead of the usual 45-minute farewell.
So where can we find you on social media?
Usually either on, YouTube's once a week, and then over on the Instagrams randomly. I usually check Instagram every day, every other day, mostly. Sometimes it's a little bit less frequent than that, but most days I usually check out Instagram. I don't post super often on Instagram, but I'm usually lurking around there. And then I'll be streaming later tonight over on my channel as well. I usually do a weekly stream at the moment, which is the best that I can do. Oh, same Taz, it's lovely to catch up with you as well. So yeah, thank you so much for the invite, Mayo. It's always lovely to hang out with you, and it was nice talking to you as well, Stud, the voice in my head, and streaming with Mayo, and streaming with Mark as well. And it was good to see so many lovely people in your chat as well, Mayo. A few people that I haven't ever seen hung out with in that much, but yeah, it was lovely hanging out and building friends and doing all of that good stuff. Like I said, I'll go and heat up my lunch and I'll put you on the TV and I'll be lurking around. So I'll probably be watching you guys eating and then potentially playing some Switch and having a nap.
Yep.
Enjoy the pasta, because usually pasta the next day is even better if it sits for
And it was so nice because it's pumpkin and feta tortellini with like a creamy tomato sauce, but then I also added in like a whole heap of extra veggies and stuff, and I'm just like, this is going to be magnificent. And last night when we were eating the fresh pasta, we just added in so much extra Parmesan cheese on top of it too.
Oh yeah, you have to add the
second-day pasta with extra Parmesan. Oh my God, it's going to be a good lunch.
Extra cheese is always good time.
Oh my God! I've never met a cheese that I don't like. Actually, that's not true. I don't like the moldy ones.
Yeah, I like them. Like blue cheese, I can't do blue cheese, but
that's the only one that I can't do either. We're matching. Alrighty, take care, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your week.
45 minutes later.
Thanks so much for the invite as well, Mayo. It's always lovely catching up and hanging out with you. And yeah, we'll see you all around the Lego community.
Because you know that if you ever want, if you ever want to come on and hang out with me, all you have to do is ask, and I'd be more than willing to send you an invite.
Thanks, Mayo. You're the best.
Yeah.
Take care, gang.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. And so, yeah, so that was Adorabuild, everybody. And the next time I have multiple friend sets in my backlog, we'll probably do this again. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something a little bit different now. Now we are going to bring in Stud's face onto the camera, or his stud, as is more appropriate. And I'm going to change up some of these settings to be like that.
Well,
and
we
what
got,
I'm going
we got this face.
yes, that's the troll orc from the Fantasy Castle theme.
This is the one that everyone this is the one that came back that was so rare. And then when I put up my Instagram stories, other people like me were like, "Man, I've been trying to get that for so long." I'm just glad that Lego brought this back because it's a very cool color and face print. It's just cool.
I'm going to try and find the actual minifigure head that is based on. Is there a Bricklink listing? Where's a Bricklink?
And Clever Pig is right. Mac and cheese, leftover mac and cheese, especially homemade mac and cheese, it dries up. Like the roux that you make mac and cheese with the next day is not as good. But
yeah,
leftover tomato sauce pastas usually get better. But mac and cheese, mac and cheese doesn't really last that well.
Yeah. This is the minifigure that Sorting Head is based on.
I didn't even know they made it in a little minifig head form. I'm gonna have to get that.
Yeah, this thing was from 2008, and there's nope, and there's the head.
Yeah, that's the orc version. Yeah, now, man, you're a bad influence. Now I'm gonna have to order that.
Yeah. The sand, this is a really complicated official title. Sand green minifigure head, alien troll with red eyes, black eyebrows and check lines, dark green eyeshadow, and frown with tan lower fangs pattern, blocked open stud. Yeah. So that is the origin of the sand green sorting head that Stud Sidious owns, and is really pumped up that they re-released it. So now that Ruth's gone and we've enjoyed talking about friends, I'll put the music on just a little bit. Turn it down, and something I don't normally do. But I'm gonna do it this time. I am going to go fishing, and let's see if I can catch anyone. Only going to do it for people who I trust, but because everyone knows why. But if anyone out there that I trust right here, right now, wants to come onto the panel, there's the invite to do so. And I'm going to go to YouTube itself. Going to go onto my own stream, and I'm going to pin this. Gonna pin that message. If anyone
I didn't know friends made that truck, that garbage truck in those colors. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it was a 2022 winter set, and I knew eventually I'd find it on sale, and I found it on sale, so I bought it. Yes, now we're going to open bag 3.
Dude, I don't even know how I lost my voice. Like, we were just talking last night, but after you left, we still went for like 3 hours backstage.
Yeah, because I was doing all the screaming. Yeah, so before Brick World Chicago, you were talking. Well, you were working on that dark castle. Are you still doing anything with that?
Yeah, I'm waiting on parts for it though. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be. I have like a Star Wars vehicle mock that I'm working on, which I haven't done a Star Wars mock in a while, or a vehicle mock. So I have that. I have a video game mock, and then the castle. The castle is pretty big though, so it's gonna take me. I have to get a lot of parts for it, so it's gonna take a little while.
I'm waiting to accumulate the money to spend like crazy on a bunch of pieces to replenish my inventory. There's so many mocks. I know exactly how I want to design them. I don't even need to use a digital designer. I know the exact pieces I need, and I've just gotta. I'm deliberately waiting till I get to $1,000, which is only $200 away in my bank account before I go and buy bulk parts. The reason why I want to wait until I can do that is because DD Bricks has a deal where if you spend $500 or whatever, you get free shipping. And so that's what I'm waiting for.
I've been so busy just doing
even if you don't qualify for the free shipping, if you spend if you buy 2 kilos, which is a little over 4 pounds worth of Lego, from his store, you get a good shipping rate.
I've been just so busy doing like the graphic design stuff that I really haven't had time to build. But I the past few days I've started digging back in, and like a lot of it though is I have to order parts and wait, so that kind of sucks. But
Because do you even Lego, bro?
trust me, I love building mocks, dude. You know that. It's just I've been so busy with like work and graphic design stuff that I haven't been able to. But that's why I have 3 going at the same time now. I have 3 different mocks, which is kind of good because when I need to order parts for one, I have something else to work on, to do while I wait. So
yeah, it's always nice to have different projects you can do while you're building other stuff. And from my perspective, it's always nice to have small sets to build on camera while you're waiting to order new parts.
Well, that's another thing too. Usually I don't have a backlog of sets. Like when I get a set, I build it. But now I have like a dozen of them sitting there like that I haven't built. So that's always fun too. Usually I never have a backlog. I always just build as I get it, and then use the parts for other things. But they've built up. They built up. That's how much I've been doing like graphic design stuff that I haven't been able to even build.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because a lot of that stuff takes a lot of energy and time. And good night, Clever Pig. Thanks for hanging out for so long. Yeah, this has been. Where was it? Yeah, there it is. This has been a good live stream. I'm glad to be able to finally get all of these friend sets built. And we've had some good philosophical conversations about friends with Ruth, and that's exactly why I bring her on to these friends build streams, because she knows way more about friends than what I do.
No, yeah, she loves her friends. She loves friends.
Yeah, and she'd be a good co-host of Good Morning Brick World.
Speaking of Friends, it's not a Friends set, but it reminds me of the aesthetic of Friends. In the Brickley Designer program, they need to make that mushroom house. That mushroom house is very creative. It's very cool. I know the BrickBods, Carrie from BrickBods is obsessed with that mushroom house set.
Yeah,
they did a good job.
Yeah, because that was on the second to last round of idea sets or something.
It's very creative. I mean, it's out of the box. Obviously, it's not. So I don't know if they'll ever make it, but it would make a cool Bricklink Designer, like different from everything else that they've put out. So I hope they do it, but who knows? I don't think they will, but I hope they do because it's a very creative, interesting little set. It reminds me of the Smurfs. It's like a Smurfs modular.
Yeah, and I know how much Carrie likes that because I binge listen to the podcast, and I remember the episode where she was going wild and crazy about that because it's good for the fantasy collectors, and I think it's good for the Mario collectors as
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
as
it's a
well.
cool set. It's a cool.
Because he imagine getting that, changing the interior detail to be the box selections of the different power-ups you can win from that mini game within Super Mario Brothers. That'd be cool. I could imagine a lot of Mario builders wanting that like crazy.
Yeah, two of the episodes, Carrie from Brickbots has like went crazy about it on 2 different episodes. She loves that thing, man. I hope they make it because she's for her because she's so obsessed with it. It is really cool though. It's a cool little build.
Yeah, because it's because I know there have been a bunch of people who have submitted mushroom houses before, and that's probably the best of them that I've seen.
Yeah. That's
I know other people that have made mock versions that they put onto Flickr back when Flickr used to be more popular than Instagram, and I always see people wanting to build minifigure scale versions of stuff in the Super Mario games, and when I saw that in the second to last round of the ideas submissions that were up for review, I was like, oh yeah, people are going to love that if it does come true. Because when you're around in the LEGO community long enough, you slowly pick up on what sets people are going to gush over. A lot of people have gushed over the Eldorado Fortress, and there's a reason for it. The Eldorado Fortress is very nostalgic for a lot of people. I have a little bit of nostalgia for the Eldorado Fortress, not in the way that you think. I grew up with the Islanders pirate sets from 1994, and I do actually remember pamphlets of the that my brother had that actually had the Eldorado Fortress in it, and so. But I'm not enough of a Pirates fan to want to go out and buy that, because I would rather save double the money and buy a third copy of the 90th anniversary castle.
I know that Mikey J and Richie, our Toy World, are huge Pirates fans, so they're probably happy about that Fortress set.
Yeah.
It does look good. I mean, it's not huge like the Lion Knight's castle, but it's a very the structure design of the fortress is really nice. The way they did the ramp, like brick built ramp, is pretty cool. Like it has a nod to the old base plate. But it's nice. It's not. There's nothing bad about it. It's a nice set.
And as someone who likes the Imperial Trading Post more than the Eldorado Fortress, I appreciate the inclusion of the merchant's ship from the Eldorado Fortress in that set.
You know what set I'm waiting for, and it's going to sound weird coming from me, but I am a Harry Potter fan. I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan, but I do watch the movies a lot, and I'm not against it. I have old Potter sets. I want that little micro scale architecture style Hogwarts castle. That thing looks amazing, dude. I know it's micro scale, but it just looks so cool. And I want that figure, that golden figure of the architect who built Hogwarts. I want that figure.
I know a lot of people want that, but they could never justify the prices.
It's coming out in I think September, so it's gonna be.
I'm talking about the old version. So
the big one. Yeah.
Now that they're coming out with a second version, it will be interesting if the reaction is the same towards that set as it was with the older set.
Yeah, I want the second. I'd rather have the second version over the bigger version, honestly. But
because it's more compact.
That and I buy a set, I build it, and I break it down, and I use the parts for mocks. So I get the build experience. I save, the pamphlet, the instructions, and I save the parts. And sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't. So I can always rebuild it if I want. But I actually like that. I'm an architecture fan, so I like that little version. I'm hoping they do Star Wars sets like that too, like a Jabba's palace in that kind of micro scale style, or a Jedi temple. Hopefully they will. I don't know. Who knows? But that's why I'm excited about that set, because it opens the door for Lego. If it sells well, they'll be like, okay, well, let's make Star Wars versions of that. Let's make Marvel versions of that. Let's do like micro scale architecture sets for other themes. So
yeah, and so like I always thought this would be a fun idea, because with the diorama sets, they've done the Dagobah, they've done the trash compactor, they've done, is it Darth Vader's or Emperor Palpatine's throne room? I can't remember.
Palpatine's throne,
they did Palpatine's throne room. Wouldn't it be fun? Wouldn't it be cool if they made the throne room in Jabba's palace as a diorama?
They were supposed to, and it supposedly got canceled. It was supposed to be in this last wave. There were supposed to be 3 of them. It was supposed to be the Death Star throne room, the Endor speeder bike chase, and then that. And then it got held back. So I think they will down the future, like release it, but it was supposed to be in this last line, and they didn't do it.
So have they confirmed the speeder bike chase?
I haven't. It's half built. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. So is it already released? I must have been out of.
Yeah. They released that for the Star Wars dioramas. The last round was the Death Star throne room, and then the speeder bike chase. And everyone bashed the speeder bike chase because they said the trees suck, blah blah blah. But it's actually a pretty fun build. The trees kind of do suck, but it's Lego trees. I mean, Lego sets, they can't go crazy with the parts to really flesh out the trees. Everyone who buys Lego kind of understands that. So, but it was a fun set. So I'm almost done with it. It's a fun set. I liked it.
Yeah.
The speeder bike builds themselves, the little speeder bikes, are awesome. It's very, very cool build. Very detailed.
So is that speeder bike chase set based on the scene from Return of the Jedi?
Yeah, Return of the Jedi. Yep.
Yeah.
And you get Luke and Leia in the camouflage outfits with that weird hat, the helmet they wear with the green stripe, like the green metal band around the helmet.
Yeah.
And then you get
because when Family Guy did their when they did their spoof of the Return of the Jedi, the 2-part episode, it's a trap.
Yeah.
Because their 2-part episodic version of Empire was something Dark Side, and New Hope was Blue Harvest. But it's a trap. I found it funny that instead of speeder bikes, Lois, who was Princess Leia, and Chris, who was Luke Skywalker, they rode on regular bicycles instead. Which
yeah, I saw that. Look here. It's a pretty cool set, dude.
Yeah, I'll put you on full screen.
It's not a bad set. The Star Wars fans, the younger ones, complained about it, but you get a lot of those fern parts too. The new fern pieces, you get a ton of them.
Let me how do I do this?
It's not a bad set. I'm almost done. I still have some bags. There's some bags in there. But it's a nice set. It's fun. It was a fun build.
And so that speeder bike chase on Endor would look really good next to the training scene from on Dagobah. On Dagobah.
Yeah, but see, you get all the fern pieces like over here. Tons of these new fern parts. It's good. I mean, it's cool. It's a fun set. I enjoyed it. I'm almost done. I have one bag left. But I liked it. I did like it a lot. So far.
I'm missing. I must have. Something isn't quite lining up. I think I missed some plates. Oh yeah, I got to put them underneath here. Let me put these on. I misread the instructions.
Dude, another set that I finally got on sale, which I've been meaning to get for a while.
The everyone is awesome.
I want the figs, and like
yeah, I wanted the figs too.
I mean, I like what it stands for as well. You know, I'm very about diversity and creativity. So, but I wanted the figs for sure. Like, because I even have a rare. Oh, let me grab it. It's right here. They're hard to get. These, you have to part them together. They have an olive green, like monochrome, but they don't make olive green hair. I want olive green hair to finish this thing off. This is all official Lego. They're just hard to part together.
Yeah,
they cost about $40.
That's hard to piece together.
It's like $40 to piece one together, but I want the olive green hair. They don't make it. So one day I'll keep saving this, and then one day, I love monochrome figs. I love monochrome figs. So I had to finally. I'm gonna get another one of these too. I'm gonna get 2 of them.
Yeah,
they're on sale. Right?
Macro, who was on earlier, he owns 2 of them as well. And what he did is he built one of them as a mirror build. And so yeah, I thought that was a nice touch, because if you are going to buy 2, a lot of people are going to do what Mark did.
Yeah, plus you get all the tiles you get in that set. It's worth it.
Yeah.
It was on sale. It was 30% off. I was like, dude, I should have bought 2 when it was 30% off. I didn't, but
I think the only reason I bought the Everyone is Awesome set is because I was buying some other sets, and I was like, what $50 to $70 set can I buy that'll get me up to the threshold for free shipping? And I decided to buy this, and then I thought to myself, you know what? The most appropriate time for me to build this set would be during Pride Month, and my live stream last Friday night was the last Friday of Pride Month, so that's what I did.
Oh, that's why it was on sale. I was wondering why it was on sale. It was on sale for Pride Month.
Yeah,
that's why it was on sale.
Yeah. And so not only did I want the figures, because what I'm going to do when I get a colored printer is I'm going to try and print a little gold classic space torsos on a white square to put them on the monochromatic figures. But I also wanted all these basic bricks and all of the basic tiles.
Yeah.
When you build as much mocks as I do, you run out of these basic pieces really quickly.
Yep.
And it's nice getting all of these white plates underneath.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, it's worth it. Like I said, that's why I'm going to get a second one.
It's a very good display piece. I think it is display worthy. Whether you're gay or not, it's a nice piece that will grab your interest, and it's definitely a good conversation starter for more ways than one. But also, as a mock builder, it's a fantastic parts pack. As a mini figure collector, it's a must have.
This is still my favorite purchase though, because I looked for it for so damn long, bro. Like, this is still more exciting to me.
Yeah.
And I don't usually buy these parts. Like, I buy the brick ones with the drawers. I'll buy those parts containers, but I never really buy the heads. But this one, I had to do it. It's just so cool, that monster look to it with the sand green. Just cool.
Yeah. So I have now completed the recycling truck. I like it, particularly with the way that this mechanism works. So you can dump 3 bins at the same time, because all the 3 grabbers are all on the one mechanism. And in my opinion, it has the right amount of friction in the mechanism. So what I'll do,
are those hook parts? What are those hook parts? Are they coral?
Yeah, they're the orange.
Oh,
they're
yeah,
the orange small Exoforce arms.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So what you can do is, since it tells you to put some waste into these recycling bins, what you can do is you can take the tops off of the trash cans. One has and organic. Well, the lime green one is organic waste, so it's got a dark pink cherry in it. The vibrant coral one is for glass waste, so it's got 2 1x1 trans clear cheese slopes, which is why I say don't import bulk of these internationally because you'll get inspected for drugs at customs. And the other one in the highlighter yellow has a discarded checklist for paper waste. So what you can do is you can clip these trash cans into the mechanism, and you rotate this up, and it dumps at the same time.
Yeah, it's very cool. I love that neon color though. That neon highlighter, the neon color just makes you so happy.
Yeah. And so eventually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the blue. No, sorry. I'll turn it around this way. I'm gonna get rid of the blue. Gonna get rid of the. I'm gonna change the wheels. I'm gonna change the grey to white. I think I'm going to change the yeah.
Yeah, the gray to white will look better.
I'm going to change the lime green on the skip bin and the lime green on the cab to be regular green. I'm going to change the highlighter yellow to regular yellow, and I'm going to change the vibrant coral to red to make it look more vintageified. And of course, I'm going to shrink it down to be 4 studs wide, because this
Let me see the printed tiles on the top. Let me see what those look like.
This is a six wide build as presently constructed.
Let me see the tiles. Yeah,
they are. Yeah, well, actually, they are stickers, unfortunately.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm a graphic design nerd, so I want to see that stuff.
So you got the broken bottle for the glass. You got the apple and the banana for the organic waste, and the stack of papers.
And the newspaper. Yeah, newspaper.
For the paper and cardboard. And the recycling logo is vibrant coral and lime green.
Yep. I like the leaves they put on the inside of it too. Usually there's nothing.
Yeah, those are the. I'm pretty sure that for the Octane Energy stickers, they've also used similar looking leaves, but in a regular green to fit with the color.
Speaking of leaves, though, the reason why I bought that the Endor speeder bike chase set was because those fern parts, dude, it comes with like 20 of them. Like, it comes with more than Rivendell had, and Rivendell was the first set that had those fern parts, and like that little Endor speeder bike chase set has like 20 of them. So, and I need them for a mock, so I was like, you know what, I'm all in.
Yeah, and so the really cool, the thing that makes this play feature easier is they include this orange ball end on this mechanism, so you can grab it from the side and not get your fingers in the way.
That's a new color for the Technic ball. They don't usually come in that color. That's a new color for it.
In orange.
Yeah, they don't usually come in orange. Because I use those.
Is really easy.
That's how I make the bombs in my Zelda sets. I use those Technic balls to make bombs. Yeah. So I pay attention to those colors. They didn't make the orange one until that set.
So I like that this is color coordinated, and in general, I bought this set because of these 3 pieces right here. Same reason I bought this park set with this bicycle and carriage trailer was because of the vibrant coral colored trash can. I bought the donut shop because of the donut, and this is actually a 4+ build, so I'm very happy to get this piece finally. Very happy to get this piece. And
well, even the printed donut alone is worth that little 4+ set. The big one, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because you got the big printed donut that looks like a scaled up Simpsons donut, in my opinion, for the 4x4.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. And I always buy 4+ Star Wars sets because they always have cool prints, dude. They always have cool prints.
Yeah, and you got the three No, yeah, you got the three
smaller
2x2
donuts.
donuts, and because they're 2x2, they can use the round tile that has the Technic pinhole in the middle to get the whole of an actual donut. Donut.
Yeah, I'm a big strawberry glazed donut fan. That's one of my favorite flavors. Is the strawberry glazed. So, especially with sprinkles like that big one.
Yeah, and so there's a decent amount of interior detail inside here to actually make the donuts.
Time to make the donuts.
And with that park set, there was a picnic table that has a nice sandwich on top. Nice to get the 3-leaf piece.
Yep.
And I don't know why they don't use this build for sandwiches in other themes. You got the
It's
the
a cool
light,
looking Subway
you
sandwich.
got the light tan 1x2 plate with the rounded ends. You got the red stud for the tomato. You got the 3-leaf piece for the lettuce, and then you've got the vertically half round tiles on top for the roundness of the bun. I like there are several twin sets that include that sandwich build.
It's a good little build. I like it. It's
Yeah.
a nice little build.
Because I whenever I see that sandwich build in friend sets I buy, I'm like, yes, that is the best Lego sandwich on the market. And when I got the main street set, which in my opinion is the best friend set of all time, it included some builds for sandwiches. So, unfortunately, we're running out of time, I think, to build the cat hotel. So I might try to see if I can build the cat hotel on other people's streams. But I've had a fantastic time here. I'm just gonna see something very quickly on StreamYard.
It's good because I'm running out of voice.
Yeah, because I normally don't like doing streams past 4 hours, and we're about to come up to 4 hours. But before we get on out of here, we do gotta play this again because where was it? Because who doesn't like this?
Paradisa, Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
I knew that was coming. I knew you were gonna play that.
Where's my billing? I don't know where my billing is.
You love that Paradisa cut.
Yeah. And Ruth's still waiting on pieces from Wicklink to finish hers. Yeah, so how much did I use at the start? Okay, yeah. So if we get to 240, then we should be good. Yeah, we're good.
I still don't know how I lost my voice, dude. Like, because you saw last night, I was fine. I was talking with you, and then when you left, we stayed me and MJ and Hutchop stayed for like another 3 hours. And then when the sun came up, my dog was looking at me. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, the sun's coming out. And then I slept for a little bit, and then my voice was just gone. Like, gone.
Yeah, the sun will come out tomorrow. Anyway, there's only about 15 minutes to go. So for the hell of it, since we were talking about the Eldorado Fortress, I'll just get up some pictures of the Eldorado Fortress again, just simply because we don't have anything else to talk about, and I haven't officially talked about the Eldorado Fortress on my channel yet. I've talked about it on other people's YouTube or Twitch channels, but I haven't talked about it on my channel yet.
I like the structure of the build, and I especially like how they brick built the ramp, like as the nod to the old base plate, which is it's cool. But I don't like the yellow they put in there. But I know that's how the fortresses usually had white and yellow, so I get it why they did it. But it is a nice fortress build. It's a nice little fortress build.
Get out of here, stupid yellow thing.
Not to mention the ship too. The ship.
Come on, yellow. Yeah, because as I've said repeatedly, we'll just deal with the yellow. The merchant's ship, which is the big boy, is based on the merchant's ship from the Imperial Trading Post. And as someone who likes the Imperial Trading Post more than Eldorado Fortress, and I will buy a neoclassic version of the Imperial Trading Post because of those reasons, I really appreciate its inclusion in this new Eldorado Fortress.
Is that Are those cloth sails? They look like they're cloth sails too.
Yes, they're cloth sails.
Yeah, that's really cool. Really
Because
cool.
because I heard a lot of people saying when this wasn't officially announced yet, when it was still in the rumor mill, people were saying, "God, I really hope it's not brick built sails." And thankfully, it is cloth sails.
I don't mind the brick built sails. The 3-in-1 pirate ship had the brick built sails with like the skull on there, and that was pretty cool. But I know how people don't like them, but once in a while, I don't mind them. It's fun. They're fun to build. You get cool parts with them, but those cloth ones are really nice with the prints. Really nice with the anchor, and the crown.
Yeah, because what they did is instead of using the Jolly Roger, what they did is they got the anchors to cross over to form an X, and then they put the Imperial crown on top.
Yeah,
I think that's supposed to be a 2x2 barrel right there in between, well, underneath where the anchors cross over each other. And I've heard some people pointing out, if I go to the minifigure selection, that this is supposed to be Captain Redbeard's son, because he's got the same face as Captain Redbeard, but he doesn't have the captain's torso yet. He's only got the do-rag, which means he's not ranked high enough to even wear the tricorn hat that some of the first mates had in the old pirate sets. You can see definitely the hierarchy of the Imperial soldiers. They're not Imperial guards. They're Imperial soldiers because they're the blue coats. You can see that we've got the lower ranked soldiers wearing the shakos.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Imperial officers wearing the tricorn hat, and then we've got the admiral wearing the bi-poked cap.
That feather in the admiral's hat is cool. That feather part looks really cool.
The admiral's hat.
The feather looks awesome in that hat.
And you can see that the gruntmen, so to speak, because these are definitely the equivalent of the stormtroopers in the Imperial soldiers. These guys right here.
Oh yeah.
The ones wearing the shakos or their hats, and they've got the musket guns, while the Imperial officers get the cutlass swords. This one's trying to feed that monkey right there, probably some ale or whatever.
Some
and
rum.
Sorry, rum, because the pirates had ale, the soldiers had rum. This Imperial officer is lesser ranking than this one, because this I actually believe both of the Imperial officers are women, which is nice to get more female faces. That one has the red epaulets and the single feather up top there. This Imperial officer has the pearl gold epaulets, and therefore has the tri-feather in her tricorn hat, and the admiral also has the tri-feathers. The original Imperial officers and the original admiral came with yellow epaulets, because this set is 34 years later. It comes with nice pearl gold.
I've never seen that single feather before. Yeah,
the single, because they used to come on a sprue, much like how the tools used to come on a sprue. You get a sprue that had three different feathers. One had one, the other had two, and the other one had three. They really only used the 1 and 3 feather plumes, as people like to call it. And the forestmen from the late 80s normally always had the single feather in their caps, and the jousters from various castle factions normally had the tri-feathers in their helmets. The 2 feather ones were used very slimly. and it's nice to get a pirate's lass in this. People have gone on about the crane, how it's a little bit awkward. I'm not sure about other people, but when I see this crane, I think about the crane from the Toy Story 3 trash compactor. That's what I see in that. It's nice to get. It's nice to get. I think there's three palm trees. There's one on the dock out front here, and there's two on the rocks behind the gate tower, so to speak, with the ramp. And I believe there's two cannons, one right there and one up top here. The flag is a slightly different design. It includes a little bit more modern printing. Although, weirdly, I think with the crown on the new 2023 flag, I think it's actually less detailed than the crown from the 1989 flag. But the shape of the cannons itself and the cannonballs coming out of the cannons is much better detailed.
How much is it in America? The US?
It's 330 Australian dollars and it's 215 US dollars, which means because of inflation, it's $15 more than the Pirates of Barracuda Bay. And I can imagine everyone who owns the Pirates of Barracuda Bay is going to want to buy Eldorado Fortress.
Yeah, the Barracuda Bay though seems like a much bigger build than this.
It is a much bigger build, probably because they had more creative freedom. Because this one they're trying to replicate a set that had a raised base plate, which means they had to invest a lot of the parts budget into converting that raised base plate to be brick built. So that's where I'm seeing all of the cost is being eaten. But that's what happens when you refuse to commission companies in 2023, unlike when they gladly commissioned companies back in 1989 to not only manufacture raised base plates, but also things like monorail track. And this includes modularity, which you can do when you're not building on a raised base plate. Yeah, so you can see that we get the three palm trees right there. And I think they came up with a new flexible trunk system for the palm trees that resembles the older, more expensive system they used to use for the tree trunks of the palm trees. So you can see the modularity in there. I think they actually include stickers for some of the wear and tear on the stonework, which they didn't do back in the day, even though back in the day they included prints for worn stonework in the castle sets. They didn't do it as much for the pirate sets, although they did do them occasionally. I think there was one or two of these corner castle wall elements used in the Eldorado Fortress that had the red brick pattern, but the tan wear and tear definitely looks more accurate than the red brick pattern, and I believe there are more of them in this set, and there's a video about that. I think the box is very faithful to the original. It's a very similar box. The lighting is slightly darker, and that's probably because they wanted to get some of the grittiness in this thing. There's the back of the box right there. You've got some nice details, including some of the innards or some of the interior details of the buildings. Of course, you've got to have your requisite photo of the guy who's never bought a single Lego set in his life building this on his coffee table. There's it on a shelf. It actually makes for a nice shelf piece. There it is on a writing desk, and there's another video. So yeah, I can imagine everyone that bought the Pirates of Barracuda Bay will go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over this set. I have nostalgia for Pirates, but not enough for me to want to buy this. I would rather save twice as much money and go buy a third copy of the 90th Anniversary Castle. That's just me, but objectively, this is a really good set, and I can see it being a hot seller.
I can't believe that Richie, our Toy World, just got Barracuda Bay. He's such like a huge pirate fan, and he just got it now at the Chicago convention. And I'm glad he got it. It made him happy, but I thought he would have had that a long time. I thought he would have bought that day one when it came out.
Yeah. So those are my thoughts about the Pirates of Barracuda Bay. I'm satisfied with the friend sets I have built today. So I think we'll wrap up this live stream because we're coming up on 4 hours. So where can we find you on social media, Stud?
Just Instagram basically, and I'm on YouTube as well, but I don't really promote. I don't put out content. I just live stream with everybody, as you know. But just Stud City's builds on Instagram. I make T-shirt designs and mocks when I have the time. So if anyone's interested, that's where to find me.
So very quickly before we roll the credits, I'll be reuniting my partnership with the Chip Off the Old Block Toys for next Friday night's live stream. And in 2 Friday night live streams, we will be doing a vintage. I will be geeking out about vintage Lego with Buttchop 2021, Richie Cranium, who is from Blocks to Mocks on Instagram, and maybe, just maybe, Richie, our Toy World. So stay tuned for all of those live streams in the future, as well as my Miracle Whip live streams every Sunday night at in between hauling and balling and clicking and bricking. So definitely make sure to turn on the notification bell for all of that good stuff. And I'm going to keep on building a Lego off camera. As always, I stream at 9 p.m. Eastern on a Friday night in North America. Lots of different projects coming up soon. I'm glad to be able to do this today. Definitely go and watch Adorabuild's cozy stream later in about in 8 hours. And in 7 hours, you can come watch me play Minecraft over on Twitch. If you are going to Brickworld Chicago 2024 and you want to see me at Brickworld Chicago 2024, one of the ways you can put your money where your mouth is by following me over on Twitch, but only do so if you like the game of Minecraft. We are 0.9 average concurrent viewers away from being a Twitch affiliate, which means I'll be able to take home a small sack of dimes every month, which will evidently contribute to my funds to go to Brickworld Chicago. So with all that being said, thank you Adorabuild, Stud Sidious, and Macro Bricks for appearing on this episode today. Let's quickly see everyone who left a comment before we get on out of here, as is our requisite routine. So we had Dusty Bricks, Alan's House of Lego, Adorabuild, who was on the panel, Mr. Blue, Redcoat Kyle, Zissou Sultan Fuss. I will turn this off, and now that we mentioned Zissou Sultan Fuss's name, you know what we've got to do. Where is it?
Paradisa, Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
I haven't seen Redcoat Kyle in a while.
Yeah. Macro Bricks, who was on the panel. Bricksloth, Two Humble Bricks. Tasman Bricks. Our Toy World. Lots of consistent chatters. Haley Bricks. Fallen with Bricks. Anna Nicole. Aussie Adam Bricks. Clever Pig. Papa's Bricks. Papa Don't Preach.
Papa Don't Preach.
Exactly. I'm a big Madonna fan. Treevor 2. Lots of consistent commenters. Birds and stuff.
What's up? You stole my voice, you bastard.
Brick Hive. Must have been on the chat when he was getting ready for his Hive stream that's on right now. Stud Sidious, who's on the panel. Scott's Blocks. And PPP. Wait, where was it? Where was it? Crap, where was it? Come on. Oh, yeah. PPP.
The weed.
Who else? Mikey J Productions. Oh, Butt Chop 2021. Hey, Butt Chop. So Sidious and Mayo are my blood brothers. Oh, shit. Yeah. I was going. Yeah, I'm going to.
More like Break Brothers. You're breaking your set, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Stud Sidious, do you have all my homeboys merch designed?
I'm about to be locked back in the graphic design cage.
You know, Butt Chop, if you want to prolong this live stream, there's a pinned comment. If you want to come on into the panel.
I barely have any voice left. No.
Oh, yeah. Damn it! I misclicked something. Oh well. Yeah. If anyone else wants to prolong this live stream, we were about to go, but then we saw Butt Chop, and we've got to give a little bit of a show for the one and only Butt Chop 2021, and looks like he's building a Blacktron set. So I'm going to ask, is that the Blacktron gift with purchase? Because as people who went to Brickworld Chicago know, yes, there's Butt Chop 2021, aka the funniest guy in the room.
What?
You are the funniest guy in the room.
That's not technically true. Well, I guess so, because I'm the only one technically in this room at my house. So yeah.
Well, the reason for those who don't know, the reason why I say Butt Chop is the funniest guy in the room, because in general, he's probably the most funny person I know in the community, if I'm being honest.
Well,
there are a lot of really funny people in the Lego community, but I think for me, Butt Chop takes the cake. He takes the cake.
I don't do well with flattery.
I want that cemetery shirt. That random cemetery shirt. I want it.
Because I try to be humble in all my affairs.
So are you trying to be two humble weeks?
No. I'm not trying to be any YouTuber. I'm trying to be Butt Chop or Putt Chop or Test Subject or Slub Sigilus or what was yours? I don't have my StreamYard to see your nickname up from the dad stream.
Now that Butt Chop's here, now it's
Brick Pasta made those. Those are, I keep that banner because it's a Brick Pasta made those nicknames, like the alternate names up for the regulars in the chat. Stud City.
I haven't seen him in so long, dude. He's been like MIA.
Yeah, that's my fault. He would be doing dad streams if it wasn't for me. I'm such a deadbeat dad.
Dude, I like Blacktron. I'm a classic space fan, but it's like and Blacktron is like a sub theme of classic space, but that was during like my gray area. I never really had a dark age. I was always buying some sets here and there, but I never got into Blacktron. Now I love it, dude, because I missed out on so much.
When I was a kid, Blacktron was my days and nights. I just got the Bat Racks.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's cool.
From Replay Toys. Traded it for some vintage Kenner Star Wars toys.
I like the black and yellow.
And so I have my Alienator from when I was a kid. This set I bought with my own money when I was a kid, and I'm building another one from spare parts. The Alienator.
The Alienator. So that was no. I didn't own the I didn't own any of the Blacktron 1 sets, but I owned the Allied Avenger from Blacktron 2 and the
Mayo
ship, whatever it's called.
Mayo, you will fear my Alienator, for I am going to take over the tri-state area.
That's a Phineas and Ferb reference.
Yep. I loved that guy, the bad guy in Phineas and Ferb. Oh, hi, Barry. Oh, hi,
Dr.
Barry.
Doofenshmirtz was the
Like
bad
Barry,
guy.
like Perry shows up at his lair. He's like, "Oh, hey, Barry." Like they're friends. They do this every day.
Yeah. And for those who go, and for those who didn't see it at Brickworld Chicago, there was someone who made a very small version of the Dr. Doofenshmirtz tower.
That's cool. I just want my kids watched it, and it was one of the cartoons that my kids watched that I actually liked. So, like, I didn't like all the cartoons, but I like that one because of the.
I just love it. I love they make a tri-state area reference, dude. That's like a specific. That's where I live. Like,
Yeah.
I'm
literally subscribed to a YouTuber who does nothing but Phineas and Ferb videos.
And their stupid sisters always trying to get them busted.
Yeah, she's Candace. A name with 7 letters, Candace. Afraid of
It was a clever, funny cartoon.
Yeah. In my opinion, well, when it was on the air, it was much better than the SpongeBob episodes that were coming out.
I never really got into SpongeBob too much. I always felt some kind of creepy feeling about the show. I think maybe it's one of the creators might not be on the up and up.
Now something that Stud Sidious can relate to. I'm not sure if you've ever seen SpongeBob the TV show, but surprisingly there was lots of NFL music in SpongeBob.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, because the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy theme is literally one of the songs.
NFL?
The NFL 1980 orchestra or whatever you were.
I was more of a Ren and Stimpy kind of guy, but I did see SpongeBob when it came out.
And it turned out that the Ren and Stimpy guy was actually Predator.
Yeah.
He actually did groom young teenager artists or aspiring cartoonists as a middle-aged man and have relationships with them. So he actually was a creep, the Ren and Stimpy guy. He also did that one, the Ripping Crew or whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, he had a superhero. He had a toast superhero that.
Oh yeah, Powdered Toast Man.
And if anyone's ever seen Ren and Stimpy House Party, you know what we're talking about. That had some of the worst dark humor you could see in a cartoon.
It was naughty humor, dude.
Well, it was close-ups of like their nostrils have like pussy like nose hair sticking out in their butts with like pimples all over it, and like really.
They had a Superman toast guy who used his butt as weapons. He uses
Powdered Toast Man, yeah. Powdered Toast Man. And they had the horse who was like, "No, sir, I don't like it."
When he would fly, they would hold on to his butt cheeks, and he would clench his butt cheeks, and they would hold on to his butt cheeks, and he would fly around.
And the Muddy Mud Skipper show.
Yep.
Because what I personally remember most is the Angry Beavers, Cat Dog, and Rocco's Modern Life, and also the really obscure Nicktoon Real Monsters.
Why can't I find a 2x8 plate? It's just because I'm looking.
What color?
Because I'm looking in this bin of black, and I can't see anything because it's just a bin of black plate.
Yeah, black is the worst to find parts.
It's like I'm looking into a never-ending abyss.
Yeah, it's always a black hole, bro. The parts
I probably touched a 2x8 plate like 4 times.
Yep.
And I don't even.
If anyone remembers the 2005 version of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the movie, and with the scene with Mike when Mike TV met his demise, how they passed the chocolate bar through the television. I wish that technology existed so I can top this right now. It's a black 2x8 plate.
What from the original one? They had TV Mike.
Yeah, Mike. Mike, because in the 70s, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Mike was a Texas cowboy who liked movies.
Yeah, that was a good movie. The 70s
Because they didn't have computers in the 70s, man.
Gene Wilder defeats Johnny Depp as Wonka any day.
Oh hell yeah, dude! I love, and I'm a Johnny Depp fan, but Gene Wilder.
Johnny Depp is just a creep as Wonka.
Everyone likes to criticize the Johnny Depp version.
Oh, what you got there?
I've always liked.
Here's your brick.
Oh damn!
Yeah.
It's dusty, but here you go.
What is that made out of?
It's just one of those drawers. It has the drawer on it.
It looks huge from your camera angle. The thing looks like it's like a small like end table.
No, it's dusty, but it's
it's dusty. That gives it depth.
Is it dustier than Dusty Quick?
Oh, it's pretty dusty. Look at the top is dusty.
Yeah,
so it's dustier than Dusty Quick.
I told a bunch of my friends you're going to be doing all their retail stuff for their for all their like you're going to be designing like Band-Aids. You're going to be designing custom dental floss. You're going to be designing hot pads for taking stuff out of the oven.
Friends G-strings. I'm going to do friends G-strings.
It's going to be stuff that's really going to get your name out there because everyone's like, whoa, who did your hot pads? Oh, that was, Sidious did my hot pads. I'm glad you noticed no one ever sees my hot pads because I don't really have a lot of people in the kitchen when I'm doing oven stuff.
That's just the best comment I've ever read. I am comment.
What?
That's what Mark said. I am.
Oh, I don't have where's my chat? Mayo, you're ruining my live stream.
Oh, very quickly. I just wanted to.
I am comment.
I just want to do a screen share of something really quickly.
Okay, I think it's your channel.
Yeah, and I'm going to do it out of I think I'm going to do it out of context.
You're out of order.
I think I'm going to do it out of context.
Yeah, speaking of Gene Wilder, there we go. Gene Wilder right there.
Don't do any setup. No setup for this part of the show. There'll be no context.
I'm a Gene Wilder freak, dude. I had to get this.
Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah. Hey, I think actually, Brick Freak 3 had that.
Yo, but what pissed me off, dude, is I wanted to get the Oompa Loompas, right? So when I ordered it, I tried to order more Oompa Loompas, and they had everything but the hair. So I was so pissed.
You know who Brick Freak 3 is?
I think I've heard of him.
He passed away. He was in my log. His favorite movies were The Incredibles and Willy Wonka. He was working on a Willy Wonka 1970s Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory mock. But before he passed away, he just turned 18 and he died in his sleep. It was a tragic loss. He was a talented mock builder. He was very like exuberant and like positive part of the Lego community. He was Reed's co-host on Friday Night Bricks, and he had epilepsy or something. He had a seizure in his sleep, and he passed away. He passed away. It was Friday Night Bricks. We all said goodnight to him, and then we never saw him again. So
that's where I think I know him from.
Yeah. Like I said, I was on the panel. I was like, good night, Brick Freak 3. See you later. And he went to bed and never woke up. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna share this really quickly, but this is the most
wait, you can't have any context.
This is the most recent episode of Good Morning Brickwood I could find with Adorabuild on it.
Yeah, well, the whole right side of him was
it's really
What's up?
Hello.
Good morning. How are you today?
Is it 1 o'clock there for you, Ruth, or is it midnight? What time is it there?
11 p.m.
11 p.m.
Because you guys went on daylight savings, it's.
So it saved you.
Oh, that worked out a little bit better then. Because I know it's not easy for you because you got to work and stuff. So I appreciate you being here very much.
Yeah, so that was the last time Ruth was on Good Morning Brick World. But that's not the reason why.
What year was that from?
This was about a month ago.
Oh, I thought
But the real reason why I wanted to screen share a little bit of Good Morning Brick World was because of this.
All right, yes, it's time. It's time for celebrations. Yeah, with me.
How Amber Lion is gone.
Celebrations bar. Yeah, it's just me now. Yeah. I'm kind of sad. I miss that dolphin. You know, it was he was my pal. I've always remember him because I'm wearing him on my head and everything as a hat. But it's not the same. Not the same. All right. So yeah, I think it's time to say happy. Oh, it's time for a milestone. Oh, wait a minute. Drop my. Should not have a balloon. All right. It's time to say congratulations to AMA Bricks. Yeah, 1,000 followers on the Instagram. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh,
he's got a
followers on Instagram.
Thanks to the Brick Hive, I think we have a new friend that might be able to help us with celebrations. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Get it off my face. Get it off my face.
Oh, I never saw that.
Meow. All right. Meow for all the people. Meow. Meow celebrating Easter and Passover, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, meow, meow. I killed the bear. Meow.
Are you sure we should be doing this?
I just wanted to put that up out of. I just wanted to put that up out of context, so everyone in the chat has no idea why I did that. But
I fear
everyone on the panel knows exactly why.
I'm fearing for your safety, though.
Hello, Cabbage Face. So we've had two British people, you and Fulham.
Because I'm going to speak in tongues. Just because such and such is not doing coloso doesn't mean they won't no about what you show do.
Pig Latin.
No, because everyone's
another reason why I wanted to do a screen share of that when Chopper came in, because that has a cat and we're going to build the cat hotel.
Oh, the cat hotel is a Barnes & Noble exclusive here in the States. Well, Lego
because
store.
While Ruth was here, we built the Friends recycling truck. We built the 4+ donut shop. We built the park set that comes with this little park scene with the vibrant coral-colored trash can and the bicycle with the carriage. And we also built this set. We also built this set.
Why didn't you tell me you were going to be doing all this stuff?
I've been advertising on my social media for the past week.
How come you haven't been sharing the blog spot for the 72-hour stream that no one's signing up for?
Oh, well, because I don't know where the link is.
Because, I was telling Reed, and Reed was ignoring me, but guess what? I'm going to give you the same spiel, guys, and it's not a pity party for me. It's actually going to be relieving, and it's going to be a weight off my shoulders. But this year, I haven't been hounding, and I haven't been doing hustle and bustle about reminding people there's a lot of slots opened up, and if nobody cares anymore because live streaming is so passe, and the community live stream isn't special because it's not needed because it's too big. The community is too big for their britches. I'm not doing it, and again next year, and I'm not the community hasn't been promoting it except for Click and Clip, but he has to say, he doesn't have that big of a reach. So,
well, I want to give Cabbage a full 2 hours just to dress up his doc.
Cabbage
Cabbage
signed up. He's a good boy. He signed up right away.
Yeah. Well, let's give Cabbage another 2 hours to do another hour as doc.
He's gonna get an 8 hour shift.
Well, Chop, that with 3 days. No, so with 2 days to go, I always like to pick apart the empty slots and see if I can still keep the show
Well, you're
going.
gonna have
Because
hours, hours,
you
hours.
know, because you know that I'm always excited about it.
Okay, you got 24 hours of your life to spare because when I say the slots are filling up, I might have to consolidate it back down to actual 72 hours, and it still won't be filled up. So this is the worst year ever. But the thing is I'm not busting my ass for this because, like, it's a community thing, and I just can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This should be in all. This should be in all your descriptions. I don't have like. If no one else cares because live streams are so not special anymore and the community doesn't mean anything anymore, then why should I care? You know what I mean? This should be in everyone's description of their videos. This should be all over the place. This has who's already signed up. It has the schedule thus far, and it has the sign up sheet link in it. So like you can do everything you need for this one link.
Yeah. If anyone hasn't already signed up for the 72-hour stream, there's the link to go and do so.
I'll put it in my stories. I'll put it in.
And I'll definitely if there's a whole bunch of stuff that slots that aren't full, I'll definitely get on an Instagram story.
I thought you had them full. I thought there was too much. You didn't have enough room, from what I thought.
Well, every other year, yeah, that's the case. But this year, I had a lot of stuff going on. This has been a really rocky up and down year for me so far.
Yeah.
Like I started the year off having to move out on my own. I got laid off from my job. I got car issues, mental health issues. I have not been doing financial.
I get it.
Like I don't have it in me, and so far all I've had is fighting and people thinking that they are entitled to have like whatever they want because it's their birthday every day, like Dusty Brick.
Well, isn't it Dusty Bricks' birthday every day?
Not really. I don't. That's what Tasman is. Tasman's here, but then I'm not referring to anyone. Oh, I shouldn't even be talking about the 72. Like I don't want Tasman to think I mean him. I just mean people in general. But if it's not a thing that matters anymore, we don't have to do it. You know, there is like basically live streams all day, every day if you subscribe to enough Lego channels and you're willing to put up with garbage content.
Well, also a lot of people have moved to Twitch, dude. A lot of people have moved to Twitch. They want that automatic follower button over on Twitch. So.
Well, yeah. I prank called you twice today, Sidious.
No, at 3:00 I do. I woke up. You woke me up at 3:00. I was on the couch, dude. I fell asleep after I let my dog out last night when the sun came up.
Who let the dogs out?
I thought it was accidental because I would have picked up, dude, but it stopped.
No, I called you twice. I'm like, because my new hobby is, because I'm bored, all I'm going to do is harass all my friends in the Lego community. It's all I'm going to do is just make their life, like just be bothersome and just torture everybody. I actually went into a group chat on Instagram and did a Instagram phone call, and it called 26 people all at once.
Yo, I was literally gonna pick up. It woke me up out of the couch. I was like, "What the hell?" And then I saw it was you, and I never knew that feature existed on Instagram. So I was gonna pick it up, and then you were gone. So
I thought you didn't have your thing. Some people turn it off so their phone doesn't tell them that.
No, my phone was on. It woke me up, dude. It woke me up.
So they don't get Instagram notifications. You can make it so you don't know that someone's calling you on Instagram. You don't have.
It woke me up. I was like, "What the hell?" Then I saw it was you. I was about to pick it up, and you were gone.
Yeah. Was that Cliff's chat?
What?
Where you called people.
The jungle live stream. 26 people I called. Only 3 answered. Only 3 people answered. It didn't work very good. I was trying to. Everyone's like, "Oh, I just figured it was a butt dial." How do I butt dial with a laptop? Just sit on it.
Well, that's the other thing. After it only rang like once or twice, and when I woke up and saw it was like the second ring, I went to pick it up and you were gone. And I'm like, I think you might have done that in an accident, dude. But I didn't, because I was gonna pick it up.
Oh no, you don't have to. I was pranking you.
I was asleep, man.
I was gonna tell you that hard times are coming your way.
Well, if I was in the Cliff's group and you did a butt dial, you know that I would pick up the phone.
I didn't, but I can prank call your group. I can do the where is yours? I'm kicked out of yours
because once that woke me up, that phone call, my voice was gone. Stranger Things was blasting on Netflix. I don't know how I fell asleep to, and I was like, well, I had no voice. I saw that from you. I was like, what the hell? Like I freaked out. I was like, I can't talk. Like I was all bugged out, dude. But,
yeah, I was gonna talk business with you.
Because if anyone out there who because if anyone out there who has appeared on my live streams before and wants to get an automatic invitation to all of my live streams, all you've got to do is ask and I can add you to the live stream gang.
Yeah, and then I'll prank call you.
Hello, is your refrigerator running? No, but you better go catch it. Oh, those old crank call jokes. I love all that good stuff.
Yeah, I was just like in a harassing mood today. I just felt like harassing people, like not in a mean way, but just like people that you harass people that you like.
Yeah.
And then so I was prank calling Lego community people. All of a sudden, I get a prank call from my daughter. She didn't know I was doing it. Indigo must have been in a harassing mood too, because she was pranking her dad while her dad was pranking people on the internet.
Well, she is your daughter. She is your daughter. So,
well, you know that you can. Well, you know that you can come harass me anytime, Chopper, because I enjoy talking to you.
Because harassment's your middle name.
Dude,
and the sarcasm is strong with this one.
I didn't get any sleep, dude. Like I had work to do today, and I just like fell asleep.
Well, why did you stay up till 4:45 in the morning, dude?
Because I'm a wild man. I passed out, and then I woke up to that, and I was like, "Did he butt dial that?" Like,
that had to be in the afternoon because I slept. I took a shower, I ate, I slept, so it couldn't have been in the morning.
No, it was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, dude.
Yeah, because I slept, so there's no way it was like right after you went to bed. That'd be crazy.
No, I went to bed at like the sun came up. The sun came up. We got off the chat, and I had the laptop open in front of me, and I passed out at like 7 a.m. till like 3 in the afternoon.
Okay, so Mayo, we're gonna keep him up till 5 in the morning. right after he falls asleep.
I had no voice, man. My voice is gone.
Right after he falls asleep, we're gonna take turns calling his phone over and over for 5 hours straight.
But I can't make international phone calls, so I'd have to bombard him on Instagram instead. So I'm going to assume you're trying to find more pieces to build more houses, Chopper.
Hot dogs going your way!
You've always got trays and trays of bricks and plates to build those large houses.
World peace can be.
Actually, I'm gonna do something since I'm
8x4.
Since I'm the Australian here, I'm gonna put myself at the bottom because I come from a land down under.
Oh no, Men at Work.
Yeah, I love that song. And who can it be now? Da 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 da. Who can it be now?
I prefer that band. What's the band? Dire Straits. We gotta move these refrigerators. We gotta move these color TVs.
I prefer Men Without Hats. From Canada.
Yeah, isn't that one of the bands that Briggsar used to use their music, like Pylon, and they might be giants?
I don't know if he used Men Without Hats or not.
I know that he's done that he's at least talked about their music before. He's a member of the They Might Be Giants fan club, which is why he gets them to commission songs for him, like Someone's Calling Joseph Olsen, and also Joseph Olsen with the light bulb in his hand or his arm.
Well, that's why he did a thing where he had that up, and he's like, can anyone guess what band this is? And I was the first one to say They Might Be Giants, because most of his other viewers Didn't even know.
And for those who don't know, I didn't know it until I think just before before the Rona, but it was They Might Be Giants who wrote the song for the intro of Malcolm in the Middle.
Speaking of that, speaking of They Might Be Giants, like I'm not a New York Jets or Giants fan, but every August I go to their preseason game just to watch the drunk idiots and mullets fight like trash bags, dude. They dudes go crazy. It's so hilarious.
Yeah.
I go
Because
just to WWE.
ATS Jets.
I go just to watch these idiots from New Jersey just beat each other up hammered for a game that doesn't mean anything.
ATS Jets.
If you just do that all year long, though, and you just go to New Jersey.
I go every August, dude, to that Giants Jets preseason game because the fans just beat the crap out of each other, dude. It's so funny.
And then they go wander in the swamps.
It's hilarious, dude. It's so funny.
The Meadowlands, because for those who don't know, MetLife Stadium is literally built in a parking lot in the middle of a swamp.
I could care about either of those teams, but that game every year. I've been going since I was a kid. My dad used to take me just to watch the fans just beat the crap out of each other, dude. It's hilarious.
And also, as a Raiders fan, you don't need to be reminded that Darren Waller now plays.
Oh, but we got the dude from Notre Dame, dude. It's fine.
Yeah, because was it Dalton Kincaid? Oh wait, no, that was the Bills that drafted.
Yeah,
Dalton
Michaels.
Kincaid.
His name is Michaels. He's the dude from Notre Dame. But
yeah,
it's just funny. I can't stand.
Wait, was it Michael Mayer?
Yeah, Michael Mayer. Yeah, Mayer.
Michael Mayer.
But anyways, it's just funny because I don't care about those New York teams, and like, I'm not kidding, dude. They had to do it every year. The third week of August, those fans beat the crap out of each other. Like, it's just funny to watch, dude. Like,
so were they? So are they more wilder than people who attend than people who attend a grindcore concert?
Probably like these guys. Dude,
probably because people at grindcore concerts don't actually want to do bodily harm to each other. Like
these guys get so hammered, dude.
Don't want to hurt each other. So yeah,
it's funny. It's just hilarious.
You just roasted the Jets and Giants fans so hard. Man.
Well, they're idiots. They're idiots. Like it's. I go every year to watch them just attack each other. It's funny.
Yeah, and I watch this just in on ESPN every day, so I have to hear about Max Kellerman talking about the Giants every single episode. And I always enjoy it. I always enjoy it when Max Kellerman makes fun of the sorry pathetic Cowboys and when he gets jealous at all of the Eagles fans. Ewan Dolan, their betting analyst, is an Eagles fan, but he has to deal with Eagles fans all the time. Fly, Eagles, fly! On the road to victory. Or a touchdown, 1, 2, 3.
Did you find that part? What's up? Did you find the part you were looking for?
Yeah, now I'm going to a new. Hey, so did you see what I messaged you though on Instagram? Did I tell you why I was calling you so much?
No, I haven't checked Instagram yet. I have to check it.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. I wrote what I was so fired up about. You'll see why.
I'll check.
You don't have to check it now, but it's just funny. I got all riled up. I did something I haven't done in a long, long time, and I tuned into a program that I haven't tuned into in a long, long time, and yeah, I was all fired up, ready to go.
Triggered, yeah, you were triggered up.
But I mean, not in an angry way, like in a this world is ridiculous way, and I'm gonna make it twice as ridiculous as it already is.
Dude, like I said, like after we got off that stream, I tried to do some work and I just passed out on the couch. And your call woke me up. I looked at it and I was like, and I took the dog out and then I fell right back to sleep. This is like now I'm awake. I usually work in the night though. I do all my work in the middle of the night, so I'm a night owl.
Quick question: does anyone here care about Wick Fair, Virginia?
I think I'm going. I have a flight there. I'm probably going to it.
Oh, what?
I changed my Chicago flight to there because I couldn't make Chicago.
What's that supposed to mean?
What? Oh shit! Is drama going down?
No, that's the real Doc Samson, dude.
Where?
The real one. Actually, the live action. He's a live action Doc Samson, dude.
I'm not sure who. I'm not sure if it's real or
How
fake.
do you know? Did you go to the channel?
Yeah, I know exactly who it is. It's the live action Doc Samson.
Oh, live.
You know who it is. You both know who it is.
Called me out of That just called me out of nowhere.
Well,
look at the picture.
Doc Samson doesn't say the real Doc Samson ever.
Look at the picture. It's not that hard to figure out. Look at the picture.
It's Kabosh. It's Kabosh. 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 Don't worry, Mayo. Mayo's shaking. Oh my god.
Oh, I see now. Oh, that's hilarious.
The light bulb goes off, man.
That's hilarious. Fantastic job.
That's why I said we got to give him 2 hours in a 72-hour stream, dude.
Fantastic cabbage. That is priceless. Absolutely priceless.
He's just so relieved that it's
because like the icon is so small in the StreamYard chat. I had to look up close to see that it was Cabbage who painted his. He's wearing the pink face. He's got pink eye, so to speak. That's very clever. That made me laugh.
When I saw it, I was dying. When I first
you know
saw
what?
it,
That actually, hang on a minute. Where are we?
Pretty sure Cabbage Face just earned the Smile Award.
Yes, he did. That was so funny. That just earned one of these.
That's like a laugh like it's not actually funny. That's like
the best part though was when he did that originally, like how serious his face was just like it was priceless, dude. He pulled it off.
Oh, dude, that was worth every penny. Thank you, Cabbage.
Yeah, it was so funny, dude. It was hilarious.
You know what? Not only are you going to get the Laugh Out Loud award, but because it's the pink face, that also triggers this baby.
Paradisa, Paradisa, sun is shining all day.
Yeah, the funny part, the best part about that was when everyone's reacting to it, laughing. He was so like dead in character, like just like yeah. So what? It was so funny. It was so funny.
Thanks for sharing a laugh. That was so funny. See, I'm glad there are people in the Lego community who survive on the internet because they have a sense of humor. And so I know, and now that I'm back at Brick World Chicago, I've got 3 of Cabbage's Kobe reviews to go back and watch. Because if anyone is interested in Kobe, definitely go and subscribe to Cabbage Face. I enjoy his Kobe reviews because I don't know how I feel about sets based on the military, but I think they're good vehicles.
I'm going to Poland in October to visit family, and I'm curious if there's actually Kobe stores there. Are there Kobe stores there? I don't even know.
I believe there are Kobe stores in both Poland and Germany. I think there might even be some in Austria.
I'm definitely going to check it out, dude. I have to go to Warsaw. My family lives in Warsaw. Well, just outside of Warsaw.
Because I think when Cabbage Face has done live streams with some of his Kobe friends, they've talked about, well, I think they've actually gotten people from both Germany, Poland, and Austria who have been to Kobe stores.
Yeah, I never knew they existed.
Just like how I know a bunch of German Lego YouTubers who go to the Blue Brick stores.
I'll definitely, when I go there, if I go to the stores, I'll definitely be posting it on my stories. I would love to see a Polish Kobe store, dude.
Yeah. And you know, Cabbage, since the Friends portion of this Friends live stream is over, if anyone else out there wants to come and hang out with us until I finish building the cat hotel, you're more than welcome to use the pinned link.
What? I put the wrong slope. I
don't normally do that.
No, I didn't say what about you. I'm talking about my dude. Blacktron's taking over my life. I can't stop. Like now I'm having problems. I had to check myself in to how come my camera's froze? How come I'm in my chair but I'm not in my chair?
Because like I don't normally. I
was watching the YouTube one, and it's where I'm gone, and I thought it was the StreamYard screen. So like I just thought I was sitting in this chair, but I wasn't there because if I had the YouTube one, wherever it is in the live stream, I'm not sitting in the chair because it's behind. So I literally thought I was invisible, dude.
Yeah. Because I don't normally put out the invite in the chat, but I just thought I'd do something simply because
he's not easy.
Yeah, simply because we haven't had any spammers in a while.
Simply the best.
Yeah,
he's better than all the rest.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because if anyone's been keeping up with my Instagram stories, I've been putting out the vintage Lego is simply the best campaign, but instead of using the actual simply the best song, whenever I talk about vintage Lego on my Instagram stories, I prefer to use everybody wants to rule the world. I prefer to use that.
That's Tears for Fears. What?
Yeah, exactly. Acting on your best behavior, turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. That song just defines 80s happy motoring in America.
Yeah, it's another good 80s song. It's definitely a good 80s song.
Because most of the music video is literally them traveling on the interstate, and we have Taz. Hey, Taz.
G'day. How you going?
Hey, Taz.
Taz.
Hey, Chop.
Taz.
Hey, Stud. Good to see you, mate.
Taz.
Taz is building his 5th lighthouse that he's going to drop.
Not at the moment, I'm actually not, no. Working on a little project just to use for something to help just, doing a little sort of a scene of a little fishing sort of jetty where I used to live. It's one of the sort of last spots. Sort of
I saw the water, so I figured it was something.
Yeah, it was a little fishing spot that we went to a couple of times. Last sort of spot that I had a chance to spend some time with my dad before I lost him. So thought I'd actually make a little sort of thing out of Lego, out of that sort of little fishing jetty. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. So it's getting there.
That's one good thing about. I'm bummed that I couldn't go to I was supposed to go to the weekend of Chicago and I couldn't because of family. But I didn't realize it was Father's Day. I didn't even think of that. And my dad only has a few left in him, so I'm glad. It was kind of a because it's like he's getting rid of it.
I don't blame you for dude. You had a bunch of stuff going on. I just was like, man, I would rather have you be like, nah, I'm not making it. I'm one of those people that I don't care what the answer is as long as I know that, because I don't want to be like, oh man, I better keep an eye out. Scud Sidious is gonna come out of nowhere and choke slam me into my mouth.
I wanted to. That I was supposed to, dude. But
that'd be awesome. I got props for choke slamming for mock choke slams.
But that Saturday, I was supposed to go Friday night, a red eye, and I had to flight. I switched it to Virginia, so I didn't waste the money. But my goddaughter's. I went to her.
No, yeah, you told me. I didn't even want you to rush to do anything like that, dude. I'd rather have you be like, "No, I can't make it this year, but Chop, I'll see you some other time." You know what I mean? That's to me, that's how I roll. I'll either be like yes or no. I'm not.
Well, I didn't even want to go to my goddaughter's christening party because I went to the christening 2 weeks earlier, and it was a rain delay, so the family party afterwards got delayed 2 weeks. And they just happened to do it that Saturday. So
it's kind of a big to do over like.
Well, my mother, I tried to tell my mother, I'm like, I'm not going. I have a flight to go to Chicago. She's like, you're a godfather. You have to go. I'm like, well, I went to the christening. I mean, to the communion. Like, I never.
Did you tell her the 1920s are over?
My mother was pissed, dude. My mom's like, no, you're going. She's like, you are going. I was like, okay. So.
And I'm not sure about anyone else, but this is where I go fishing.
What did he say?
This is where I go fishing.
Yeah, and I wanted to make something just little. It's actually going to go into my layout. That's why I'm sort of working on it at the moment. But just something small to sort of help remember my dad.
It looks watery.
Yeah, it's at the moment. I'm sort of working on
It's water based. I can tell it's water based.
I've got a bit of a sort of rock sort of area there, which is, and then the jetty will come out off that part, so it's getting there.
Nice.
But you're getting excited for the 72 hour this year? You guys getting excited for the 72 hour?
I'm getting really excited.
You're the only person who is. I love you, Mayo. Thank you for being.
And the main reason why I'm getting excited is because I'm actually going. Well, I actually registered for the time slot directly after a couple of brickheads.
Well, actually, they're going to be real salt. They're real salty because they actually scheduled their slot before they moved across the country, so they already take issues. So, good luck with it being in front or back of them.
Well, the main reason there are two reasons I scheduled my time slot then. One, because I normally don't do much after when I'm done watching a couple of brickheads. And so one, it's an excuse to actually do something productive with my Friday afternoons in between all of the Friday morning live streams and Friday night sport. And also off the back of a couple of brickheads, it's kind of a strategic advantage. It's
we don't watch sports.
It's kind of like whoever it's kind of like whoever streams after London Calling or Good Morning Brick World.
Never heard of either of those shows.
Where are these?
I don't know. It's I think.
Oh, I forget that it's cold where you are. He's got a sweater on. Tasman has a sweater on. I'm like, dude, right now outside it's like 120 degrees in my house. And I'm looking at Tasman's long sleeves. I'm like, the hell is? Oh yeah.
I'm wearing a hoodie as well. It's also super hot here in South Australia.
Yeah, it's winter where we are as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I forget, but then it all came back to me when I'm like, what are you showing me? Dude, that's inappropriate. Dude, guys, did you just... Okay, I have to get a lawyer. I'm just kidding. Mayor, you look so tired, man. You stayed up so late last night. You stayed up.
Oh no, because when we got out of that backstage, that was literally
Mayo's like a rock star now.
That was literally 6 p.m. my time. That was literally 6 p.m. my time. The only reason I feel tired is because I woke up at 9:30 a.m. Normally I'd wake up. Normally I'd wake up at around 10 a.m. on a Sunday, but for whatever reason I woke up early. So I normally like to watch a Chip Off the Old Block Toys and Friday Night Blitz before I come. I like to support those guys and say hey.
Who are you supporting?
A Chip Off the Old Block Toys and Friday
Night. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because for those who don't know, a Chip Off the Old Block Toys is the dude who's making a mock of 10 Daily Bugles.
He's making a mockery of 10 Daily Bugles.
A mockery.
It'd be funny if he just built them all and then placed them next to each other on the table and said, "Here's my mock of 10 daily vehicles." Gotcha. What would you do, Mayo, if that's what he did?
I'm not sure what I do. Because as the
Mayo's the reaction drains from his face as he realized that he just got hornswoggle.
Well, because as a mock builder, I'd liken it to the scenes in the Incredible Hulk classic TV series when he said, "You wouldn't like me when I'm angry."
Yeah, but that's just considered a flex mock. So you have 10 of that set. That means you're flexing. That's like putting 100 of the same minifigure on a base plate. It's your mock.
Yeah, me. That's what I did. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, there was a I was in a Twitch stream a while back. This is actually going back last year, and it was when one of the Lego City, like the Lego City little school set came out, one that had the little bus and everything. And anyway, I gotten one of the sets and was mucking around with it, and the particular person in the chat was like, "Oh, I bought 10 of them," and I'm just like, "Okay, great."
What is it? What?
Oh, it was just someone doing a shitload of flexing on a Twitch stream because I was in there. And they were talking about the little Lego cities.
Flexing is the most important part of this community. Like, showing that you have more money than someone just really, it makes everyone feel good.
Yeah, that. Like I had one of the sets, and this bloke's like, "Oh, I've bought 10 of them." It's like, okay, cool.
The one thing I don't get about that though is like, and it's no knock against people that like double up sets and build big things out of sets, but that's not really a mock. When you're just,
it's not a mock.
No, it's a modification, but like,
yeah, you're modding something.
It's still creative and fun if you're like literally just using the parts to.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. I'm all for it. Have fun, building. But like when people are like, "Oh, I mocked this big thing," it's like, no, you didn't. You just crammed 2 sets together from instructions. Like,
yeah, and it's modded
I mean, technically, my Lion Temple isn't a mock. Then, I mean, it has a portion of the set exists within the Lion Temple, but I don't really say it's like I'm not like this is a mock. I'm just like this is my Lion Temple. I don't know.
No, but you change it enough. Like those are like you change it, like especially.
I mean, but technically, some people are hardcore, and they're like, if any of the actual like blah, blah, you get all technical, get all like, people get hoity-toity with like, but actually, like the comic book guy on Simpsons, where it's like, gets all technical. Like, look, I just build what I like to build, and I just do it for myself, and I don't really care. And I don't like claim to be the best mocker, and I don't claim to be anything on. It's just like I just build stuff I like, whatever.
And I like.
I don't have a problem with people that buy.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with people that buy multiple sets and then, but that's fine. That's not a problem. But
their prerogative,
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
do your hobby how you want to do it.
It's like, no, it's not a mock. It's mirror build or it's a mod, But
you added 2 more stories. You added 2 more floors because you had 2 more floors because you bought a second set. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's not really a mock. If it's like, it's like getting Assembly Square and then just adding multiple levels onto it. It's like it's a mod because you've modified the set.
It's a mod. Yeah, it's a mod.
Yeah, it's a modification of the set. I mean, and there's Lego sets that I've gotten that I was like, I like this set. It just needs.
Oh, absolutely.
It just needs something more, and I won't buy another set, but I'll take my own parts and make it into what I would have liked to get out of the box, like what I would have.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
exactly.
Obviously, if Lego would have given me what I wanted, it would have been way too expensive. And I have my own parts just sitting here. So
do what you want. Yeah.
I just build on it because I'm like, I'm going to adjust this. Or like sometimes I don't like the joints on mechs or on dragons. Like the joints are crappy. They're not.
My thing is when people flex like they built it themselves and it's like a 10-story. It's like a 10-story Ghostbusters headquarters, and it's like you just stacked a bunch of sets on top of each other.
Yeah.
You didn't you didn't build that. Like
Right, or there's the people who like go to Rebrickable. Someone else created a mock, and they're like, "Yeah, this is a mock." I'm like, "But you got it from Rebrickable." But it's a mock. I'm like, "It's someone else's mock.
It's just not your mock.
It's not your. It's my own creation. My own creation means it doesn't mean this other guy's own creation. That would be a different acronym."
It would instead of being a mock, it'd be a yok. Your own creation.
And like I said, there's no problem with that if people want to
No,
do that.
I think actually Rebrickable is great because it actually teaches people who they're not comfortable doing their own mocks.
Exactly.
It shows them it shows them like this is what these other people do.
Yeah.
To mock. Like it helps you, it opens the door to see like okay, this is what they did. This is what they did. I can do that. You know what I mean?
I only get mad when people flex it, like, "Oh, I did this," and it's like you just stacked up a bunch of sets. You didn't really do much.
And also, and something that I hear people saying, and I have gotten into arguments with each other with some people, because there are some people out there who think they're skilled to following the instructions. That's a question I'll eventually ask in a community post or something. Is there skill in following the instructions? I personally say no, but I'll let all of my 575 subscribers be the judges.
Well, you can always learn from instructions. I mean, I still to this day I buy modular sets to learn new techniques. I mean, like
right, exactly.
Because almost every time I build a set on camera, if it's at least over 200 pieces, at least one time, every time I see something that I thought, I could definitely use this for my mocks. I hadn't thought about using that technique before. Maybe I should use that.
It's hyper beneficial. It's very important. So learning how to use the brick, like it teaches you.
Exactly.
It teaches you different ways, like ideas that you might have not thought about for using the bricks. But some people just, if all you do is take it, build it like it's a model, like it's a plastic model that you glue together and then put it on a shelf. You don't actually. Those people aren't actually taking anything from it. They're just like doing it to get it done. They're like, I need to display this, so I'm going to quickly build it. But as someone who enjoys building their own stuff, when I do a set, I'm looking at it like, oh, cool. I never thought of.
Yeah, exactly. You learn so much. You learn new techniques. You learn so much from it.
Because granted, a lot of us already watch other people reviewing different types of Lego sets, and we get to see through their eyes their reaction to new techniques that come out. Because, for example, a lot of people there are a lot of people who have done reviews of the new Ninjago city markets, and probably the two best techniques in there is the best one is the different ways they were able to get the rooms to be removed from the building without having to take the roof off. And two was the way that they clipped the pieces for the garage doors in to make those fences. Those probably the two most noticeable build techniques. But say you're not subscribed to people who do reviews and you were going to buy the set anyway, you get a really good experience saying, oh, hang on, that's a really cool technique. I'm going to have to use that in the future.
Yeah. Well, I don't watch set reviews because when I first came out of my dark ages, I did because there was so much new stuff that there was like a million things that weren't around in 1996 when I stopped buying Lego. In 2014, it's like, holy crap, Lego look at all these elements. This is overwhelming. So I watched reviews to get a feel for it before I started buying stuff I didn't want. I was going to regret buying. But now, you get to the point where you can pretty much gauge by looking at it like, oh, what you want or what you value.
Well, also, Chop, you have a whole apartment full of parts in every goddamn room. So you can literally do whatever you want.
Well,
And it's interesting that you said that you went into your dark ages in 1994. No, sorry, in 1996, which means that you remember all of these sets from your childhood, but you don't remember any of these sets from
I
your
said
childhood.
1996. I bought my last set in 1996.
Yeah. So yeah, this is from 1999. So you.
Oh
you don't
yeah,
have,
that's.
so you don't have any childhood memories.
I was an
of-
adult then. I was way in my dark ages then. Deep
But
in
you have a lot of childhood memories for some of these sets because this is 1994.
It's like me in the Eldorado Fortress. I didn't have that set when I was a kid. A really close mate of mine had it, and we used to play with that set for hours. So for me, it's nostalgia. It's
Oh yeah, I didn't have that set either, and I always wanted that. I always look at the books, and I'm like, oh man, that'd be so cool to have that. You know what I mean? But
The one cool thing about that set though now is that ramp. You can actually put figures on that ramp. They don't slide
no, I
down.
like that, man. That's freaking cool. Like I'm not bummed that we don't have the raised base plate. It would have been great, but we know they doesn't do them anymore. We can all move on from them. But I think they still paid a good level of respect to this particular set.
I think the ramping on that is good. Actually, a lot of people like raised base or talk about I don't actually care that much about them.
No.
To me, it doesn't
Look at
matter. Oh,
those studs. You can put figures up and down that ramp, which is really cool.
Yeah, exactly. And
I'd rather have studs there than a smooth. The raised base plates, I guess, were cool for the time because they had the little pit that you could build down in there and like put plates over and stuff. Because my brother had a castle that had a raised base plate. But
Yeah.
really, everyone's like over them because they stopped making them. But really, I don't care that much about it. You can make a Mills plate that's better than a raised base plate, and it's the same height and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like you can do that yourself now.
Yeah, exactly. I just like for me getting this set is a little bit of a nostalgia trip. I like that they've got the mid-size ship and the actual cloth sail pieces. At least they're not brick-built sail pieces.
Yeah,
They're
they give you a good sized boat. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah! And
I think
yeah.
Mark
It's a
wants to
pretty
take it to the party.
extensive build for a boat. You know, a boat in a set that's basically a building or a port. You know?
Yeah.
Yo, macro, your castle though. When you mirrored the castle, it was different than like you actually.
That's
took
right.
When you took time to figure it out, you went back and forth for weeks to figure that thing out. Like it wasn't like you were just stacking one on top of the other, dude. Like
oh, that's nice. That's nice.
But
You're
I
not-
don't. Why does Macro think that? Does Macro think his castle's being dismissed by everybody?
I just stacked the instructions in front of a mirror.
No, he did, but then it didn't work, and then you did it again, and you did it again, and you did it again.
I'm pretty sure no one's dismissing anyone's how they do their hobby of Lego. There's people that just build the set and they place it on a table and then they go buy more Lego.
Well, I was on the stream when Macro did that. I was on several streams when he did
And
that.
Macro,
I didn't come join Mayo's stream to rag on you guys for ragging on me. I just came.
Wait, who was ragging on you?
Just one butt chop. Gotta calm the fuck down.
Let's get him, boys.
All out of line. All out of line.
All right, Mark, that's it. That's all I can stand, and I can't stand no more.
No, but you had to. But Macro, when you double those up, it took you had to change it and change it and change it. Like I was with you along that journey.
Hey, Matt, that sucked when you did that.
That was a long journey because I cheaped out, got lazy off the get-go. Instead of figuring it out, doing the whole project, I did it by parts.
What you did though is different to, and I'm not going to drop the channel name, but a particular one that like just loves like just stacking up, like just the same thing. It's like, but then making like a big deal about it, and it's like your thing's totally different, and that your what you did, Macro, doesn't even come into that. It was more.
Yeah, I know what you're
one
saying.
I see every now and then that doesn't.
Mark, you're our shining boy.
If you change it a bit, but like say my corner garage, it's like just 4 corner garages, and literally all of the instructions stacked on top of each other.
Yeah,
like if I changed it to like a different angle or something, then it's a little bit.
That's right. That's different.
Yeah,
That's modifying it, and there's nothing wrong
Or
with that.
you
I think
build it inside out.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still not done with that castle yet either.
That castle though was a hard challenge to
Yeah,
get it
you're a
to be
bright,
what you
shiny
wanted.
boy,
Like
though.
that was not
Yeah.
an easy thing to do.
We
Like
love
No.
Mark.
It kind of was.
When
I
I
thought it was going to be harder than it was. It's still a little bit of a challenge, but I thought it was going to be a lot harder than what it turned out to be.
When I talk to the other parents outside of the school,
I got
Mark,
lucky.
I always brag about how my son is better than them. I'm like, my Mark is 100 times better than your stupid kids. Like, I'm like, take your trash kids out of here because they don't even know how to Lego. And they're like, yeah, you're right. Mark is the best kid. I'm like, yeah, damn straight.
I mean, I don't have kids, but if I did, I'd level with them.
No, I'm
I'd tell them,
saying
you
you're
know
my
what,
kid.
you can dream it, but you still might suck at it. So don't get your hopes
I'm just saying, you're like, you're my son. And outside of the school, the 8-ball school, I'm like, hey, guys, my Marky is better than all your crappy kids. And they're like, you're right.
Dude, it's on those YouTube streams, like on the macro streams for like 4 Saturdays in a row. He would do it, and then he'd be like, "This doesn't line up. I'm going to change this, and this doesn't line up. I'm going to change that." So it was just like that was.
Yeah, and I'm like, my little Marky will rip you in half.
Instead of, and get a T-shirt made instead of my dad, your dad.
I'm like, bring your piece of crap kid to the playground. I'm gonna bring Mark, and he's gonna rip your kid in half. So
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make
12-year-old kids.
I'm gonna have to make 2 minifig dads, like putting fists up, like ready to box. Like
my 8-ball son is better than yours.
yeah, that would be a funny shirt. My kid can build that.
It's the adopted 8-ball program. I'm gonna start.
My kid can build that.
72-hour. I'm gonna do a pledge drive for adopt an 8-ball program, where you can adopt an 8-ball and basically act like you're their dad for no reason.
I'm gonna say this again, but I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi,
I did
Mom.
not hit her. Oh, hi, doggy.
So
Oh,
I
hi,
forget.
Mark.
I forget, Mark. Is it 3 or 4 copies of the 90th anniversary castle you've got?
Yeah, I got 2 built.
Yeah, you got 2 built and one sealed.
One sitting in the closet.
Yeah, 1 sealed. So
that one you gotta get.
Oh, and he has,
No,
he has
that's
he
going-
actually has another one. He has
that's
one at my
probably
house
gonna
that you can have
worth
at
$1,000.
anytime.
It's probably going to be worth $1,000 when I'm able to rent a car.
Technically, he has one at my house too that he can have anytime he wants it.
It's like that new El Dorado, I think. Well, if you had the old one sealed, you'll laugh. I think that new one, same thing. You can get one sealed, 3 years after it's discontinued, it's going to go up, I think.
Oh God! The second it retires, it goes up $100.
And then it'll pay for the new pirate ship, right? It'll pay for the next thing.
Yeah.
You wanna
It'll pay
buy.
for the pirates' booties.
And also, quick question, because we don't normally talk about the non-vintage themes here on this channel.
Well,
But,
actually, we don't normally have this good of a panel on this channel. What
yeah,
is going
because
on?
people
Content is through the roof.
because people normally don't like to commit to these streams. But
You
what is
literally have- you
but what's
literally have
everyone's thoughts
all-star
about
panel
the
right
Ninjago City Markets?
Ooh, I want to get that. I would kill 100 people to get that set.
Well, life's not worth much nowadays.
Well, they're not going to be like they're going to be like government officials and stuff. They're not going to be like cool people.
I mean,
Man,
I don't
watch the
mind it.
sun
I
come
think
up
it's a
on
good
it.
set. I like it. It's just not one that I'm going to buy at the moment, but it's still a really cool set.
Yeah, I think a lot of people wouldn't get this unless they had one of the other ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of want to pair them up.
Yeah, well, I know that Mark is going to buy it because he has the 3 other ones.
It's already built.
Yeah.
Man, we want to talk about channel commitment. I've watched the sun come up on your channel more than anywhere else.
The sun will come out tomorrow.
Speaking of selling Lego, I sold the detective's office to help fund some of my shopping. I got a good one here that I know Taz is going to like. If Mayo, I could steal like a 30-second, probably only a 15, maybe a 10-second full screen.
Yeah, sure. Let me go and put you on full screen.
Hopefully the camera will get in. There you go.
Oh.
All boners edition.
Yeah. That's a
Hell
good one.
yeah.
Citizen Brick.
That's awesome.
He does some funny stuff.
And you
If
know what?
Shy's up
While Mark's flexing his Citizen Brick, I've got to go get some of my Eclipse graphics.
Nice. If
Dude,
Shy's up and watching, I'd like to know how he got his hands on that clear guy from Citizen.
These two, like when he sent me these, I was like, "Yo, you are penis happy, bro." Like, Citizen Brick went penis friendly. Like he just loves the dicks.
Oh, he's going full Disney with it. That's right. He's sticking them. He's trying to hide them everywhere.
He's sending me these. I was like, "What the hell, dude? It's a classic space penis swoosh."
That's funny. That stuff's funny though.
He loves the little boners right now, dude, which is cool. It's funny.
Hey, keeps him young at heart. 13 forever.
There you go.
I'm interested in what may have come up with graphics now.
Yeah. So I'll just put myself on full screen for just a little bit.
Macro, you still have that pirate castle mashup bay that build that mock you made. You still have that together, right?
Oh yeah, it's still expanding. I just haven't got a whole lot of time to get in there.
Oh, look at that. The nerds packaging, dude. That's awesome. Says stuff.
It's not nerds.
Yeah, well, it is nerds, but it's not nerds. Yeah. I love it. It's really cool.
Dedicated studs.
THC.
It's like a Panasonic, but it's a Panaphonic. You know.
That's one brand I never worked on. I never got to do stuff for nerds. I wish I did.
THC, good old PPP, and also Locke's got the Blazing for Dummies.
Oh, the book for dummies. Yeah, that's really cool too.
The Blazing for Dummies.
Of course, Scott has Blazing for Dummies.
It's lit.
So blazing for just marijuana users, right?
Yeah, that's what the PPP is. And now with all the 3 leaf pieces I got from the pab wall at the at the Woodfield Mall in Brickworld, Chicago.
Stop flexing.
Now I can properly build the Scots props.
Let me just tell you where I was. I was in the pab wall, right? There I am. Me, a pab wall, and I got a cup. And I'm just going at it.
Whoa, it's getting graphic.
That cup was getting smashed.
Whoa. You allowed to tell the story on YouTube, or?
No, I got some good stuff at the well, maybe I did. I don't remember. I got a pick-a-brick cup. It's already sorted into the bricks, so I don't know. I forgot what it was, but it seemed useful at the time. Everything I put in that cup. Trust me.
Were you satisfied after you smashed that pick-a-brick wall butt chop?
Oh yeah. I pillaged. I plundered. I was like a Viking of doom.
Chop, you need a Ninjago dragon tattoo. Yeah, you need to get one.
Hey,
I haven't gotten a tattoo in a long time.
I haven't either.
That's a good idea, Steve.
I have the yellow dragon from the Biker Gang in the Golden Child movie, like hidden in amongst my other tattoos. When I told the tattoo artist, he started laughing. I was like, I want the yellow dragon from the gang, the Biker Gang in the Golden Child movie. He just looks at me. He's like, "You're crazy." I was like, "Put it on me, man."
And Mark, if you wanted to ask something about Shy Time, he's over on Hive's stream right now.
Oh yeah.
Wait, there's someone streaming right now?
Yeah, Hive's got a stream.
Oh, and he started that hours ago too.
Yeah.
Well, you can't be all everywhere at once. What do you do?
I never know what's going on. I don't care. The world is what it is. It's a wonderful place of happiness and fairies and gnomes and little elves.
Well, Hive is streaming this late. It's late for Hive to be streaming. It's like 2 o'clock.
I thought Hive streams were.
Yeah, he was in the chat over here before he started his Hive stream. I always know he's about to start a Hive a Hive stream when he turns up in the chat.
It's like 2:20. That's pretty late. He's on the same coast as me. That's late for him. But
1 hour away is 4:20. No, sorry, 2 hours away is
I
4:20.
sleeping in tomorrow.
that's what Replay Gang is for.
Replay.
Gonna put this song on replay.
Damn, I can't even remember what I was gonna. Shy. Damn short ass memory.
Well, guys, Happy New Year. It's New Year's Eve. It's going to be 2024 when we wake up. Exciting.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
We got all the British people out of our country just in time for New Year's.
Yeah,
Dude, tonight I came home and I completely forgot. Speaking of that, because 4th of July is early in the week, and like Bridgeport decided to do the fireworks tonight. I got out of the car. It was like just got dark. It was like 8, 9 o'clock, and all of a sudden it was like boom, boom, boom everywhere around me because I'm like a block away from the beach, and I was like, what the? I turned around and there's just fireworks everywhere, dude.
Were you having flashbacks from the Revolutionary War?
No, it just scared the crap out of me because I was like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, like I like jumped on the ground, laid down. I'm like, the redcoats are coming. And I started loading my musket, and I'm just like, we gotta like revolution and like.
It's Friday though, like 4th of July is until like Tuesday. I was like, why the hell are they doing this so early? But they did.
I don't know.
I just wanted to have a Chinese soup.
I took my upstairs neighbor to the gas station, and then I dropped him off at the bar tonight. And while I was at the gas station, there was like people everywhere, and I'm like, "It's a Merry Christmas, everyone!" It was so nice.
It was just weird for them to start do fireworks this early because usually they start doing them on the weekend and then into like they go for 4 or 5 days straight. But I had my Chinese soup. I was trying to get my throat back. I was drinking soup, and all of a sudden it's like bang, bang, bang everywhere around me. I was like, what the? But it was just to them having their fireworks.
Charlie was near. I could feel him. Yeah, they were lighting off fireworks in my neighborhood tonight. It was like,
yeah, they go for like a week, dude. 4th of July, my dog hates it, but people here light them off for like a week straight.
Yeah. Well, in Wisconsin, like a lot of the other states always come to Wisconsin to buy the illegal fireworks because we have all the illegal fireworks stands. So they come here and buy all the illegal fireworks. We used to buy those mortars, and then we'd go drive down to Milwaukee, and we just drive around, and you're supposed to put them in a tube to shoot them up in the air. We just light the mortar and throw it out the car window, and it's gonna go any which way. It can come back and hit right back in your car window if you threw it the wrong way. It's really awesome.
Those mortars too, they look like little toilet paper cannonballs. They look like a baseball.
Yeah, well, they do damage when
they're serious.
Go off on the ground. We were bad kids.
But these were like town sanctioned fireworks. I didn't know.
Oh yeah, we have those too. And like every town, because like I'm in the Fox Valley. What it is like 18 cities that are just one big sprawling city. So like every night there's just firework display fire. Like it's. Each municipality's like, we got our own fireworks, and like all this tax money, you could all like just put some money together and have a nice fireworks show for everybody, or we could all flex that we are wasting all this tax money on each municipalities. Like, you have poison drinking water and potholes, but we got a great firework display for you guys.
And I stopped for a second because when it was going off, I was like, let me watch the finale. And it was bad. The finale was horrible. I remember better ones when I was a kid. I was like, that was pretty beat, dude. Now that I live right next to where they actually shoot them off, I was like, that was a poor display. But
you want a finale? Watch that video of the Chinese fireworks factory going up.
Oh, yeah. That's a banger right there.
You think one firework is impressive? Wait till you see an entire building.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that video, dude. It's crazy. I just wasn't expecting it because 4th of July is until Tuesday. So I was like, what the hell?
It's on Tuesday?
Or Monday, Tuesday.
I thought it was on Sunday.
No, because today's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. It's Monday.
Whatever. Days aren't. Life is one long day. Life is one never-ending day.
Sorry, I had to stick around for some extra juice.
Oh yeah.
I just wasn't expecting it, dude. Like I get in my car, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go inside, eat my Chinese soup, and all of a sudden it was like bang, bang,
my
bang.
Chinese
soup around me. It was like, damn, dude.
Why are you doing this while I'm eating my soup? I'm trying to eat my soup. You should have started yelling that. Why? That's what I would have done. I'm not even kidding. Like I do stuff like that in public all the time. People are like, and I'm just like, why are you doing this? It's my soup time. I don't really care what anyone thinks, though. So that's good. We got that going. Like, people at the gas station were like weirdos anyway. So I was probably the most normal person there yelling Happy New Year and Merry Christmas.
What is normal?
Oh, yeah. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more.
Oh, dude, I can't go to my gas station in the middle of the night because the crackheads actually come up to your car and they like knock on the window.
Yeah.
Like, give me some money. It's like 2 a.m. It's like, get out of here. Like, leave me alone. I'm just trying to get some gas and go inside.
Oh, who cares? They're weak and feeble. You've eaten 3 square meals each and every day for the last
Right?
one.
You can push them over. Yeah.
Yeah, you can take them.
The only thing they have going for them is desperation. They're desperate.
Oh, they're very. That's why they come up to the car, dude. They knock on the window. It's like,
Just
get off.
don't let them bite you. You might catch something.
I usually have my dog, and I usually point at the dog. I'm like, you want this bully to come out the car? Because he's about to come out. Like, if you don't get off the car.
At least, like, see, like, it was only 10 p.m. when I was at the gas station. Like, there was, like, people, like, obviously dropped their stuff, and them, like, their girlfriend and them are, like, going through the car, like, crazy people trying to find their, like, probably their bindle of meth that they dropped. And I'm like, Merry Christmas, everyone! And they're like, where is it? Did you find the thing? They're like looking, like it's like a black guy and his girlfriend looking for their whatever drugs that they dropped.
Last burrito.
And I'm just like, it's 10 p.m., guys. Like,
that's when you take a handful of rock salt, walk by, and you throw it on the ground. Fuck their whole search party right out.
And just dust the floor of their car.
I'm not gonna lie. When I went to one of the train stations in Chicago, I saw a bag with some white powder in it.
What?
Well, when we took that trolley around, it stopped at some random stop. The two had nothing to do with each other, but there was a guy sleeping in the corner. He looked somewhat put together, but sleeping in the corner on the cement, and 3 baby car seats just sitting on the curb of the parking lot. I couldn't see if there was babies in them. They looked like they were put together, like pretty darn new working order car seats. That's just expensive. So you don't just leave it there and forget about it. So I was like, well, why is there 3 good car seats sitting there? And
that's
then
one of those hipster pop-up orphanages. It's a pop-up orphanage.
Probably is a pop-up drop-off. Or
that one person watching probably accidentally left their programmer running.
Wait, there's a person watching? Get out of here, you creeps!
Oh, dude, this set has clear jumper tiles in it.
What? Wait,
What?
1x2s or 2x2s?
2x2 tiles with a stud in the middle.
Yeah, 2x2 jumpers.
Yeah,
cool.
Clear.
Transparent, clear.
Yeah, I didn't know it was in this set.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, I
They
didn't
just
know
came out
clear
with the
jumpers
trans
existed,
blue
dude.
ones. I got the
good.
trans blue ones. Ingrid sent me the 2x2 trans blue jumpers. Those are awesome. I use them.
Oh, what set are those? And I'll order a bunch of those.
They're probably in Minecraft sets.
No, it's from a Disney polybag, but it's for water. But maybe it's in Minecraft. Anyway, Ingrid ordered them off Pick-a-Brick. I used them Pick-a-Brick online, you know, and off the website, and she sent me some, and I used them for my water in the front of my lion temple.
Look, Kaz needs a couple of those right now.
They look really good.
Yeah, definitely.
They look really good, but now I need those in clear. What set is that, Mark?
The Heart Lake Community Center / halfway house.
Oh, I didn't
Okay,
get that.
The
I
one
was
with
saying
the
it.
Heart Lake,
kitchen on the bottom.
Heart Lake Homeless Shelter.
Yeah, so the soup kitchen's on the bottom, and you take the roof off, and then you can start stacking the rest of the homeless shelter on top.
Is it actually called the community center? Because I'm looking it up online.
It is. It's the Heart Lake Community Center, and then on the bottom is the Heart Lake Kitchen.
They need an Andy Warhol figure holding a Campbell's soup can in the front of it.
So then that starts to go on there. This piece goes on here for like a little outdoor, whatever you do outdoors. And away you go.
Yeah.
So this set you could easily buy 2 of and start boxing the whole thing right in.
Yeah.
If you got a lot of extra parts, you might be able to box the rest of it in, but it'd be easier just to buy a second set. Although that'd be fucking expensive.
Yeah. Thank you for flying with mayohosko Airlines.
Yeah, because of the colors. With friends, the colors usage. Like usually, I don't have a lot of that color sitting around.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah,
but I mean, this
and that I'd need a second at the same.
For the bright colors of Friends, this is pretty cool looking. Like, this is tight. You could put this in a Lego set.
No, I like how it looks. I just don't have enough of those colors in my collection to.
To box that in.
You know what I mean?
I'd have a couple pieces, but
I don't
definitely
have the quantity I would need.
No.
Not enough to finish it without getting a second set. I like when it's a color that I have a ton of, and I can just like use my own parts that I already just have in a drawer. Like, yeah, thank you.
And all of a sudden, we just spiked up
black.
Am I breathing heavily?
God,
Are you breathing heavy? I don't know. Were you just running or something?
I don't know.
It's like, why are you breathing so heavy?
I don't know any.
I'm having I'm continually in the middle of having a panic attack almost every.
I'm just trying to live.
I've gotten so used to it. It's like if I'm not panicking, then I'm dead. No, I'm just kidding. My senses are heightened because I was part of a medical experiment, and it was a medical experiment to try to create superhumans, and it failed. So,
I am medical experiment.
Because there is one way where you can go to sleep. There is one way where you can go to sleep forever.
Yes, welcome to Canada. We made that legal.
It's called, or you can take the cryogenic way out. I just got a really big bag sealer, and you just use the vacuum bag sealer. You get in there, and you just put it on auto.
You just put it on your head, and away you go.
Dude, I love Canada. I love Canada, but I'm about to donate like 100 Lego fire trucks to Eastern Canada because the smoke is still coming down here from up there, bro.
Oh, I know the air. Even dude, I'm farther away, and the air is horrible here.
Yeah, they didn't get the snow. That's why.
It must be crazy up there. Dude, the fires, the smoke down here has been like every other week. We get this big, like huge, like air quality is just horrible. It's all over the news. Like, dude, my mother has a farm, and
it's like a smoke hole.
Her chickens died. Half my mother's chickens died because they couldn't breathe. Like, it was that bad. Like, so I can imagine what it's like. And
Canada's killing my chicken.
I'm not used to the eastern side of Canada on fire. It's usually the west side, like California, Northern California gets wildfires, all that. Eastern Canada usually.
And I love Canada so much that I want to build a potash hopper for my trains.
I think they're doing the east side this year, Stud, to mix it up a little bit.
It's just crazy because I'm not used to, like, Toronto's right above me.
The Prime Minister's planning meeting said something about doing the east side. The Prime Minister's like, we're going to mix it up this year and burn the east side.
I used to live in like Northern California, so I was used to the wildfires there, and it was like a normal.
Yeah, you're constantly on fire there.
But here, like it never happens, dude. And like Canada has been on fire here for like 3-4 weeks in a row. It's
I would
crazy.
say never, because look where you are now. Look where you're at.
Yeah, it's
I always just assume the world is constantly burning around me. Just assume the world is constantly on fire and you'll be safe.
God save the king. Am I right, my Canadian friends?
Yeah, God save everyone, really. I mean, you got one job. Do it.
Put out the fires.
You got a 4x4 tiles in there. One 4x4 tile in that set. Oh, here they are. Plate 2x2 with one knob. The jumpers. Ooh, they're on the pick-a-brick, boys.
Why are they called knobs?
Because knobs are the knobbiest knees. Everybody knows that you gotta pee. I don't know. Because in Denmark, because everyone in Denmark's a knob.
I bet you none of y'all know what a hobknocker is.
I know what a hobnob is. I've heard hobnob. Not hobnob.
Yeah, I've heard of the biscuits called hobnobs by the McVitie's Biscuit Company.
Well, no, here it's like a curse. If you call someone a hobnob here, it's not a good thing to call them. It's a diss, but hobknocker is probably the same thing, though. If I called someone a hobknocker, they'd probably take it the same way. They would get mad.
I thought there used to be this really old like drifter lady, and she had hobknockers.
Well, that's what I mean, Chop. Like when you say hobknocker, they're gonna take it, especially a female. They're gonna take it the wrong way.
Oh yeah.
All I know about hobknockers is that they made a big joke about it on an episode of iCarly.
I don't know what iCarly is, but it sounds amazing.
It was an old tween sitcom on Nickelodeon that apparently Paramount Plus is trying to reboot.
You know, I've heard it. It was on Nickelodeon. I know what you're talking about. I was older when it came out, but I know what you're talking about.
Because I grew up with all of the good tween sitcoms on Disney and Nickelodeon, and then they all cancelled them. Well, the networks got bad because they cancelled all of the good shows.
What? I don't know if that's what. Yes.
All the good shows wouldn't be allowed to play nowadays.
It's the same reason that the X-Files and all of those old good shows got cancelled.
Yo, Butt Chop, do you remember the Nickelodeon show Camp Anawana with Donkey Lips?
Yeah.
Yeah, so listen to this, right?
That's called Salute Your Shorts.
Yeah, Salute Your Shorts. I started my Raiders brand, and he's like a huge Raiders YouTuber now. I had no idea Donkey Lips was like a giant Raiders YouTuber.
Oh, yeah, Donkey Lips? Yeah,
I started the clothing line, and he hit me up, and I was like, I asked him, I'm like, yo, you're Donkey Lips. He's like, he got all mad. He's like, I'm not Donkey Lips anymore. I was like, bro, you're Donkey Lips. So I sent him a bunch of my clothing.
You can't live that down. That's not something you can
he's
just
a
pretend
huge
never
Raiders.
happened.
Like he's a huge YouTuber in the Raiders community. So I was like, yo, I'll send you stuff. So I designed like a Camp Anawana like Donkey Lips Raiders T-shirt for him. I couldn't believe it. I told my little brother, I'm like, yo, Donkey Lips is a Raiders fan. Like he's actually a cool guy. He's pretty funny, dude. He's a pretty cool guy. But it was just hilarious because he gets so mad. I was like, yo,
He was in Biodome.
Yeah, he was on the Friends sitcom. He was on a lot of stuff, dude.
He played Pauly Shore in Biodome.
Yeah, his name is Mikey.
You don't agree with me. He did not play Pauly Shore. Donkey Lips as Pauly Shore in Biodome 2. Retribution.
No, I wasn't agreeing with you. I was saying his name is Mikey. Mikey.
Well, let's disagree to agree. Let's disagree.
What about disagree to disagree?
We hold you in our heart, and when we think about you, it makes me want to fart.
All he does now is does Raiders football YouTube videos, and he makes a damn good living doing it. Actually, he's like the Ryan M&R of like Raiders YouTubers. But it was just funny when I started the company. I was like, "This Donkey Lips, dude!" Like, he gets mad too when you bring it up because he's like, to him, he's like, "I'm a failed actor." I'm like, "No, you're not. You've been in like so many movies and sitcoms. You were on
He was
Friends.
in other stuff besides that show when he was a kid.
Yeah, he
No,
was in a lot of stuff.
actor, you're just not in high demand.
Yeah, he
Wait,
was in a lot of stuff. dude.
who are we talking about?
You can't have 100 Tom Hankses. You can't have 100 Tom Hankses, okay?
And not everyone is going. Not everyone is going to.
You can, but then you need a lot of ammunition.
You could clone.
Oh, hey, speaking about famous actors, you know how some people always like to question the high salaries of sports players. Why does no one question the high salaries of actors and?
Oh, we do. They're in the exact same boat. You don't think that I think that Taylor Swift makes too much money?
I question all their
Where's all
high
this
salaries.
money coming from?
How come I can bust my ass, but you can play a sport or like pretend to be somebody else and make millions more than me when I'm like doing stuff that you need done for you to live
Exactly, for society to function.
Yeah, for you to live comfortably.
You think I got pity for the rock star who like took his own life? Like he made so much money, he was on a pile of cocaine so high with women throwing themselves at him that his life was so depressing he took his own life. Like that doesn't even make sense.
Right.
Come on. So I got all those people, the athletes, rock stars, musicians,
politicians make an ungodly amount of money just to waste our hard-earned money.
And like
we pay them ungodly amounts of money to waste our money.
Well, you know how that works, Butt Chop. The big corporations spend millions lobbying for the politician, and the politician takes your tax-paying dollars and then gives it right back to the corporations. So really, the corporation's out nothing, and you just go in debt more.
Oh, right, because the politicians pass laws that give tax breaks to the corporations, so they're like just getting richer. They're
Exactly.
they're lining the pockets of the politicians. That's nothing to the corporation. I could live off their little lobby money for the rest of my life comfortably.
Oh, for 1 year I could, exactly. 1 year their lobby money I could live for the rest of my life.
Right.
Well, I wish that the governor here would lobby that I get my A&W restaurants back. You bastards in Canada have A&W restaurants. I don't have any.
We have them here too, dude. Calm down, bro.
They're gone, man. They're gone. I used to love them so much.
I can go there. I can go there tomorrow if I want to eat.
Oh, I'm jealous, dude. I used to love those restaurants, dude. They're gone.
They're the number one burger.
I was going to take you there when you came to Chicago, but you never came.
The A&W root beer. The A&WB root beer breakdown assistance.
I called ahead. I told A&W, I'm like, I'm bringing Stud Sidious. They're like, what? These Stud Sidious? I said, yeah, I'm bringing them in. Do the place up nice. Put the nice tablecloths down. Get the good root beer out of the back. I don't want the crap that you give to the regular people.
Well, I'll tell you, the food that I had at my goddaughter's little first communion barbecue sucked. It was not good. So I would have loved some A&W for real.
Yeah, I told her to fix the place up.
And grub.
I mean, it wasn't even good Polish food. It was just crappy, like burgers and hot dogs that just done badly.
Oh, American food? I hate American food. I hate Americans.
Nice. Another one bites the dust.
Another one bites the dust.
Another
one said, and another one said.
Oh, that's another funny story.
Are there even any other pieces that I need besides these clear jumpers? Why am I on this website? Why am I on this crappy website? What the hell is going on, guys?
What were you looking for, Sidious? You're looking for like a foil figure or something from M&R store?
No, I wanted I needed Chrome Stormtroopers. And I told Sean, I was like, yo, with Chicago, look out if anyone's selling Chrome Stormtroopers.
Oh, if anyone's selling them.
He just ignored me, man. Reed has a bunch of them, so I'll probably buy some off him. But I need to get like 6 of them. They're expensive, though. They're like $100, dude. That's why I was like, I told Sean, I'm like, if you see them any cheaper than $100, grab me one, you know. But he didn't. He was busy, so he didn't look out for him. I'm gonna look at.
I guarantee he didn't even look.
Yeah, I pretty much.
I guarantee you 1 million Chrome Stormtroopers. I guarantee you 100 million Chrome Stormtroopers. He didn't even look for it.
Oh, he didn't. I know he didn't, dude. I know he didn't. But he was so busy doing his thing. So
Yeah, he had a lot
Oh
of
yeah,
stuff.
he was busy.
I mean,
doing a lot.
Juju told me,
He was
Juju's
doing-
like, just get the fake ones for $5.
He was doing really important stuff. He was doing God's work, really. He was doing
God's work.
Because
I
saw-
might buy the fake
he
ones.
was a
I might buy
busy-
the fake ones.
I watched him all messed up, staring at these motorized mocks for like an hour, like he just fucked up, just like drunk and like going, "These are so cool, man." I'm like, "Yeah, they are," and I walked away because I'm like, "Dude, I can't look at these for 2 hours with you. Like, I know like."
Dude, you
check
made a
out
good
the
point.
major-
Though. Dude was just like, buy the fake ones for $5. And I will look at them. I'm not opposed to buying like fake figs. It's just
That's what I did with the goats.
if they're
Jujude has a place. Jujude at Jujude's flea market. There's the guy has pretty high quality like knockoff Lego. Like I was there when he was live streaming to the flea market, and Hoosier, Reed, a whole bunch of people were buying them. Bought a whole bunch of them. They're $5 a piece, and they look. I mean, they're not bad looking at all.
yeah, as long as they look good enough for the mock, I'll buy the fake ones.
So
It's
it'll
just-
look good enough for the mock. I'll tell you that. Tell you that right now, honey cake. Or Dr. Honey Cake, I mean, sorry.
Honey Bun. Honey Bun. I prefer Dr. Honey Buns.
Dr. Honey Buns at your service.
I got Polish cheeks, bro. I'm a chubby
I got Polish cheese. Ooh. Ooh. They got candles in silver metallic?
Metallica.
Candles and
Got
silver
these smoke pieces in trans light blue now too. That's sick.
Did you hear
45 degrees
Lego-
slopes? Wait, I can't see that, girl. I can't see it.
Did you hear that Lego's introducing a new trans black piece? So the trans black on Bricklink is now changing its name.
Yeah, they're getting rid of the old trans black. Yes,
Oh,
and
that's stupid.
most people don't know that last year they retired trans neon orange, and this year they retired trans neon green.
Why do they gotta change the name of the old piece? Why don't they just give the different name to the new piece instead of changing two names? Now I gotta
I
have two.
can't. I as a vintage fan and a nerd about all this crap,
I
I
want my
can't
money back.
explain that. I can't explain that. So I'll just let the A-Full podcast explain it because they explained it on their last episode.
As a connoisseur of Lego, I
Who
think
explained it?
count.
They explained the reason why they think
Who's
that
they?
Lego didn't change the name.
Who's they?
Lego and Bricklink.
Oh.
Sorry, Mayo, what was that? I wasn't really paying attention. Can you please repeat yourself?
No, did they? Who's they? Who explained it? Lego and Bricklink explained it.
No,
No.
on the last episode of the A-Full podcast, Brick Trains, Mardi Gras Man 2
Okay.
and
That's what I was
battery
asking.
and
I wasn't asking
battery
about
powered
the
bricks
company.
explained their theory about it.
So is that the most recent episode then?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because the
hear that.
A-Full podcast is on the Brick Trains channel.
Well, I'm glad though because I'm Brick Owl, not Bricklink. I specifically went to Brick Owl, and I ordered, and not knowing that the trans black is getting changed, I ordered 588 one-by-one trans black tiles. I just ordered them, so I'm glad I did that before this whole debacle happens.
I don't think they're gonna look that much different. They're just, there's gonna be a difference. There's gonna be a difference, but it'll
I got
probably
a
look
question.
cool. They'll probably look cool commingled. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Michael.
No, go ahead. I was just rambling.
No, I said they'll probably look cool commingled. But now I'm done. That's all I had.
No, it's your
Yeah,
turn.
Richie's back. Yeah, weirdly we're still live because literally as a stud citizen myself, we're about to end this thing. Buttchop came up in the chat, and knowing Buttchop 2021, I did not want to disappoint him. So we've
Why? Who cares what I think?
So we've successfully prolonged
Who
this
cares
stream
what the
by
hell
a
I
little.
think?
We've successfully prolonged this stream by a little over 1.5 hours, and I can keep on going until 6:30 if I really want to.
We actually took him hostage.
Yeah.
If you want to,
we were literally just
safely
about
returned
to
home.
end. I was going
Here's our
over
list of demands.
over everyone who left a comment, and then I saw Botchop, and I was like, "Oh no, I cannot end this stream. There's going to be lots
I hate Butchop. I better just do what he says.
Because I always have such a good time with Butchop, whether he's in the panel or in the
quit flattering me. I do not like it.
I got a quick question for Mayo and Taz.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that new El Dorado and some other sets, when do they come out for you guys? Because here that Hocus Pocus came out like today, or technically today, and then those El Dorado ones, or some of the other city ones, are July 4th.
Yeah, so I don't know when the other, like when the Hocus Pocus house comes out here, but I know with El Dorado it comes out on July 4th for VIP or July 7th for non-VIP. So yeah, July 4th for us. Yeah.
Damn. So is it just the UK that got it early then, or what?
I don't know. Must be. I don't know.
UK usually gets almost every release.
Obviously, lane people.
Hello, Contra says, "Hey, just got back from the Lego factory. Met up with Justy. Oh, nice.
Nice. What was the States where they're doing their buy-in stream?
So by factory, you do you mean the Discovery Center in Melbourne?
In the Discovery Center.
Yeah, the Discovery Center in Melbourne. Well, I know that our Toy World puts in a lot of effort into his thumbnails. This is how much effort I put into my thumbnails. Not a lot of effort, but it is effort nonetheless.
I've been using Photoshop since version 1 because I'm an old freak, and I can just close my eyes
what's wrong with that,
toilet and poop a thumbnail at this point.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that thumbnail, is there?
No.
Except that you use my likeness. You use my likeness without permission, but other than that.
Oh, trademark violation. Trademark violation.
I don't care. Use it all you want. If it hasn't done me any good, you might as well get some use out of her.
Dude, when I started using Photoshop,
doesn't care, but as his unofficial, overpaid, overpriced manager, we'll be in contact with you later, Mayo.
When I started using Photoshop, it literally was like 4 features. There was like 3 tools and like 4 features, and now you can do anything in Photoshop. It's crazy.
Mark, we should actually get like a lawyer and send Mayo a cease and desist.
Oh, I am Rick James. Yes, I am.
Oh, cease and desist letter. That's the least of his worries. That's a straight defamation of character case right there.
Oh yeah, slanderous, and no one expects the Inquisition.
Like, I don't know what kind of adult prop you're standing beside in that picture, but that's straight slander.
Oh yeah. That was one hell of a furry convention, I'll tell you what.
Oh man. You weren't even there.
No, that's a person in a costume, Mark.
That's a photo shoot. Oh, it's a costume. Oh crap, my bad.
That's someone at the Discovery Center in a costume, and they got okay, so everything at the Discovery Center was breaking down all at once. So all the employees were rushing to try to fix stuff, and that person in the suit has no hands, so they couldn't get back in the room to change out of the costume because the door has a knob and they just have fins. So they were left alone. There were no people people who paid to get in who wanted to like meet the shark suit person. It was just me and my daughter. So we spent like 20 minutes just like comforting the shark suit person because they were probably in there like just sweating with no one, because they actually have to have another employee like walk them out of the dressing room and then walk them back in because they just have fins. So we were talking to the sharks and we're like, "Are you scared?" And they'd shake their head, "Yeah." We're like, "Yeah, you're all out here alone. We'll stay with you." And they're like, "Oh." So we got like 20 pictures with the shark suit person who was actually stranded there because the entire Discovery Center was going up in flames. They were like stuck in a shark costume with me and my daughter.
That's pretty funny.
We posted for like 40 pictures. We're like, "Well, we might as well get pictures with the guy. He can't go anywhere." Because I tried to open the door to the dressing room. It's locked. So I'm like, you need an escort with keys, and they're all like trying to fix the 4D movie theater because the seats are like electrocuting children to death, and like the Magisto ride was like some kid got decapitated. It was a bloodbath, but it was fun hanging out with the shark suit guy.
You should have jumped in, bro. You should have jumped.
I'm exaggerating, but that all this really happened besides the death in the bodily harm. But anyway, because nothing worked, we got free passes because we paid to get in, and it was all we did was get to meet Shark Suit Guy, some high school kid in a sweating.
Yeah, I was gonna say
shark costume, and then they gave us passes. So next year when we went to Brick World Chicago, we didn't have to pay to go to Discovery Center because that was the first. That picture's from the first year we went to Brick World. I took Indigo and Jennifer to Brick World Chicago. That's an old picture now, but that was a good day. Indigo's really young. She's like laughing in the picture because we're like, imagine if your dad's just like, hey, we're just gonna hang out with this person in a Lego shark costume for 20 minutes. So like that's the dad she grew up with. Hey, everything's going to hell. Let's just hang out with this guy. And the person's not allowed to talk. So like we would ask it yes to no questions, and it was so funny because I'd ask it like really weird questions, and it would like shake its head side to side like I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And Indigo's laughing. Oh, it's fun.
Chop's like, do you appreciate trans blue jumper pieces?
Yeah. You better answer right now what your favorite theme is. You're going down, Shark Suit. Oh God, what do I? There's nothing in the handbook about this. They're flipping through their handbook inside the costume.
Yeah, it beats flipping burgers, dude. He could be flipping burgers, or he was sweating in a shark suit. So
it might have been a girl. It was really feminine shark. So I'm just kidding. You couldn't tell. That suit was so big. It was like if you fell over in that suit, you wouldn't be able to get back up. It's like one of those things. Like you'd be a turtle flipped on its shell. Like, it'd be a nightmare.
like the kid from the Christmas Story movie.
Yeah. Like the snowsuit where when you're down,
I can't get up.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a great memory.
Memories.
Like how often does that stuff happen? And then when we went back the next year to use our passes, everything worked. I'm like, well, we gave them a year to fix everything. So if they don't have it fixed when we go back, we'll just get more free passes. Gave them a whole year to fix that stuff.
Cheers, Bricools.
It was fun. It was fun.
Rick James.
Rick James were carefree. And blood flowed through the streets like wine.
I like Richie's golden tie in that thumbnail because it really gives him that Walmart regional manager look that I always bust.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like he just got done murdering someone in that picture.
Oh, he rocks the suits all the time. That's what I love about Richie. Now he's like accepted the suits and he loves it. It's a good thing.
Hey, Brick Cools. Hey, Brick Cools. Hey, Brick Cools.
Hey.
Hey, Brick Cools. Hey, Brick Cools. Hey,
Top, do they even make cool cigarettes anymore? Cools or the king?
I don't know. I don't smoke menthol, but I'll go buy some for you tomorrow.
I only vape now. I'm a fake
Well, I'll be
smoker.
like, because the gas station is gonna be like, why are you buying these? I'm gonna have to say it there for you.
I don't think they exist anymore.
I'm not gonna admit to buying them.
I really don't think they exist anymore. But
I hope they do.
I'm
kidding.
Fools of the cave, bro.
They have pieces all over the floor. LMAO.
Canada is going to be the first place to put labels on the individual cigarettes.
All right, Brickles. There you go, mate.
We don't sell individual cigarettes here anymore. They banned it.
No, they hear everywhere. They call them Lucy's, dude. That's why half the crackheads knock on my window at 2 a.m. at a gas station. Can I have 25 cents to get a Lucy?
Yeah, but they used to be packaged. Don't they just sell them actual loose now? Like they open a pack and sell them?
Yeah, it's illegal to do it. It's illegal.
Yeah, because they used to legally sell them individually. And I told you this already, Stud Sidious.
Yeah.
What happened? You don't listen to me. I'm not talking to you.
Sidious, you should roll cigarettes yourself and just stick firecrackers in them and sell them to them for 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah, sell them to the crackheads. Be like, you like crack? Try this cracker.
I don't want to
try this crack.
I do not want to attract their attention. You want these, like every gas station in Bodega, there's just people in front of it wanting money for
Roll
loose
up to the
cigarettes.
next bodega.
It's bad, dude. I try to avoid it as much as possible. That would be
They're
funny
more
though to
scared
watch
of
it
you
blow up
than
in
you
their
are
face.
of them. Hey, they're just like spiders. They're more scared of you than you are of them.
Sorry, I was just talking with my parents. What's everyone talking about?
That is
Dirty
uncalled for.
magazines.
That is
You're talking
uncalled
about
for.
That was
How
bad.
dare you talk to your parents?
Well, because they got home a little while ago, and I wanted to say hi because normally I'm done or I'm done. Normally I'm done right now, but all of these amazing
They
people
probably
on
got home and
camera
they're like, "What
have
the
been
hell
able
are you doing on the
to prolong
computer?"
this, and I have no problem with that.
What,
Thank you,
young
everyone,
man?
for
What
being
do you
such
think
amazing
you're
people.
doing on there with all those middle-aged creeps?
Yeah, because I'm only 22 years old, but with all the knowledge I have about stuff from the 80s and the 90s, people think I'm 44.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I
I
thought
thought
you were
you were
70.
21.
I thought you were like 76 when I met you.
And that's a name I have not seen in a very long time.
22.
Hello, Brickles. Hello,
Where you
hello.
been, you full-time male?
Don't
It's
worry, I
always
said
nice
hi to
see
Brickles like
people who
17
don't really
times.
turn up.
I had the grimace shake a couple hours ago. Oh, good. Get ready for diarrhea, Richie.
What? We don't get no grimace shake up here. I'm gonna go check.
And so, for anyone who has just
what
turned up
is
and
it?
they,
Why would you want to shake that? Why would you want to shake that tastes like a giant purple blob?
Excuse me. So, if anyone who's just turned up doesn't know why all of these people are here right now, it's because Adorabuild and I talked a lot about Lego Friends because this is our, I think, bi-yearly Friends build stream. Because what I always do is when I have a backlog of friend sets, because I'm guaranteed at least once a year, sometimes even twice a year, to have a backlog of
You
Lego
always
Friends.
have a backlog of friend sets like that.
And so as a result, I like to get
This one time I had a backlog of friend sets.
I ask Adorabuild if she wants to do these friends streams.
They're mostly in the back of the closet.
And so we organize. So we organize.
You don't have to explain yourself to these
And
people.
Adorabuild normally always
Bring to the front of the closet.
Adorabuild almost always has a backlog of friend sets,
Look,
and every time we do
you
this,
don't owe these people
she always says
You don't owe them an
any excuse to talk about friend sets, and so we always have a great time. We always have a great time together. So she left after
We're
the
having
3
a
hour
great
mark.
time.
We had a good
Well,
3
she
hours.
left as soon
we
as
had a
her
good 3
when her
hours together.
contract was up. She was out.
Yeah.
She stayed just
We
in the
had
contract when it said the contract.
a good 3 hours together, and then she went to go make lunch because everyone needs their nutrition. And so I was I was here for about an hour with Stud Sidious. He was showing off the re-released sand green troll orcs.
I like to eat once every 2 days.
The sorting head,
It
and
helps
then Butt Chop turned up in the chat.
Don't put me in. Don't bring me into this. No,
I'm
you
not.
ain't putting this
I'm
on
not.
me.
I'm not blaming you. I'm actually thanking you because these past 2
I'm
hours
gonna blame
have been.
myself.
Mayo's thanking you, Butt Chop. I'm the one that's blaming you.
Because I don't blame my viewers.
Just like
I
being at
thank
home.
my viewers. Because all of the
I
viewers
thank my viewers
exactly.
for blaming me.
This is
Oh,
what Stud
yeah.
was showing off from hour 3 to hour 4.
I ordered one. Hey, Sidious, I ordered one of those.
I
as my
think it's
VIP
pretty
point.
small, eh?
You're muted, Stud. You're muted, Stud Sidious. Just so you know.
Oh, I wasn't talking, but
Yeah, I think it's pretty small. I thought it'd be a little bit bigger.
No, I bought the small. This is the small one. I'm at a size queen. I bought the tiny.
There's a small and a large. The large.
Do they
is
even
30,
make it any
that one
bigger
is-
though?
Yeah, they make a big one. They make a
Yeah,
big
they make
one.
a large one. I just said that macro. Oh my god.
They make a
That
big
is
one. I just bought the tiny one because
I didn't hear you, Butt Chop. I was trying to overtalk you, so I couldn't hear you.
I was going to put it on my shelf like display. I'm not going to put parts in it, so I bought the tiny one.
That's all I want to do is put it for display.
So I hope
I'll put them on YouTube.
I hope my explanation answered your question. If anyone
Explain yourself to these people.
Go back, well, if anyone wants to hear
Don't
myself
explain
and
yourself.
Ruth, if anyone wants to go back and hear myself and Ruth geeking about Lego Friends together, definitely watch the first 3 hours on the replay.
Yeah, I'm making some good progress with this community center.
And while Ruth and I were geeking out about Friends, Mark came on for a previous stint and was building more of the Friend Community Center.
Who the hell is Mark?
Halfway house.
M to the ARC.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark. I thought you said Mark.
Yeah, Mark. And yeah, so then I was like, you know what? There's no spammers here right now. Why don't we go fishing?
And then I showed up.
Yeah, and then we Taz.
There's no spammers here.
Oh shit! I shouldn't have put the link in the chat.
Guys, there's no spammers in Inbox Taz. Howdy, partner. It's high noon.
Yeah, oh, good night, everybody.
Yeah, because I wonder if I am able to transfer my 2,000 whatever Taz loyalty points on Twitch and try to spend it on my own stream so we can get some Grandpa Taz action.
Hey, serious thing. Our Toy World, Richie. Why can't I send you a DM on? Why can't I DM you on Instagram?
Oh, he blocked you.
Oh.
Who?
He probably didn't like your haircut. Probably didn't like your haircut, so he probably blocked you.
I don't give a crap what he likes.
Congratulations on finishing.
Hey, you don't gotta get defensive about it. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't care. I'm just saying I don't care what he likes, but like I need to send him a message. So,
Dude, I didn't even know Grimace still existed at McDonald's. McDonald's has
Grimace will never die.
Yeah, true way. Same.
You
I'm
can't
like,
kill Grimace because Grimace is all of us.
we thought it was just Ronald McDonald and the Hamburglar. I forgot about Grimace.
Yeah,
What about
As soon as you
hamburger, Grimace.
monster, it'd be an uproar.
I haven't seen
Newsfeed,
characters in a long time, dude. A long time.
Yeah, congratulations on Richie for finishing his thumbnail.
Good job, Richie.
Whenever we see that thumbnail, I'll have to see if I can screenshot it. So I can let my 575 subscribers vote between which thumbnail is better, his or mine. Because it's a cheap piece of crap thumbnail I edited on my phone.
What flavor is a Grimace shake? What flavor would a Grimace shake be? What flavor?
Purple. It tastes like purple.
Hey, Stud Cities, aren't there some McDonald's joints in the New England area that have the Shamrock Shake year round?
Well, yeah, a couple, but they're in the hood. Like just like I told you, where like you can go to a bodega and buy Baja Blast Mountain Dew, but you got to look at the date because it's probably from a year ago or 2 years ago. So a lot of the hood one places, yeah, they won't care about like the promotional experience. They'll just keep it in stock, which is weird. But there's some, yeah, you can find it some places. I haven't seen Grimace though in a long time. I haven't seen Grimace in a long time.
And not only should you subscribe to Richie from Our Toy World and Macro Bricks and Buck
Grimace had to lay low during the Me Too movement.
On YouTube, but you should also follow myself and Tasman Bricks over on Twitch, and you should go and sign up for the 72-hour community live stream. Where am I? Apparently, there are a lot of time slots left over, and so I'm going to go out on a campaign until July 20th.
Tastes like grape.
Or whenever it starts, and I'm going to do daily in Instagram stories about that.
Chop, I think this year, and it may be something just to, and this is not knocking any streamers in the community, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, or whatever, but maybe because of since when the pandemic did hit and most of us were pretty much forced indoors for a decent amount of time. Maybe now, because it is sort of post the sort of worst in some cases of the pandemic, that people are more out and about a bit now, especially on, like for you guys, it's summer over there. Whereas over here in Australia, being sort of in winter, yeah, we're still outdoors, but not as much. And in some cases, it gets darker earlier during the day, like, in the afternoon. So, like for where I am, it's almost dark by 5 p.m. in the afternoon. So there's more people indoors at the moment. I don't know if that's maybe affected the.
No, a lot of it has to do with like I did like it didn't the whole lead up and the whole like thing it has a lot to do with like how it got out and just the basic way that it was handled. Like I had a really rough year. I had a lot of stuff.
Why people aren't signing up?
One thing after another. So I didn't go out and like reach the community and remind people and make a big deal out of it. And really, I don't have the energy to this year. So
I boycotted it.
If the rest of the community doesn't care about it, then we can just stop doing it after this year. It's not a big deal. I don't care, but it's just I don't have the energy. So if the rest of the community doesn't want to get like push the like, hey, we're doing the community live stream, it's a fun thing. I just don't have it in me this year.
Community and fun are the key words. I boycotted it once I got bumped to my D-list hours after the auction, 36-hour boar fest.
Didn't you see I moved you back an hour? I took an hour away from the auction. Did you not see my upgrade that I did for you? Here, scroll down on that thing, Mayo.
I got D plus hours.
Dude, it's not. It's not that. Don't even get me started.
I'm just joking. Love you, Hoosier.
Everybody needs everybody. Look, everybody.
No one's going to be watching after that. They're going to be fucking sleeping.
Macro. Everybody who signed up is the most important one on the list, as far as they're concerned.
I didn't even sign up.
I signed you up because
I know.
Because you're someone that I think is part of the street. Fuck off.
It's the never-ending auction. No.
I just want to talk about it. Look. I can't.
There's one on Friday at what 12 to 4. Is that AM? What?
There's not that many open slow. All they have is some open slots. But we gotta go online and get people in there.
Was it kicking out Saturday?
I have talked up the 72 hours.
I can shrink it down so it doesn't start as early. The reason it got so many days was because the previous years there weren't enough slots. I had to make more. But if no one cares, and I haven't been like had my tendrils and tentacles into all the different crevices of the community, because now the community is so overwhelmingly huge and it's so like fractured, and there's all these different, it's too big of a thing, and I can't go do like I used to love looking for like new channels that were doing different stuff and like be like, hey, blah blah, and meet people. But now there's just too much. It's too much. So like, if the community isn't willing to step up and make it it's their community stream. It's not my thing. I don't make money or get famous. I don't give a crap. That's not what it's for. It's to see people have a good time, meet new people. It's supposed to be fun. But if no one cares, then because everyone's constantly streaming anyway, because it's like a 365 24/7 stream anyway.
But Chop, now that the Chicago hype is over, I think in these next 3 weeks those will fill up. I think because now it's all the community hype is going to be building up to the 72-hour stream.
Maybe
they'll fill up. They will fill up.
The community, a lot of the community, they're all, I don't know. You got the pandemic channels. You got a lot of the old timers who don't give a crap anymore. You got all these dead people that I'm cleaning up bodies constantly. Like every time I go in the next room, there's a body.
On it, but I'd want to be on for an hour. I'd want to watch a lot, whether they're big, preferably smaller, because it's kind of like I can gauge whether I like their content.
I love the small channels. I always invite channels of any size because it's supposed to bridge the gap between all the channels. Like you're supposed to find channels you never knew about, meet people in the chat from that. Usually they're regulars at other channels, but you're supposed to go out of your norm and not go to just the stuff you watch all the time anyway, but go to stuff you don't normally watch and talk to people you don't know. You know, I've met so many lifelong friends at the 72-hour stream that are in real life friends now. But it's not going to be like that anymore. It's kind of like how Chicago was. It's
why not keep the roots of it? Why not keep the roots of it, make it the 72 hours, but then each person is capped at an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever it is. You fit more smaller people in that way, right?
I would love that.
Whatever's left over the last 2 weeks, then make it a feeding frenzy and let people start stacking up.
Fill it in. That's what I would love to do, but everyone will complain. Everyone from the veterans to the new people will complain. Everyone from Haley and Hoosier to ACOB will complain about their time slot. So what am I supposed to do?
I'm the first one complaining, and damn rights.
You aren't the first one complaining.
Yeah, I know. I'm making a big stink about it.
You're not the first one, though, dude.
I'm gonna unravel a whole ball of yarn here.
I don't really care if you're complaining. Like, go ahead. Like, you wouldn't even believe the crap I've heard from people in the past years and this year already.
Oh, when I complain, I still say please and thank you.
But yeah, you're Canadian, dude.
Macro has manners.
You're Canadian. You have to legally. When you're being rude, you have to be polite legally.
But I don't know. For me, I really like the first year I was on. I got to see a lot of, like you say, a sampler. A lot of people that are out of the norm.
Why do we have this echo going?
Dude, I want to fill up 3 hours of just BFAB with a camera, like a GoPro of BFAB.
Because I was trying to do something. Can you send me the blog spot on Instagram, Chopper?
Oh yeah, I can do anything.
Because I noticed that there's a 3-hour time slot there on the early hours of Saturday.
3 hours, BFAB and I drinking, talking crap about
the BFAB is like missing in action. I haven't heard from him since Chicago, so we're gonna have to put a 3-hour time slot of just him in a tanning bed with a GoPro.
Well, hopefully he made a home safe. He left like a night early.
Yeah, he has. Dude, after
the Everclear.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he was drinking that night or not.
Like he usually doesn't even Instagram me. He texts me every day. He sends me a text message every day, and he's been ghost since Chicago. So something happened. I'm worried about the dude.
I was just because Jacob T-Mog was staying in his room the last night, and then I was going to because I needed a room to stay before we figured it out. Like that Hive and Chef, it was just easier for all of us to stay there longer. So I was going to bunk up with BFAB in his room with T-Mog. And then when you're getting on the plane, I was asking T-Mog, hey, how was this? How was that? And he's like, oh, yeah, BFAB just pieced out that night. So he just stayed in the room in BFAB's room by himself. I was like, damn, that would have worked out all right.
I'm literally worried because he usually texts me every day, and I haven't heard from. I even wrote, I'm like, yo, are you dead? Are you okay? I'm worried. Like, did I piss you off? Like, and he still hasn't responded. So he must be like fed up with the Lego community.
Are you guys dating? Serious?
Oh yeah, we got married a few years back.
Wow, you didn't invite me. I was gonna get you a breadster.
Yeah, no, BFAB and I, we hung out and even went like shopping and stuff together. Nothing really came up, like nothing like red flag or no alarms went off. No conversations were like had or bitching or nothing like we think, ooh, this is maybe what was bugging him or something was bugging him. So I don't know.
Well, he's been telling me for like weeks now. He's like, this is the last Chicago I'm going to go to. Come to this Chicago. This is the last one.
Wait, you're going to be blocked so I can't.
Oh, it depends on that funny ass. He'll be back. Love you, BFAB.
Yeah,
not let me comment in the chat. Thanks for blocking me.
I've been worried about it. Like, seriously, because like, I'm not kidding. Usually he texts me like every day.
Yeah, if he's not getting back to you.
So it's very unlike him. So I was just worried. I'm like, dude, are you alive? Like,
dude, hopefully he didn't hit a Sasquatch. Or get like in a drunk tank.
Because I just noticed that there are 3 hours on the Saturday morning in between.
Tell me all about it, sweetie.
Yeah, because I just noticed there's 3 hours on the Saturday morning in between Bearded Brick and Butt Chop's own stream that I think I might have time for.
Load it up.
I didn't check that in the original sign up.
If you want, Mayo, I'll sell you my time slot.
Look, you want me to take you off of the thing, Mark?
No, I'm trying to sell it to Mayo. You can't take me off.
No,
now.
because like I'd rather stream on a Saturday than a
gonna make some
Sunday
coin.
anyway.
Where's the delete button on this piece of shit?
I'm gonna sell it to.
Hey,
Wait, what did you just call me?
I did not write Butt Chop the Legend on here. Brick Pasta wrote that from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Butt Chop the Legend. Brick Pasta did that, and I can't edit this stupid thing, so Brick Pasta's sticking it to me.
Oh, now you're gonna have to get up early.
No, I signed up for that slot, but I didn't put that out the Butt Chop George the Legend or whatever. Like it's my wrestling debut.
Well,
Coming to the ring, Butt Chop George the Legend from parts unknown. Pasta. Wow, you gotta love the guy. He's a great man, and he's from Afghanistan.
You can't back out of it now.
Can't back out now, Butt Chop, you stupid prick.
Nice. Richie's gonna stream for this. He says.
I told him he doesn't have to. I just want him to use his networking skills. You'd think Sean Acob would use his little networking skills to help the stream up, but no, he just wants to make sure he's got his key slot, and that's all that matters. Sorry if I sound bitter. It's just that I'm bitter.
Boom.
Hey, sorry for sounding so bitter. It's just a bitterness.
Yeah, Sean definitely could blow it up. I mean, it's
Yeah, Sean, get Doc Bricks and Ryan.
If it doesn't further your career, why do it?
That you heard it here. Late
You
night.
gotta further that career. You gotta do it here.
Is that going to be a segment of Rotten Egg there?
What, me?
Yeah, it could be a segment of Rotten Egg.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something special. Who knows? Maybe I might build the Unity Street set that I bought 2 days ago.
I got to try and come up with some stupid jokes. Is what I'm going to try and do.
Because I know I want to save big sets to build on that stuff. Because I just signed up after Bearded Bricks before Butt Chop 2021, and Butt Chop.
I'm just gonna for 1 hour of my stream, I'm gonna be barking like a dog. For the second hour of my stream, it's gonna be a cardboard cutout of me where the mouth moves and a pre-recorded message for another hour.
Hey, I look forward to it. Sounds entertaining.
AI Butt Chop. AI Butt Chop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because who knows? Maybe
ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'll ask ChatGPT to write a butt chop live stream, and it'll use it'll use AI. And it'll use my previous live streams to create the ultimate butt chop live stream from all the previous live streams.
When you and Dusty breaks, I bet you can both make that happen.
Oh yeah, I should ask Dusty to create the ultimate butt chop stream using all the previous butt chop streams and ChatGPT to have ChatGPT create one for us.
And I was just thinking, since
using all the crazy shit.
Since Chopper likes to do a bunch of characters, with the time slot, with the 3 hour slot, I just registered for in between Bearded Bricks and Chopper. Maybe Chop can come on.
That's one hell of a sandwich.
Maybe
you got Bearded Bricks, a little mayo,
maybe
and then
before
on top.
Chopper does his segment, he can come on to the last hour of mine and be a Dr. Fox or whatever.
Dr. Fox.
What sound does a fox make?
What does the fox say? Was that a little bit of no way to Taz, or was it?
It was actually a little bit of Bill, but some people call me Grandpa Taz. They could always have some sort of old bloke from Australia come onto the stream and sort of tell it how it is. Like from that generation where we didn't care about political correctness and all that bullshit. We'd just sort of tell it how it is.
Too right, Grandpa Taz. Too right.
Exactly. The good old generation, the good old days.
Yeah, that's because back in the days when the late 80s were the days of our lives.
And if they didn't like it, they would even cancel you. There's nothing that you cancel.
Back then, if they didn't like it, but that was just how it was then. Like that generation could get away with saying whatever the hell they wanted, and nothing got done about it. There was no real, I wouldn't say retribution, but you know what I mean. Like it was just that time, and people either accepted it or didn't. But sort of not like today. You know, there was no cancel culture back then.
There was no social media back in 1989 when the Eldorado Fortress originally came out.
There you go.
Dude, look at Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy Raw. That and now look at him on the Disney films. Now he's a Disney film guy, and he doesn't say anything. Back in the day, Eddie Murphy would literally go raw and say whatever.
Delirious, another good one. Like I feel like comedians like Ron White, who just tells it how it is, and he will just he won't hold back. You know, some of those comedians, and like Ralphie May, just was devastated when we lost Ralphie May. But Ralphie May,
Dennis Leary used to be like that. Like Dennis Leary would just say whatever. Like Dennis Leary used to.
Yeah. Oh, Dennis Leary. Do you remember the Simpsons episode where Dennis Leary was playing golf? He got frustrated. He threw his phone on the ground, and Bart was working as a part-time caddy and picked up his phone and pretended to be Dennis Leary. And so he called the president. He called I think it was Prince Charles with a whole bunch of stuff, and eventually I believe Dennis Leary went to a payphone and said, "Hey, I know where you live," or something like that. Because you got my phone.
I give props though to Netflix, because Dave Chappelle told Netflix, he's like, "Listen, I'm not going to come on and do specials on your streaming platform anymore if you censor me." And they agreed with him. Netflix backed him up, and they're like, "We're not going to censor you. Say whatever you want." And because Dave Chappelle also goes a little to modern day, he goes overboard sometimes. And I give Netflix a lot of credit for saying, "Listen, we're not going to cancel culture this guy. We're going to let him say what he wants." And that's big for a streaming service to do that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Especially when the majority of their audience are soft-skinned, and there's hundreds of millions of dollars at stake.
Yeah, they said, they're like, "Nope, we're gonna back him up. He can say what he wants." So that was pretty cool of them to do that.
Pack it up, pack it in. I'm about to begin.
So I'm just at the end of bag 4 on
Macro, sorry for ruining your life again. It's what I'm good at. I stick to what I'm good at.
Ruining Macro's life. That's what I'm good at.
I've got and of course in a cat hotel there's going to be a lot of pussycats. So what's new, pussycat? Whoa!
Tom Jones else in Mayo. I was like, oi.
Tom Jones bricks, everybody.
Yeah. It's a right, Chop. I've been preparing for this moment for the last 39 years. It's what I live for.
Good job, Mark.
Yeah, because you
can't expect the best without preparing for the worst.
Yeah, because who would have thunk it? Someone who was born in the early 80s that either grew up with nostalgia for the Eldorado Fortress or the exploring spaceships would be here in the year 2023 chatting to some 22-year-old college student on a digital live stream. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, where are they? Who's that?
In the year 23.
The only thing missing from this stream is grindcore.
Grindcore is what you need to go to bed. Grindcore, it puts me to sleep.
Speaking of that, I gotta go because I gotta let my dog out, and I'm not gonna stay up till the sun. I'm not gonna do another. I'm not gonna do 2 nights in a row.
Anyway, it's been great. It's been great.
You ain't going nowhere, Sidious. We're gonna start calling you like crazy one day.
You probably will, but you'll wake me up this time because I
wake me up when it's
Sidious. Good to see you, Taz. I'll try and catch you in a couple hours.
Good to see
you. I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Chop, always good to see you. Skinny.
Where can we find you on social media, Mark?
Instagram, YouTube, hanging out with all you guys on YouTube and your various streams. I'll be poking around the weekend.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Macro. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, nice.
Everyone, make
meeting
sure
you,
to get
Macro.
notified for the Saturday shenanigans.
Yeah, and then sign up for the 72-hour stream. There's time slots to fill up.
If you want to, otherwise, no big deal.
Get your exposure. It's worth it.
I just
Meet
now
new
signed
people.
up for an additional 3 hours on that thing because I saw there was openings.
Don't feel obligated. Let them.
No, because otherwise I would be so bored on a Saturday.
Let other people let get all the heavy hitters in there, like Montezuma's Revenge bricks and Dysentery bricks.
Easy. Well, I'll leave you with a quick message. Be kind to your neighbor's dog, and just because there's a lock on it doesn't mean you can't use it. Peace out.
Bye, Mark.
Good night, Mark. So we do have 2 alienators now.
Does anyone know who Birds and Stuff is?
Birds and Stuff.
Sounds like a crappy store.
Birds and Stuff. It's a pet shop that just sells birds and stuff.
Where are you going shopping?
Because they're backstage right. They're backstage right now, and I don't know if I should let them in or not.
Birds and
I've
Stuff.
never
Their
had
name is literally Birds and Stuff.
I've
Let 'em
never
in.
had them on my panel before. Do I let them in or don't I?
Yeah, let them in. You can always kick them. That's the glory of it. You don't have to keep them in just because you let them in. It's not like they're gonna shut the door and lock it behind them, and you're like, oh no, how do I get them out of here? Birds and Stuff sounds cool.
Let's give them a trial. Let's see what they're
Give a
like.
round of applause.
They just left the stream because they had to go to bed.
Who?
Sidious and Mark.
That was. Did you kick them or did Birds and Stuff? Welcome to the stream. We love all your stuff. We love your content.
The sarcasm is strong with this.
No, we love your content. Your channel's been blowing up lately. What with the algorithm and everything. Hello. Awkward. It's probably my sister. I don't even have a sister, but you can imagine what it'd be like if I did. Bye.
Okay.
Hey, please don't be mean. I wasn't trying to be mean. Birds and Stuff. Dang.
Just that there's a reason why I don't normally put up the live stream invitation.
Well, the thing about it is you can always you don't have to keep them in there. You don't have to let them in, and if you do let them in, it's not like you have to put up with anything. It's your stream.
Yeah, and this is the reason. And wait, no, that's not. This is the reason why I have normally strong policies about that stuff.
Oh yeah, now I'm gonna try and say this again. Mayohosko for commenting on Jabbo channels. I love crazy things. Where did you get that name from? Do you know the story behind that name, Jabbo?
I do. So I'll try to be real quick. One of the things in live streams is people used to impersonate other people, and it was very easy. You could click on their icon and you could figure out who it is. Well, somebody impersonated Mayo and went through and used a bunch of profanity on a lot of comments, and I blocked them. And I blocked all of Mayo's channels, and it wasn't him. And so he had created this other channel. Because when I put him back and got and found out who the real one was, we could, even though he was not blocked, he couldn't comment on my channel. And we went back and forth trying to figure out what was wrong. And so he just created another channel so he could comment. I mean, he could comment, but I couldn't reply to him. His comment would show up, but I couldn't heart his comment or reply to it. So I was like, He can shorten that channel name, by the way. You don't have to have it that way.
Yeah, I don't know why you would have partaken in the Grimace Shake in the first place, Richie, but yeah. Kind of a bad life decision.
I've never had a Grimace Shake. I've never had a Shamrock Shake.
It just tastes like fake mint flavoring and ice cream.
I didn't even look to see if they were available in Chicago, but when I did go to a bunch of McDonald's stores, they did have the bags with celebrating the Grimace's birthday. McDonald's Land, Mayor McCheese.
Darn it, I'm out of popsicles. No popsicles? Worst New Year's ever.
Happy birthday to Grimace. Happy birthday to Grimace. I can legally sing this on stream because Happy Birthday is now in the public domain.
And Grimace is also a fictional character. He can't sue you.
Well, no, because remember back in all of those TV shows when everyone used to only say for he's a jolly good fellow because Happy Birthday was
his own and restaurants had to make up their own songs.
Yeah. Z, so yeah, exactly. We're still live, and I've been lacking on these things because
welcome to the real 72-hour stream. We started it early so we could get it done early.
I've been lacking on these things. Now that Zisu is back, we'll play this again.
Yeah, we should just start the 72 early so we can get it over with.
I thought you started it early the other day.
I did start it early. It just didn't take.
Because I got the notification.
It doesn't take the first time you started early.
Because I got the notification because I'm part of the notification squad, and I'm like, oh wow, he's starting it early.
Wanted to get ahead of it, you know what I mean? Get a jump
beat
on
everyone to the punch.
Yeah. You know. Be proactive, get her started early.
I'm gonna keep on building until I finish this.
I did create this Q-tip though. It's a Q-tip weapon.
Is that wait, is that one of the Atlantis figures?
No. It's a CMF, but he's got a Q-tip. It's a Monkey Kid white staff piece with two of the new ice cream poop things on the end.
Nice. There was a set. Yeah, this one of these friends sets used that same ice cream poop piece as some acorns.
Yeah. What?
I'll try to show off the acorns. Yeah, so see the squirrel is munching on an acorn, and then if I go to the back here, there's an acorn sitting underneath that tree.
Oh yeah. Nice. Squirrels love nuts.
Acorn and Lonely Island.
Acorn.
I better not say what comes after that. Otherwise,
this stream is brought to you by acorns. If you're a squirrel, try acorns.
I know some people who have gone on shows like Naked and Afraid, and they've had to eat acorns.
They're very bitter. They're not very. They're not. There's a reason that we don't eat them.
So we're building the actual cat sign right now. It's a little bit difficult to see how they're doing this in the instructions just because of depth perception. That's the problem I find with some of the Lego instructions is it's difficult to deal with their depth perception.
Okay, we got. Oh no! Are you okay, little black truck? Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, so we got
Is that Indigo back there?
Indigo. Indigo is she's gonna sleep over tomorrow night.
Come on. Come on here.
I gotta get the house ready for my kid, for my daughter to come over. We're gonna get some peanut butter, get some balloons. We'll get a pin the tail on the donkey. I'm just kidding.
I don't know. Oh, I see. Well.
Okay, so we got 4 Blacktron soldiers and the Blacktron El Capitan. We got
Let's see what Birds and Stuff has to say.
We're down to the spice with the steers. And so the spices have to really define themselves. I like records. I like
Can you please turn down?
Caller, can you turn your radio off, caller? Caller, turn your radio down. I think that's the full alienator right there. Yeah, we got a full alienator with printed corner panels. So that's cool. That's super rad. We got the Batrax, the special
Yes,
edition.
it is, Zissou. It is. So if anyone noticed in my last city update, I put some white studs on the trees because it's winter here right now.
Oh, yeah. It's like you guys just do whatever season you want.
Yeah, I didn't have any of the white leaf pieces in bulk quantities. I've got some white leaf pieces from one of the foliage extra packs I found at the Lego store, but I didn't have enough of them to make fully snow-covered leaves. So what I did is I just put little snow droplets onto the branches to look like snow. I think they're having some technical difficulties. And if anyone ever has technical difficulties, you know what we like to do around here.
It's birds. Bird. Oh.
Yeah, I think there's only about 2 billion people who live in the southern hemisphere compared to 5.7 billion in the northern hemisphere. Mainly South Africa and South America, along with Australasia, is where the bulk of people from the southern hemisphere are from. And since according to one of my community posts that I did about a month ago, 58% of my audience is from North America. That's why I try to run my channel like a North American with all the timings, because I want to make it convenient for those who are most numerous. I like to be considerate around the world because I have an international audience. I think the cat is built now. I'll get a shot of the cat sign. This cat sign with its paws
pretty cool.
is so Adorabuild.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's actually a really nice build.
Because with all the modifications I'm going to be doing for this to make it into a better building that'll fit into my Asian Town district, I am definitely keeping the build for that cat head. Definitely keeping that. That is a must-have.
Yeah.
Lots of cool foliage pieces because there's a tree outside here.
These cats like trees. They climb them and then the firemen get them down.
Funny thing about my cat is sometimes when she gets let outside, sometimes she tries to crawl onto the roof of the neighbors, and then we have to get her down. And I always end up telling my family that's why she's more trouble than she's worth. and she almost ran away. She almost got lost in the neighbor's yard. It is Taz. Taz is busy working on one of his mocks right now, and I'm busy putting together this set. I think Chopper has just finished one of the Blacktron 1.
Hey, Z. There you go, mate.
That's a lot of Blacktron 1 action right there. Ooh. I think Chop just froze out and left.
Getting a little bit done. I lost Chop. Oh.
Yeah, he froze up and then it ended. So I think he might have had an internet glitch, or maybe something went wrong with his computer. That happens from time to time. It's not the first time I've seen that.
All right. Just getting a little bit of stuff sorted out. Getting there.
And I'm slowly getting there as well.
Yeah, no, I still talked up the 72-hour. I still mention it over on my Twitch streams and that, because it's still,
really fun.
A great thing to support. It's good.
And now that I know that there are some time slots, I'm definitely going to do more campaigning because it's a really fun time.
Yeah. I don't know. Sort of since I've been mainly streaming on Twitch, it's been sort of hard for me to come back to try to do it. Like, I've actually come back and done a couple of YouTube streams, and it just hasn't been the same. Like, it hasn't. I just felt uncomfortable, and I'm not sort of too sure why that is, but it's just what it was. So. But when I'm on Twitch, it's a little bit different, But like I can
raid trains.
Sorry,
with all the raid trains.
Oh no, not even the raid trains. It's just more like when I'm just streaming over there. It's for me. I sort of feel more relaxed. Like I can easily transition. I can easily transition in and out of Grandpa Taz. I can do all that sort of stuff. Whereas, like, I tried a bit of, Grandpa Taz humor in or even just my own sort of stuff, like telling the story about falling asleep on the Thunderbox at work. And I was in a chat, like I wasn't on the panel, I was just in the chat, and it just went over like a lead balloon. It just wasn't really received, and it was just my usual funny self. Like I can't make any other form of serious comment in the chat, because then I just get completely fucking roasted. So I do my, funny story stuff, and it just goes down like a lead balloon. I'm like, oh fuck it, I'll just go back to Twitch. So when I told the story on last night's stream about, falling asleep on the Thunderbox, like that created a whole thing in the chat, and I'm just like, okay, that sort of stuff seems to go down better over there than it does here. So there's no point me trying to, be myself over here, because it just doesn't work. Like it, when I was sort of doing that in the chat and just being my usual self, and it just like it even got not necessarily a negative comment from someone on the panel, but it just didn't land, and it's just like, why am I, I just felt uncomfortable enough, and like that's why I'm not doing the 72 hour this year. It's like for me when I'm streaming on Twitch, I'm just who I am now. Like I'm the same person talking to you now as I am when I'm over on Twitch, but over there I'm more comfortable.
Yeah, because the atmosphere and the culture, it sticks the landing.
It kind of does, but like I used to be able to do that here, and I think there's just probably, especially last year, towards the end of last year, things changed, and it's never been the same since. There's a lot of superficial sentiments towards myself, towards Josh, and it's that very sort of superficial, oh yeah, it's good to see you, and then you don't hear from anybody for yonks. And when I'm over on Twitch, though, it is a different sort of atmosphere over there. There doesn't seem to be as it just seems different over there, and that's I think that's why I feel more comfortable hosting streams over there. And but I've tried to be the same person over there that I was here. And the times when I did do a couple of live streams, like basically no one showed up. But it was funny though, because whenever I'm in other people's chats over here, they're like, "Oh, Taz, well, we miss you, and we wish you were streaming on YouTube again, and we miss you." So I did 3 streams as a trial, and every single time I streamed, not one of those people that made those comments, "Oh, we miss you and wish you," not one of them showed up. And I'm just like, so why am I bothering? And I just went, "No, that's it."
Because
I did 3 streams as a trial to see how it would go, and it's just like, nah.
Because it's like one of those situations where it's empty words and actions speak louder.
Well, that's the thing, and I'm not gonna stuff about, or I'm not gonna bother if because it's like, and I felt a little bit bad. And I'm like, oh, maybe I'll just try, maybe I left just a little bit abruptly. Maybe I'll try and, just see whether or not I can still do a YouTube stream every now and then. So I did 3 of them, and trying to see if that would sort of help with anything. And it didn't. If anything, it was just, no, it was sort of worse, because it was like, I felt pressured to just basically be myself. And when I hit the go live button on Twitch, it's a different feeling over there. It's just hard to sort of explain exactly, but like May, you've seen my streams over there. Like the chat gets more engaged, they get more involved. Some of the people it's usually the people in the chat that have that very sort of warped sense of humor, which helps because of the the types of stories that I tell and what I've sort of gotten up to. Like I can go in other people's Twitch streams just in the chat, and they don't even say hello to me. They're literally like, "Hey, Grandpa Taz," or "How's Grandpa Taz going? Say hey to Grandpa Taz for us."
Because
I'm
they
like,
recognize the character. They recognize the character.
And like, of course people will say hi to me, but in most cases they're not really saying hi to me. It's more, "Oh, how's Grandpa Taz going?" Like, and it's just like, oh my God, he's got a following over here, and it's crazy.
Because I think, because from what I've seen with your content, I think for whatever reason, Grandpa Taz is more marketable on Twitch,
and I don't know why. Like, I don't, for the life of me, I cannot fathom that. Like, I can't figure that one out. It's like, I could do a live stream over here, bust out some Grandpa Taz material, and it would literally just sink like a lead balloon. Like, whereas over there, I could say the exact same thing, and it would get reactions from the chat. And it's just like, I don't know. It just has that sort of different appeal over there. He you know, I did an emote thing, and now people are using it. It is so friggin' hilarious to see that in streams now. I'm just like, oh my god, Grandpa's got a following. What have I done? You know,
which is a sign of good marketing.
Well, and it was, but I, you know, Grandpa came around not from a marketing idea. It was just a funny little silly idea I had one day. And I just started it off and thought, hey, let's just have some fun with it and see what happens. You know, if the sentiment is that, you know, he's not welcomed, then fine. But a lot of the streamers that we're familiar with, you know, will you know, make comments about Grandpa. Although, like when Jane's streaming, I'm very respectful. I don't tend to, you know, like I won't push the limits. Whereas on other people's, I will push the boundaries a little bit because it's, you know, I know that I can do it to a certain degree. But with Jane, I'm always very respectful and I hold back. You know, Grandpa, you know, is usually asleep while Jane's streaming. That way, then there's Grandpa doesn't get a chance to, you know, effectively get me banned.
Yeah, because Jane over on Twitch starts his stuff at about, well, at least for me, just after 10 a.m. So it'd be just after 10:30 a.m. For you, and yeah, and like you normally do all of your content at night. And so there's the built-in excuse to, out of respect for Jane, that Grandpa Taz is still in bed.
Pretty much, and like to answer Z's question, you know, for me during the week, if I stream at like 10 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which works out, I think it's about 7. Sorry, if I do 10 p.m. AEST works out to be 8 a.m. EDT. So it's earlier in the morning, you know, in the States or people on the EDT time zone. So
because people waking up on Saturday morning come to you, and then you go right over to Books.
I go right to Matt. But that's usually on that Saturday morning. But if I'm streaming through the week, so if I stream, you know, Sunday night in Australia, it'll be that sort of so early. Well, I think it works out. If I stream Sunday night in Australia, it's Sunday morning in the States. So, you know, and same thing through the week. If I stream on a Monday night, it's Monday, you know, my time. It's then Monday morning in the States. So, but I'm still finding the weekday streams that I'm doing, I'm getting good numbers just like I do for the weekend one. I don't do it just for the numbers, but I've noticed that, you know, it seems to pull the numbers a little bit, which is great. It's like, okay, well, I'll see how I go. But I mean, you know, I do it for fun. I'm not, and it's the same when I was doing the YouTube streams, but I think for a while there, you know, when I was doing the streams, there was no problems. You know, the content was fine. But I think now that there just doesn't seem to be as much. I sort of feel like I've overstayed my welcome, and that might be just with a particular crowd, a particular bunch of YouTube streamers who I think now, and, you know, I'm not saying that they've said anything, but it just sort of feels that I've probably overstayed my welcome a bit. So it's why I sort of tend to regress a little bit over here and just sort of, you know, I still try to get in people's chats over here still to you know, when I can. Like, you know, Dusty and I will still hang out occasionally, or I'll make it into his, but Dusty's very erratic with his streaming and that too. So it makes it hard to catch up with him. Like I had him on my stream last night, but I mean, he's more sort of, he's a bit like me. He's inconsistent, and I'm trying to get a more regular schedule happening, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I think the reason why you're more likely to pull in the the same amount of numbers midweek over on Twitch is because the really good thing about the Twitch mobile app is you can have the stream open while looking at other apps on your phone. With the YouTube app, you can't do that.
You can't unless you pay for. I think you can if you have the YouTube Premium or
the YouTube Premium. However, that's a free. It's free on Twitch, and it's much more convenient for people to lurk.
Oh, absolutely! I can have a stream minimized and be reading up on a news article or checking Instagram or replying to someone's message on Instagram or something like that. Whereas
I could be watching Taz, I could be watching Matt, I could be watching Greg or Eric or Led Beeman or the local brick shop or Zach M. Rutledge or any of those other amazing people and be playing my mobile gaming at the same time and have the volume cranked up so I can listen to them having a good time.
Yeah.
And I quite enjoy doing that when there's nothing else on and I need to do some gaming. I'll be like, okay, I've got this X, Y, and Z I need to do on my phone, both gaming and got some stuff for social media I need to do. Is there anyone on Twitch that I can go and listen to while lurking? And if there's someone there, I'll be like, hey guys, going into lurk mode, and then half an hour later, I'll be like, okay, thanks for lurking. It's been great listening to all your conversations. And it's very easy to do that over on Twitch.
Yeah. I'm reading Z's comment. It's not the time zone thing, Z. I actually proved that to myself because I did when I tried like my test live streams on YouTube. I was streaming on YouTube only, not Twitch. And it would have been at the regular time zone time that I would have been streaming on Twitch. So I didn't do it at a different time when I did those couple of YouTube streams. It was just that I wasn't streaming on Twitch. I specifically streaming just to YouTube, and noticed that, you know, everyone that was saying, oh, we miss you, Taz. And it's like, they weren't there. And it's just like, well, why am I sort of,
wasting your time.
Yeah, when I can go live on Twitch and the audience shows up, and
because all of those people who claim that they missed you, if they actually missed you, they'd be subscribed to you. They'd have the notification.
That's right, and they would have got the notification that I was live.
They'd have the notification turned on, and when they got the notification, they would be there, right now, whenever you're live.
Yeah, exactly.
If they actually missed you going live.
Well, that's the point, and and that's the thing. It's like I don't do it well. I don't meet the requirements for monetization anyway. At least here on YouTube, but when I'm streaming on Twitch, I don't do it for. I have a full-time job, so I'm not doing the streaming over there as a money-making venture. For me, it's fun. I enjoy it. I've been able to do a little bit more interactive stuff that I wasn't really able to do over here. Same with Stud and the Dud, and that's why we moved platforms. That's why we stopped streaming on YouTube last year and moved over. But
because all of the people who actually want to watch you made the transition from YouTube to Twitch.
Yeah, and we know that not everybody has Twitch, not everybody likes it or understands how it works. So we know that we did lose audience when we switched over to Twitch, but there were other reasons why we switched as well, which I won't go into, but there were other reasons why we switched.
Because of the interactive functions you can do.
The primary reason is because we wanted to try something different. And at that time, and we're still standing by it now, to do that on Twitch, it was much easier for us to do it. Whereas had we have done it here, the mechanics of it, we weren't able to work out. It seemed that the mechanics of it to do it on Twitch were a lot easier. And it's like, well, that... And I think at the time when we were doing the streaming here on YouTube, like our content, I think sort of it ran its course, and we were starting to run into the same thing. Whereas people will say, "Oh yeah, well, we're going to come and watch your stuff." They never did, and it's like, well,
those are just empty. Those are just empty words and empty promises.
Like, it's different, mate. If I say that I'm going to watch your streams, you'll see me in the bloody chat. I'll comment. I might not be able to jump on the panel, but I'm in the chat, and I'll say, "G'day, mate. How you going?" And I'll say hi to people. If I say that I'm still a supporter, you see me in the chat. I don't lurk. I'll come in and say, "Hey, dude, how you going?" or "G'day" to everybody, or whatever. So I don't sneak in the background and just sort of do any checking up. It's I'm there. Same when I go into a Click and Cliff stream. I'm in the chat saying g'day. Same when I go into Hoosier streams. I'm not lurking. I actually make it a point to say, "Hey everyone, how you going?" So if I still say to people, because I've had some say, "Oh, you don't support us," I'm like, bullshit. That's like, read your friggin' chat once in a while. You'll see I'm in there.
Yeah. To say that of all people, you don't support people is one of the biggest pieces of slander I've ever heard.
Yeah, because I do make a point to be active in the chat and say g'day. I may not, be responding to every single statement and comment made, because if I have got the stream on in the background, it's because I am actually actively doing something, but I'm still helping with the watch hours or whatever, but I'm still active in the chat when I can be. And I've been, you sort of get accused of, "Oh, we made a comment and you weren't there," and it's just like, okay, I made a comment like 20 minutes ago and you just didn't respond. It's like, well, it's like whatever. It goes both ways. It's like
it's a two-way. It's a two-way.
It's a two-way street. And so, but you just sort of, it's different over on Twitch, and Twitch has its own level of issues too. Every platform does, but it's just been a different sort of time over there. Like, I know that, the Grandpa Taz stuff that I do over there, I tried a little bit of it here when I was doing those streams, and none of it landed. And I couldn't figure out why, because it's the same level of material. It's the same sort of, I didn't change it up from one platform to the other. It's the same, witty, smart ass sort of Grandpa Taz sense of humor that I was doing on Twitch, and I tried it here, and it just did not land at all. And I thought, oh, maybe it was the material. So I tried the same material on Twitch, and it killed, absolutely slaughtered. And it's like, okay, it wasn't the material that wasn't doing it. It was the audience that used to watch me that now don't. Or the only reason why they're watching me is they're checking up on me to see if I'm going to say something bad about them or something bad about someone in the community. And for those that know me, I don't do that. For those that say that they know me, but then behind my back, I get a knife in my back saying, "Oh, yeah, well, we just check up on him to see if he's saying anything bad." Well, they're wasting their time on that, because I don't. I'm not like that.
Because it's like those people that try to get dirt on others, and then they end up wasting their time because there was no dirt.
Yeah. Exactly. And like, even on Twitch, I've talked up the 72 hour, even though I'm not taking part in it this year, and Stone the Dud's not taking a part. I've still talked it up in a positive way to say, look, it's a great opportunity for anyone, especially anyone new to streaming. It's a great opportunity to build an audience and to, effectively be a part of a to put it simply, a raid train, but in the YouTube sense of a raid train. And you get to make some great mates, friends, whatever, in the chat. And there's so many people streaming that it opens you up. Especially if you're new to the community, it opens you up to a whole new level of knowledge about, the product, but also, a chance to make some really good friends and stuff like that. So I've always talked it up in a positive light to say it's something that, if you get the opportunity to do it, by all means, do it. And I always say, Chop's been one of the organisers. He doesn't do it for clout. He doesn't do it for notoriety or anything like that. It's there because it's there for the community. Hence why it's called 72-hour community live stream. It's not called the Butt Shop 72-hour live stream. It's called the 72-hour community live stream, because that's exactly what it's for.
And also because it's for the community, by the community.
And but for anybody new that wants to take a part of it, it's a great thing. I've done it twice now. you know, and that's the thing. I've had my opportunity to be a part of it, and I really enjoyed it. But you know, it's something that if I was to do it now, I'd actually struggled. Admittedly, I'd struggle, and yeah, I think it's because I'm used to. It's that instant feeling of when I go live over on Twitch, it's just more comfortable, and I don't know why. Like honestly, it sounds silly, and I think it's more of just a conscious thing that I'm aware of. That you know, I've sort of gotten away with a few more things over there than I would over here, so I guess I can sort of push the limits a little bit more, and I'm sort of still testing the waters on that a bit. Whereas, you know,
I think it's simply I think it's similar. It's simply a difference in the culture. Every social media has its own culture. Every social media has its own etiquette, and every social media, unfortunately, has its own unwritten rules.
well, that's the thing too. I mean, there's like you know, I think time zones can be a factor there too. Whereas on the only thing that makes it difficult on Twitch is discoverability. That is a really tough axe to grind over there is discoverability. Because
but thankfully, the culture of the streamers and the tools at their disposal, if you as a viewer who are also a content creator at the same time actually make an effort to get involved in other people's communities, it's a situation of if I scratch your back, you'll scratch mine, and that's why I'm so great. Like I started streaming on Minecraft just because I wanted to play Minecraft. And I did that. I started that started doing regular streaming at about February. And I don't know how it happened. I'm guessing because I like to explore the different content creators on Twitch. But somehow, some way, I've ended up with 60 followers. I've gained like 20 in the last 2 weeks. So, yeah, that's like whoa, but that's kind of like I'm not sure what the right phrase is, but it's really unexpected, and it shows the power of an alternative culture.
And that's the sort of thing too. Like I've tried to sort of be the same person that I am. Like I'm not trying to be someone who I'm not. I've tried to be the same person when I was streaming here on YouTube that I was when I stream on Twitch. It's just, you know, and I specifically tested it. Like I said, I did 3 live streams as a pure test. And I'm like, okay, I'll bring in some Grandpa Taz stuff and see how that goes. And straight up, like everything just sank like a lead balloon. And for the whole stream, I completely struggled. I was like literally falling over my own words. And, you know, I may as well done a friggin' ASMR stream and just shut the mic off and just blasted the music, or it just had, you know, sound of that for the whole hour, you know, and that's how I felt. It was just, and I thought, okay, maybe I was being a bit harsh on myself. So I waited, I think it was a week, and then I did another stream. And same thing again. I may as well have just done an ASMR stream. And I thought, okay, I'll give it one more shot. And, you know, for me, it was the old 3 strikes and you're out. So I did the 3rd stream, same thing again. And I'm just like, no, I'm done. I'm done on this platform. I'm not gonna stream anymore on YouTube. So
because sometimes we have to make those sacrifices, and if we do make those sacrifices, it's normally because of a good reason.
Well, the reason that I found was that you know, whenever I would go into other people's chats in streams over here, I would always get we miss you, because basically I was near accused of just leaving the entire community, which I didn't. I just stopped streaming. So when I was in people's chats, they kept saying, oh, you know, we miss you and we wish you were doing stuff again and blah, 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 blah. So I started doing stuff again.
see, this is what really bugs me when people say that, whether it's conscious or unconscious, it is kind of disrespect, because when people say that, oh, we wish you were still doing stuff, and it's like, no, you are still doing stuff, it's just on a different social media platform. And I'm in an unlikely situation where I have not forged my career. I don't have a full-time job. I don't have a family. I'm still a student, so I have a lot more time for social media. And I do liken it to fans of different codes of football. For example, in Australia, when AFL fans like to compare themselves to NOL fans, and NOL fans like to compare themselves to AFL fans, when you have the age-old debate between which is better, rugby or Aussie rules football, as a sports nerd, there's nothing stopping me from enjoying both the AFL and the NOL. As a social media content consumer, there's nothing stopping me from enjoying YouTube and Twitch. And some people can't comprehend that you can enjoy multiple platforms. And there's kind of a disrespect that happens when people are in their bubbles and say, oh, we wish that that X person was still doing stuff. And like, yeah, they are still doing stuff. You just need to broaden your horizons.
Exactly, mate. And that's where I've I did the, but like I still will, come into people's chats. Like when Macro streams, I'll go into the chat on Saturday Shenanigans. When Hive streaming, I still go in the chat. I still say good day to everybody. I still, do all that. It's just when I stream, it's on a different platform. And, I knew I would lose audience when I did that, but I've gained audience as well. It's like, it's just like sometimes, and it's a very cliche thing, but sometimes you got to lose money to make money. But again, I'm not doing it for financial. I have a day job, just like Macro. We have our day jobs. Our day jobs are the bread and butter for what we do. As far as, pays the bills, it allows us then to buy Lego sets and stuff about, and do parts orders and buy the gear to do streams. And I'm not making money off my Twitch channel, but I'm not doing it to make money on it. It's there. Sure, if I can get a little bit back on it, happy days. Happy days. I think the most I've got out of it is like $50. That buys a Lego just in Australia buys a Lego set. And that's not buying any big set. That's a bloody small set because of the price hike. But that's great. It hasn't even paid for my StreamYard, but it's enough to get the ball rolling, and it's like that's totally fine. It's not, I have my day job. Mrs. Taz has her job. We're in that position where for me, I'm more doing it because I like having fun with it. I love trying to make people laugh, and that's why I do the silly stories about, me falling asleep on the Thunderbox at work. Did that happen? Yeah, it did. The Tom Jones jukebox, I've had people specifically, even when I've been just in a chat saying hi, they go, oh, are you the guy that does that Tom Jones thing? And I'm like, oh. It's like, yeah, that's me. And it's like, oh my God, and it's like, it's spreading. And I'm like, wow, never expected that.
Yeah, because and also I wanted to the reason I'm highlighting that comment is because people like Macro Bricks and Butttop 2021 who have survived on the internet as long as they do because they have a sense of humor. I always liken that sentiment to the New York Friars Club. The reason why Carlos Estevez, aka Charlie Sheen, has been the victim of the most amount of New York Friars Club roasts is because everyone there respects him so much. If you aren't getting roasted, they don't respect you. Because I believe Chevy Chase turned up for one roast back in the mid-2000s and he wasn't invited back. But Charlie Sheen gets invited over and over and over again because people like roasting him, and that's because it's out of respect. And I think some people who don't have enough of a sense of humor don't always get that.
Yeah.
And we do have Lander VO. Thank you very much for being here. I was not expecting to be here 3 hours later than when I was originally gonna end this stream, but then we had a whole influx of people coming in, and we turned this a happy-go-lucky conversation about Lego Friends with Adorabuild into a variety stream, and I like variety streams a lot. So thank you everyone for being absolutely fantastic. I have just built the I've just finished building the cat hotel, and I'm quite satisfied with it. When I do all of my modifications and tear this down to turn it into a completely new mock, I absolutely will be keeping the cat head because it is Adorabuild. And yeah, I'll just put something away really quickly, and then I'll get back to the chat. With all of the Lego bags I've opened up building these 5 friend sets today, I accumulated about a dozen. So I have a grey storage drawer in front of my bed that holds all of my bubble wrap, all of my Lego bags, and some of my Pringles cans that have Lego in them, and some of my Pab cups that have Lego in them. And the reason I save all of the Lego bags is because we're going to be moving house soon. We're going to have an open inspection, which means I've been collecting big boxes so I can move all of my Lego into storage. And I had this idea when my family told my sister and I that we are going to be moving eventually, is, you know what, instead of paying for bubble wrap, and instead of paying for packing peanuts, and instead of paying for other packing material, what I'd do is I'd save all of my Lego bags to cushion the blow to make sure that nothing gets damaged. And I've actually sent some stuff overseas and interstate that have used some of that. So since I have so much of it, it does take a little bit of pressure to get it in. And some people might call me crazy for saving all of my Lego bags, but I say to that, hey, I'd rather use something that's free and actually recycle something that would normally go in the bin, recycle it for it to be actual good use again, instead of buying new packing material. And I do also have a bubble wrap collection for the same thing. When we got back from Brickworld Chicago, I accumulated some more bubble wrap, so this will also be going on in there. And also I do collect the boxes, and some people don't collect boxes. In fact, most people don't collect boxes. They throw their boxes away. Some people collect boxes, but they fold them down so they can be stored behind a door or behind a wardrobe or a closet or something. I don't break down my boxes. I try to fit boxes inside of other boxes, because I know whenever I move out on my own eventually, and if there's a house fire, or if I'm struggling to pay the bills, or if my car breaks down, of which I don't have a driver's license yet, but assuming I do pass my driver's license eventually, and I get a car, and if that breaks down, then I need some kind of insurance policy other than actual insurance policies, and Lego investment is a great way to cover some of those costs. I know dozens of people that have had family emergencies and they've had to sell off some of their Lego to front the bill, and it really helps being able to pay for those emergencies selling your Lego sets if you still have the box. So my parents taught me to be a long-term thinker about all of that stuff, and I'm thankful for all the lessons they taught me. And because I've grown up with people over the age of 50 my entire life, because all of my aunties and uncles are older than the age of 50, they're all early Gen Xers or baby boomers, and so they gave me the old soul I have that appreciates history and, as a byproduct, appreciates Lego history. So yeah, that was a spiel. It's just that whenever I'm cleaning up sections around my room and I'm moving something, sometimes that stuff comes to my mind, and I always like to say it on the spot, otherwise I'd lose my train of thought. And also, I'm an environmentalist, so another reason why I don't like to throw away the bags. However, when they make the full conversion from the plastic bags to the paper bags, then I probably will junk those in the recycling bin. I know that Jang has reviewed some sets, and I know that Alex Nunes and Just Too Good have reviewed a couple sets that came with the paper bags. So hopefully within the next 2 years, Lego will have emptied their inventory of the plastic bags that they'll be able to make the full conversion. Because people question the reason why it takes so long for corporations like that to make the transition from single-use to reusable materials. What they're missing out on is that they have warehouses of single-use materials, and they've got to use all of their inventory before they bring in the reusable stuff in. For example, when McDonald's Australia committed to ending single-use straws and cutlery just before the Rona, they originally announced that back in 2017. They made the full conversion just before the Rona. And the reason why it took them 3 years to make the conversion is because of all the inventory they had of plastic straws still in their warehouses. So all of the environmentalists who like to hold capitalistic corporations accountable need to factor in that it's not always feasible to make the transition. And so people who are screaming out about why isn't Lego transitioning from the plastic bags to the paper bags faster, it's because they've probably got a big inventory of all those plastics, of all the plastic bags, and so it always takes time. Time is the inevitable, and in some cases, time heals everything, but it doesn't always heal everything. I need to refill my bottle. I'll do that after the stream.
And you're right. Like you sort of is in some cases they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't, because they know that if they just dumped all the plastic into landfill, then people would complain. They also know that if they keep doing the plastic stuff while they're trying to use up that plastic stuff so they can make the transition in that time, they're still going to get flack because people are saying, oh, but you keep saying you're going to do it. And unless they actually just come out and say, well, listen, here's why we can't do it yet, because we have all this plastic, that what are we supposed to do with it?
Got to empty the inventory.
Because if they just say, oh, yeah, we're just going to dump it in a landfill, people are going to go in an uproar. So, I mean, but until they come out and say what the reason is, all we do is make assumptions. But, they've already tried doing it, though. So, Mayo, you buy the 32 by 30, especially if you go to Kmart, Big W, Target, or, the stores that we're used to here in Australia. Have you noticed with some of them that they're selling the 32 by 32 base plates with the paper?
Yes, because what I find really dumb about that packaging is you can't actually recycle it. It's wax paper.
Yeah.
Like That's one of the dumbest errors I've ever seen Lego do. So you switch from a soft plastic to a wax paper that can't be recycled. Isn't that just a lateral move? Because it's still going in the garbage. That's a lateral move. And they've invested money in researching the material for the wax paper. They've invested money changing the assembly line production of the base plates. And they've invested money in all of the marketing and all of the bureaucratic trouble it takes to make a conversion in the change of packaging, all for a lateral move, because the wax paper can't be recycled. And there are probably millions of Lego customers around the world who are thinking, yes, this is regular paper packaging, we can put that in the recycling. But when that ends up at the recycling sorting facilities, guess where it goes? In the trash, because it's wax paper. And like dumb decisions like that is why I think it's fair to question Lego. And if anyone's been around me for long enough, you know that I'm on the record saying Lego has poor market research. Well, when they actually make decisions like listening to the customers and giving stuff that we actually want, like giving us re-releases of sets or outright neo-classic versions like the Pirates of Barracuda Bay, like the Lion Knights Castle, which that's a whole separate rant, because they're not the Lion Knights, they're the Crusaders. Lego had no problem calling them the Crusaders from 1994 to 1992, but for whatever reason, this is part of the reason why I'm ashamed of my own generation, but Generation Z has a problem referencing the Crusaders. Like, what? And so Lego had to retroactively call them Lion Knights, even though there's a billion Lion Knights.
Yeah.
And Lego would never have had to make that move if social media didn't exist, and people wouldn't be calling the yellow Lego minifigures racist if they never came out with the Lando Calrissian minifigure for Star Wars. People try invent drama on social media, and companies like Lego eventually fall for it. And I just don't understand.
It's frustrating
sometimes. I just don't understand it.
Well, it's like we were talking about Bluey being, in some cases where Bluey's been, or they were, there's either some editing's been involved, or someone hasn't, because it's been shown in other countries, and there's all of a sudden someone's potentially offended, and it's like, no, it's not until it has to be explained to them in like almost encyclopedia level knowledge to go, okay, well, in the country that the thing's actually being made, that's maybe what they say, or that's how they refer to something, or I think there was an episode where Bandit had, he had a bit of a dad's bod, he was and there was something about that, and there was an uproar over that episode, and it's just like, oh my God. It's like, Australian shows like Full Frontal and that like that, they wouldn't be allowed to happen any day. It happened today. Like people like Con the Frutero, who's the brilliant comedy stylings of Mark Mitchell. Shows like Acropolis Now wouldn't survive today. Even in Australia, there would be an uproar to cancel the show because there's too much opportunity there for people to be offended. But again, it's comedy. It's not a documentary series. It's comedy. The word comedy should have something to do, to explain that, and you see that's why there's a lot of comedians that struggle now, because there's a lot that are, like family friendly, which is fine. Nothing wrong with family friendly comedians. Then you've got more edgier comedians, and even in Australia, we still have our fairly edgy comedians and storytellers, and But there's not as many now on a global stage. Usually the ones that still are the ones that have been doing it for a long time and before cancel culture was a thing. You know, like we mentioned, like Dave Chappelle, Joey Diaz, you know, just to name a few, Ron White as well, you know, old school Ralphie May comedy, you know, and I listened to a lot of his different albums, and he's a very funny comedian. Sadly, we've lost him, but he was a very, very, very funny comedian, but he told it how it was, you know, and it's just like, what surprises me though is that people will go to those comedy shows, like for those edgy comedians, and then you see them on social media blasting them, going, "Oh, that shouldn't be allowed," and blah blah blah. I'm thinking, hang on a sec, don't you guys have YouTube over there too? Like, if you see an advertisement for a Ron White comedy tour, or you know, say back in the day when Ralphie was touring, all you would have had to do is go onto YouTube and search, you know, Ralphie May, and then it comes up with a couple of comedy clips. And if you watch a couple of them and you go, "Oh, that humor's not really for me," then why would you buy the ticket to go anyway? But
I think all those people that are doing all that bullshit on social media are the same people who are trying to apply modern social decency, modern standards to stuff that happened 60 years ago. They're trying to rewrite history. Like, they literally, those are the same people that literally rewrote Dr. Seuss books. Those are the same people that literally rewrote Roald Dahl books.
Yeah.
Just because it's too hot to handle. And I just don't understand that. And also what I don't understand is kind of going back to the Lego community is when I think that Bricks on the Dollar made a good point about this on his old podcast, building up to it, when he complained about people who complain about, "Oh, this set isn't selling," and because like people like to make fun of things for not selling well, and he always jokingly used the argument, well, my friend's not buying it, so it mustn't be popular. And the reason that's a flawed stat is because that's just a bubble. I'm going to target specifically, I'm going to move my camera up. I'm going to target this bad boy right here, the Neoclassic Galaxy Explorer.
That's a cool set.
Everyone you hear kept on saying, "Oh, it's a bad set. It's not selling. No one wants it. It's sitting on the shelves. It's always on sale. Who's going to buy that?" No. Do research, understand the context. Walmart ordered way too many of them. The Mexican factory produced way too many of them. They sat in warehouses, not because customers weren't buying it, not because people think it's a bad set, but it was because of corporate bureaucratics. When you order too much of something that doesn't sell, it's not a bad seller, it just means you ordered too much. Everyone in North America who complained about that is wrong, because that was North American market. That was the one store Walmart. They were coming out of the one factory in Mexico. However, it's never been on sale in Australia, and it hasn't been on sale many other countries around the world, because the department stores didn't mess up, and the Lego distribution process didn't mess up.
No.
And the manufacturing process didn't mess up, because they communicated with each other. They carefully analyzed the service available market of this country and plenty of other countries around the world. Therefore, it has never been on sale, because corporates were responsible enough to quote unquote get that shit under control. So don't tell me that this is a bad seller just because it's always 50% off at Walmart. I hate it when people live in their bubble like that. This is not a bad seller. This is a good set, and It's only on sale because a department store essentially fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah. And I could rant about that set, particularly until the cows come home. And since there's half an hour to go and I've finished all of these friend sets, I'm going to open this package that I won from a Twitch streamer. I've won a couple things from Twitch giveaways where literally on the first Zach M. Rutledge live stream I watched, I won this booked mug, and they were really enjoyable people. Zach M. Rutledge is a really entertaining streamer. I won this out of the blue, and I've been following ever since. For whatever reason, with my account and other people's accounts, Twitch has been automatically unfollowing people, and one of the people they unfollowed me from was someone who used to be very active over here on YouTube, but has now made a killing over on Twitch. It's Zan. It's a Zan Babe, and all of a sudden, I was scrolling on Twitch trying to see, hey, is there anyone I can listen to while I'm doing gaming on my phone? And she popped up in my recommendations, and I was like, what? I didn't unfollow. So immediately I went back and I followed, and they were hosting a giveaway, and I won this. So I'm gonna unbox it. No, sorry, unbag it. It's a t-shirt, and it's gonna be something I can wear on my streams whenever I'm doing a Twitch stream. So I'm going to try show it off. I'll angle this back up so we can see what the t-shirt is. There it is.
Oh, that's cool.
So I won this from Zan Babe, and I won this from Zach M. Rutledge. So now I've got something to wear and something to drink out of. So
did you see Zach at Brickwell? Did you see Zach at Brickwell, Chicago? Because he was there.
No, because I was in the chats of some other Twitch streams, and they were saying apparently Zach fell ill before, so he couldn't come. However, I will never forget when I saw the local brick shop, and when I was talking with the folks from Matt's stream, when they were talking to freaking Just Do Good, the local brick shop came over and was like, hey, and then I was like, hey, you're the local brick shop, and he was giving out coffee crisps. He actually gifted me a coffee crisp. So when I came back to my hotel, I did a live taste test, and it was better than I expected. I'm not a coffee drinker. I don't like coffee ice cream. I did not like the coffee flavored Coca-Cola, but I do like coffee flavored chocolate. And so I felt honored that he selected me for one of those. And since I was so honored, I couldn't just accept it for free. So since I had a bag of my sig figs, I gave him one of my sig figs. And so I'll never forget that.
I mean, I had I thought Zach, okay, maybe because I saw some posts and that on Instagram, but maybe they were from something else. But I know that there was a bunch of Twitch streamers. I know I'm pretty sure Pet and Fred was there. Actually, there was also Scotty Rotten was there, and Scotty's from Canada. And I even said to Scotty when he came back home from Brickworld, I said, "Oh, did you end up meeting Macro Bricks?" He was like, "No." I'm like, "Oh." But Scotty was there. There was a whole swag of them. Skrills was there. Of course, Amberly, who's been doing streaming on Twitch and that as well. It was. I did catch a bunch of people's videos and that from the show, and seeing Hive and that there as well, and then him helping Ryan out with some stuff. It was really cool, and I was so jealous. I'm like, I wish I could be there. Because there was a lot of really cool displays. I mean, my favorite was Goldcrest and also New Hashima, but also the Jurassic Park Visitor Center one was a smaller build, but it was cool. It was actually really well done.
Yeah, my favorite.
It was really detailed for a smaller build.
Yeah, because when I walked around that section of well, that aisle at the convention hall, I always made sure to take a 1 second stopover just to get a glance at it. It was so well constructed, so much better than the actual Jurassic World Visitor Center set. And objectively, New Hashima was the best thing there. But since I am a train nerd, I'm biased, and I thought that the LGMS was the best.
Oh, there was some cool train stuff there too. But I remember looking at some of the other builds that were there, and the Goldcrest one was very impressive. That was one person. That one wasn't a collaboration. That was one person. And Matt took a very good detailed walk around Goldcrest for me, and that New Hashima one was just mind blowing. That was amazing.
Yeah, and when the Clicking Cliff asked me to be a Brick World correspondent on his jungle stream, the Wednesday of the private days, I walked around the convention hall, and that was before everyone was even finished setting up, and even still, it was impressive, and everyone on Cliffstream was in awe because those builders are so talented. And honestly, my second favorite thing there, since I'm biased, is there was an exhibit of a giant Ewok village. There was probably about 24 trees for the Ewok village, and there was a couple AT-ATs and a couple AT-STs underneath the trees. That was a sight to behold. And also people like Ficken Bricks and a couple other people were exhibiting classic space stuff. That was really cool. And also mapping the miles, Dave, he had an exhibit, and I think it was the Thursday night. Myself, Bricks, Dave, and someone else they were walking around with, we were hanging around there all for about half an hour, and Dave has done some really good stuff with his foliage.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave's a good builder as well.
Yes, that was also rather impressive. A scaled up Black Falcon on the horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Matt took us around, like on my stream, he took us around about almost for nearly 2 hours before the public, before they opened the doors to the public. And yeah, it was amazing. It was such a massive center to walk around in that as well. Like, it was a big display. Was it 1,000 square feet or something like that? It was big.
Yeah, something like that.
But it was really cool. It's something that, maybe it's not going to be next year. I'd say the year after, so maybe 2025, or we might look at Brickwall Chicago. But I mean, there's conventions that are closer to home that are a little bit more achievable for myself, especially Brickvention,
which I'll be going to.
Yeah, then they've got Brick Built in Sydney. Then they've got the Illawarra show. Those shows are a little closer for me, obviously much more closer than even Brickvention. But as far as physical distance is concerned, because of my location just on the outskirts of Sydney, so it's easier for me to get to those, like the Brick Built one or the Illawarra show, or even the Canberra one. It's not as far for me to get to Canberra, but there's still some really good shows. Newcastle's got a show on this weekend as well, held by one of the Lego user groups. They're doing their sort of, big Lego show, their big sort of yearly show that's happening this weekend in Newcastle. So, sort of a bit more north of Sydney, but that'd be another good show to get to as well. So, but I mean, I can't make it to all of them. But I would like to try and get to Brickvention. I'm trying to plan a road trip to see how we go. So fingers crossed, because there's plenty of people I'd love to catch up with down that way, like Aussie Adam, Dusty, SRT, or Steve's Brick Cave. But also, a couple of mates from Lego Masters. So I saw Fleur Fleur was in Chicago. She got.
I passed by Fleur about 3 times in Chicago.
Yeah, and she's really cool. She's an absolute sweetheart, really talented builder. And I got to spend some time with her at the Illawarra show because she was there as well. And her gingerbread house, like from a distance, it looks real. Like it looks like a real little gingerbread house. But obviously, as you get closer to it, it's Lego. But her level of detail on that build was phenomenal. So, I got a really good up close look at that little build, and it was really cool. Just talent for days. But yeah, no, I'm glad plenty of people got a chance to go, and it was nice being able to still, like Matt, for him to show, just like you did for for Cliff and them. Matt did the same for me, and it was really cool. Like, it wasn't the same as being there, but at least I could say, I got a chance to see a lot of the builds a little bit more in depth and closer without the public there, because there weren't as many people wandering around before they opened the doors, and got a chance to have a really good up close look at some of the builds, and that was amazing. That was brilliant.
Yeah, and also I heard that that Hoosier Bricks got Thicken Bricks to be their Brickworld Chicago correspondent, and I think it was on the most recent episode of Hauling and Bowling. They were talking about how he made the mistake of accidentally filming in portrait. Yeah. And that happens to the best of us.
It does. But yeah, no, it was good, mate, and I'm glad you got a chance to go over there. I know you had an absolute blast over there, so that was really good.
Because I was going to maximize the amount of fun, and I definitely did so, because it was by far the most Lego fun I've ever had. And honestly, the second most Lego fun I've ever had was probably the first time I watched Butt Chop's 72-hour community live stream, and the third most fun I've ever had Lego was probably when I actually first registered for Butt Chop's 72-hour live stream. And so I'll be sure to go on an Instagram story campaign about that, because it's so much fun. And to say that those community events are now above my childhood memories now proves the impact of the larger community. It really does.
Yeah.
And I had a blast building friend sets while talking with all of the amazing people in the chat today and who have popped up onto the panel. I feel quite satisfied now, because I've had all of these friend sets boxed up for so long, and finally been able to have an event on the calendar to get these things built. It's a good feeling. This has been a good day. I was not expecting this to turn into an 8-hour live stream, but because there was enough of a demand with people rocking up into the chat and people popping up onto the panel, I was like, yeah, okay, I've got enough hours in the back order. We can definitely do all of this stuff, and it's been a good day. It was an unexpected good day, and I thank everyone for participating in it.
It's been fun, mate.
Go get your sleep, Ziz. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just making some little I'm the thing that I'm working on at the moment, it'll go in my layout, but it's a bit more of a personal sort of build. This one's actually got a little bit more of a it's more of a person, it's a 32 by 32 base plate, which will easily line up with the rest of my harbor sort of area for my layout that I'm finally now getting a chance to start working on again. But it's a little bit more of a personal connection for me to work on this. I'm doing this particular little build as a little bit of therapy. So it's doing okay. I'm getting further than what I thought I would with this one at the moment. So, it's not going to be a massively over-detailed sort of build, but it's enough to represent what I know it's going to represent, especially once I put the particular minifigs in there. It'll really sort of, to me, it'll make more sense, and that's sort of why I'm doing it. But it's more of like a little bit of a therapy thing at the moment. So it's been good.
Yeah, it's been really good, and now I'm getting really tired. I'm gonna check something first and try to refill my bottle because everyone's got to hydrate, including if you end up having to spend 100 Twitch channel points to get someone to hydrate.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good. Yeah, so now that there's only 8 minutes to go, I'll give a quick recap. So for anyone that's confused by the thumbnail, was not expecting to go this long. So for anyone who wants to see the engaging conversations we Adorabuild and myself had about Lego Friends, go back and watch the first 3 hours on the replay if that's what you signed up for. When I was at Brick World Chicago, I traded for this friend set, which is I forget what the name is, but as Australians, I don't need to know the name, do I? Fair Packaging and Labeling Act. So this was really nice. Then I bought all of these other sets individually. So I'm at home here in the great country that is Australia with a really bad national telecommunications company that we won't talk about. I got the donut shop. We got the park set that included this bicycle with the carriage and this sidewalk near some nature. The reason I wanted this is obvious reason. I forget which sets included these, but we did get a scooter and a moped. Got the recycling truck. No, sorry, the recycling lorry because it's only a 2-axle vehicle, so I call it a lorry, not a truck. And the reasons why I bought this is obvious. And then my most exciting set, which took me the longest by far. Whoopsie, and I just knocked some pieces over. It's a little bit flimsy, some of these details, but they're really fantastic details. The one that took me the longest and what I wasn't expecting to build today, but with all of the awesome people that came on, prolonged it long enough for me to be able to complete the cat hotel. You can imagine all of the sexy cat references I'll be able to make with this set and turn that into memes, and eventually the meme might die. But I've got big plans for the cat motel. I've got big plans for doing some color swaps and shrinking this thing down because I don't have a garbage, a recycling or waste collection vehicle in my city yet. I'm going to enjoy modifying this donut shop into one of my 6x6 versions. Because if anyone's watched my city updates, you know that on some of the street corners I have 6x6 food vendors. So now that I have all of these donut pieces, I'll be able to make a donut store on one of the corners.
Yeah.
I always enjoy getting the nature. I collect foliage pieces, and now I have more of the wood grains. I get out all of your wood jokes with all those different Twitch commands, and lots of nature, lots of minifigure accessories, lots of memes, and in general, lots of fun with all of these friend sets. And I'm glad I now have all these in my collection. So just like with all the Ninjago sets I built back in Ninjago month, which I'm actively doing modifications of. Now that I have all of these friend sets that I've just built for this Friends Build stream, let the modifications begin. And eventually I'll do all of that stuff. And right after this stream, I'm going to give a diary entry with a planned schedule of what I'm going to do for the rest of the year. That all of my Patreon pledges are going to know about, because they invest in me, they invest in the channel, they invest in my craft, and they want to see a return on investment. And so if any of you guys want to get all of those privileges of being a pledger, you can come and pledge to me, including if you want to be a part of the Minecraft server that I play over on Twitch, you might want to pledge as well. So with that out of the way, I'll, after this stream, do some YouTube shorts filming some of this stuff, and then I'll eventually take photos for Instagram and Twitter, and eventually Facebook groups and Discord. So with that being said, we're about to end this stream. So where can we find you on social media, Taz?
Tasman Bricks here on YouTube. I currently am doing the Set to Mock series. My last video for that update, meaning that I'm calling the mock done for now. That'll be ready to go for Monday. So this coming Monday. And I regularly stream on Twitch as well, Tasman_Bricks over on Twitch, but Instagram as well as just Tasman Bricks. So mainly Instagram. I do a lot more posting of updates over there just because it is quicker. But I'm trying to still do some YouTube content. And when I start working on other mock projects and that as well, you know, I'll have some content there as well for what I'm working on. So yeah, but then Mayo, thank you for the invite, mate. I'll be back 8 a.m. Saturday morning EDT or 10 p.m. tonight Australian Eastern Standard Time, just for an hour-long stream on Twitch. And then after that, I'm taking a little bit of a streaming vacation for almost 2 weeks. Just I'll be in people's chats, but just myself taking a little bit of a streaming vacation. I've got some family members coming to visit, and they've had to travel a fair distance to get here. So I you know, want to spend some time with them. And if we end up going out and doing stuff at night, I don't have to feel pressured to be, oh, I've got to be back home by 9 o'clock, or I've got to be back home by this. You know, I can just relax and enjoy that time with the family. So, but again, Mayo, thanks for the invite, mate. Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and so I myself will be live 3 hours from now over on Twitch playing Minecraft. And there are a whole bunch of people who will be going live after me, and concurrently over on Twitch got Matt from Bricks after mine. For those who actually watch my Minecraft streams, you know I raid to Bricks every stream, and Adorabuild, who was on here earlier, will be doing her cozy stream as well, and we had plenty of amazing guests. And if anyone has missed out on any of the engaging conversations we had, you can always go back and watch on the replay. Anyway, I'm done. This has been mayohosko. I'll see you on the next live stream, which will be the Miracle Whip in between Hauling and Bowling and Clicking Cliff on Saturday night, and we'll be right here back again at 9 p.m. Eastern on a Friday night in North America. And I'll see you in the next video. And let's get on out of here. Let's roll the credits. Bye, guys. Thank you for supporting mayohosko Media. Your viewership is very important to us. Tell YouTube you like us by smashing the like button. Let your thoughts be known in the comments down below. Never miss out on any more LEGO content from us by hitting the subscribe button and ringing the notification bell. Stay tuned for live streams every Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern in North America, and monthly city updates on the last Wednesday or Thursday of every month. If you like Minecraft and gaming streams, follow us on Twitch, mayo_hosko, no capital letters. Twitch streams every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern in North America. To be in the know, follow us on Instagram and Twitter at real_mayohosko. Have fun with us on our Discord server. Friend us on Facebook and join the fan club group. For business inquiries, email us at mayohosko@gmail.com. For historical inquiries, check out our website. For special community perks, including behind the scenes, voting rights, and early access videos, become an investor today by pledging to us on Patreon. Links in the description. Watch this video recommended to you, or check out this playlist if you missed any previous videos of the same genre. This has been mayohosko, and I